I'll bring us in. Hello and welcome everybody to the Magic Stronghold Radiant Origins Regional. My name is Needful, and of course, joining to me today is the one, the only Gauntlet qualifier, baniRien. How are you today?
Doing great. Pleasure as always to be here. It's amazing to finally get a second regionals up here in Canada.
If you now have one on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh man, it is. Talk about a crazy, crazy meta we have been in. Where, to be fair, there has been quite a few deck lists doing very well right now, and
Yeah,
it's not just kind of one problem.
there's a couple of power outliers, we'll say it like that, but that also led to some great creativity. Seen some very interesting deck lists. We've seen some Water Allies build that were very, very targeted. They were amazing against Diana, and honestly, not that great against anything else. We've seen the raccoons coming in the meta. Who would have guessed that those would be playables, right?
Listen, I never expected when I saw the raccoons. I'm like, oh, okay, the raccoon deck list, that's really cool. And then we saw the Razor Gale being like, I could put raccoons in there. And now we're
Mhm.
seeing other decks as well. We've seen
Yeah.
slimes. We saw fire slimes out of there. They're being like, I could throw raccoons in there. And like you see so many lists are just like, yo, is Bandit good?
And Protector Raccoon is straight up just power creeping baby blue slime.
Oh yeah. It fast activation, protects any animal, eats cards.
Protects
Bandit
itself
loves
is
it.
also a
Yeah,
very big difference.
yeah, that's I had to read that card and I was like, first time I ever played that card, I looked at it and goes, "Oh, this has any. Oh, that's cool."
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely insane. Like some of the crazy stuff that's happening. And of course, the other breakout list that I didn't expect. Of course, if you've been watching any of the nationals and a lot of the regionals, is Win Crux Lorraine was the other list to
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
break out.
Ayla is just a super strong card.
Yeah, I mean, we even see Siryu abusing Ayla. Ayla is,
Mhm, mhm.
I think Ayla is like, I know some people are calling the card like a little bit too powerful, maybe too strong. I'm actually kind of happy that there is an advanced element win card that does something like this, where if you start kind of getting the gears turning, it does become very powerful. You kind of have to get there, and I think it's just kind of a nice piece where they kind of get a benefit for going level 3, which I really like in this.
You know what the best part about Exalted Wit in particular is?
What's that?
Vanitas can't abuse it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Get that horse and taxes out of here. Which is
Mhm.
crazy. Which is crazy that that deck used to be such a boogeyman, and now we're just kind of like, I don't care.
Angel Attendant is a big hit on that deck, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just having a natural 3 interceptor that most level 3 decks can take advantage of into that is just
Mhm.
very, very strong. On top of just it's crazy because it's essentially your library, which you're just straight up replacing. Like
And
there's
then
almost no reason for it.
Ablation is just running 8 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Oblation's like, hey, let's just throw them all in there. Which that is another list that has come out more recently that I'm actually really, or I don't want to say more recently, but a list that is kind of used to be more in favor of like you'd rather play Beguiling than you would
Mhm.
Oblation. But now we're seeing a lot more decks say, you know what? I think I would rather just go for the Oblation. I don't know if that's because of the speed of the meta or just also being able to answer a dragon off of
I
15 damage.
I think the speed of the meta helps a lot for Ablation. Also, the fact that Ablation does not just lose to Diana running for tactical retreats.
Yeah, true. True. That is actually very true. And speaking of tactical retreats, how was your experience playing Water Diana? and
Well, I'll do my mea culpa. First time on stream since I topped the nationals. I had to play the deck. I did not want to. I do not like the deck. As soon as well, I'm still hoping the Strides gets banned, and I do not plan on touching the deck ever again unless it's not banned and I have to play it for Worlds. But
I mean,
uh,
I I want to be the person who goes, "You're better than this. How dare you?" But I have to agree. I mean, Water Diana is one of those lists right now where I wouldn't say it is beating everything in a regard, but there is a very large meta share that it is good into or can be piloted fairly decently into. And in some of the matchups where quote unquote it is not necessarily as good, the deck has potential still to just high roll.
mhm,
Primarily because Strides is very, very strong.
yeah. And honestly, Take Aim is a card that wasn't played that much before, back when we had Coda. It kind of found its way back into the list because, well, Coda got banned, so you had more room in the list. But Take Aim won me so many games over that weekend.
I mean, yeah, it comes into just what a +6 whenever
It's
you
a
or not
plus.
plus
It's a
plus
plus
four,
four.
+4. Yeah, it's I'm a natural +4. Just being able to quickly play it, get some extra damage on top of just your already probably strides, and if you have a Cheshire Cat, that's easy 12 off of what is most likely a setup 3-card combo. It's not not super crazy, and yeah, playing it ourselves and just kinda, like, testing with the deck is it's very, very strong, it's very consistent, and I don't blame you at all for bringing that into Nats. If I would look back at, not North American Nats, I probably would have done the same.
I played Luxem at North American Nats, and I honestly still think Luxem is good into the meta. One made day two at NA, one made day two at EU. I just got so unlucky on that weekend. So many rounds losing to not finding my like 4 of and 40 cards.
Oh, I agree, and it's and the other one of the other big the big breakouts that we did see out of the last nationals as well is we did see Sano bringing a kind of a more what's the best way to word it? A little bit more control heavy Seiryu, being able to
Mhm,
abuse Ayla,
mhm.
being able to abuse a stone and Uther, to answer kind of a lot of problems that we saw, which I wonder if we're gonna see any of that today as well. Because I know kind of as we kinda get out of a out of a nationals or out of a big event, we start seeing people kinda start picking decks back up, kinda like and you kinda see the 2 fronts. You see people trying to counter that list, and you see people trying to say, "Oh, let me play that list as well." So
There's still some people just playing their pet deck, Hyoka is still one on Rai. Um, People still feel that they can play their favorite deck into the meta. They don't have to just bring Diana. Um, I faced someone with a fully blinged out Tristan deck at EU Nats, who, well, it's Tristan in this meta. Sadly, he did not do very good.
listen, we've tried Tristan, and it's unfortunately a deck that is, I would say, 2 or 3 turns too slow right now for
Hmm.
what every other
Hmm.
deck can do. On top of it's a deck that you have to kind of focus target a lot of different pieces of the meta, but when you have to focus target those specific pieces, there's things that slip they kind of slide through the cracks. And right now
Yeah.
we're in such a very, I would call almost a triangle meta. It's hard to
Hmm.
be able to counter all 3 of the big hitters right now.
And we have our first round matchup. We will have a Siryu on your right hand side and a Water Exia Jin on the left hand side.
I think is
How
it
do you
what
think
actually
that
a gym
matchup
or do we have
goes?
or do we have a I think we do have a XCA gen. In terms of this, this is actually one of these kind of weird matchups where you definitely have a much better shot earlier in the game of Syria if you can get to 3, start putting on the pressure, and being able to present a lethal turn before they get the gears turning. You have a much better chance of getting this out. The biggest hurdle is gonna be if Water Gin stabilizes at 3, they have so much healing and so many options to counter what you're trying to do that the matchup becomes almost unwinnable in some cases, just because you're kind of put into this weird situation of if I do too much damage, they're just gonna crack back and kill me. But if I put too little damage, then they're just gonna mill me out and it's gonna be game over at that point.
We have already lost 2 DGs though. That's a big hit on Seiryu.
Yeah, and the fact that we put it makes you wonder like what the rest of the hands gotta be to put down both Dungeon Guides into this.
Maybe he's just deciding that he'll play the slow game. It's not like Jin is going to kill you super fast, so maybe we're going for a slow game plan.
Yeah, especially with seeing Serene Water, because we can kind of just pretty early about what this matchup is gonna entail. Because not many lists are running Serene Water nowadays.
Yeah, Nico is not at the height of her popularity right now.
I would have to agree with you there. And we're seeing the
This
Faith, of course,
list
Faith Stone Resolution.
this list is more traditional. This is not the no command list that K-Ban tried at OC Nats. This is the classic Siryu, where you'll try to play Sigur's command, Gecko's command, and come in for 40 damage.
Yep, and we're kind of putting the gear. I think we're kind of figuring out pretty quickly. We do need to kind of rush to 3, get that game plan started pretty early. So likely why we're seeing both of the ultimates come out.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of threats from Jin of actually removing Siryu. If he's killing Siryu, you're probably already dead.
Oh, for sure, for sure, and and that's one thing that with more of the traditional Siryu list is once you lose Siryu, the matchup becomes much harder unless you already have them close to that lethal range. Which against Jin, that close to lethal range is not going to happen too often.
I saw a fractal of waves in hand for Enderzone here, which might do something good here. There's no main board answers, I think, to it in Ellie's lists, but that's a card that did not make as many waves as we could have expected. Everyone
It's
was super hyped about that card when it came out, right?
I think I think the part of it that makes it so difficult is kind of a coming from the the idea of an allies package. Whenever you put down the fractal waves, you are putting down 3 influence to support it. So you do lose a little bit of access to interaction. And one thing that Jin does have to always kind of focus on is sometimes keeping up multiple pieces of interaction is more important than
Mhm.
trying to just rush to 3. So maybe why, but hey, we saw the waves come down, so we know we want that influence gain here in this matchup.
So we lose Dream Fairy and Ace and Protector. Chip damage is not something you want to do against Jim. And Dream Fairy also has not a lot of use in this matchup, right? There's actually no relevant allies in this list, I think. Is there anything except for the dungeon guides?
Um, in some rare case scenarios, depending on pushing lethal, it can sometimes hit. I don't know why I've just blanked on the name. But they do run the ally that heals them, recovers 1 if they do take the hit. Um,
Oh yeah, the Chainless Priestess.
yeah, Shade Miss Priestess is sometimes a target you want to deal with just because you have no other options of dealing with a stealth ally.
It is
Um,
not in this list, but we do have some Angel attendants in the sideboard.
yeah. So luckily, not too much fear for for the Dream Fairy losing it here. So straight to Jin level 2, not even waiting, which I did think we did see a dungeon guide in hand, so we could potentially see the dungeon guide off of the waves here.
Yeah, we drew 3 dungeon guides. There's 2 in hand, and the third one that was already vanished for level up. But we get there early enough. We are at no risk of dying before we get that immortality. And then I saw a Regal Inquisition too, so maybe we can just deprive Siryu of its one-shot kill. If you can get all of those commands out, it'll be really hard for Siryu to do enough damage fast enough.
Oh, for sure, and it's especially with if you're looking at kind of current lists out of the meta as well. There is a lot of the Ziryu decks that have cut down the number of the series commands down to like 2 in some cases, and then we've seen Byaku commands get cut down to 3. So you are kind of running a little bit more lean on those options. So if you can hit 1 or 2 here, there's a much better shot if you just essentially taking this game or locking this out from serious potential.
So we know Jin is on Regal Inquisition. That's as much to mill out as to get those win cons out of the hand. The real development with Water Exit Jin compared to the previous Fire version is that dual win con they have. Instead of trying to kill you, they can just stall you out, use Dynastic Whirlpool and Regal Inquisition to just mill you out while healing and making sure they're not dying themselves.
Yeah, and this list also does have the bubble abundance as well in the cyber, so you also get kind of that. Even if you push them to lethal, there's a chance they can still mill you out and make you draw the card without ever having to go to their end phase.
Yeah, very useful tech in this meta where people acknowledge that Water Gin is a thing, and so do run some answers. The Chime of Endless Stream is a great new one from RDO. There's the old Tebulev Salvage deck. Nothing here from the Siryu though. So Mill might be the better win con.
Yeah, very, very, very likely is kind of what we're going to see, unless we see if we see a Siryu flip here early, we could potentially see we could see maybe an alternative win con go out, but we would definitely need to see that for one Syria flip, and then we are seeing the Ayla come out.
The very early Ayla. So I guess we're going for the. That's the thing with Jin, right? Especially in water, they don't have good card selection. You still need to find those win cons. So when they're low on cards like this, they have 4 influence right now for the Jin. Maybe you just push the damage through and just hope that they don't actually have a way to kill you and just die at the end of turn.
Oh, it's one thing that I talk a lot with teammates and people in my locals. I was like, what do I do into these lists where I'm like kind of scared if they have the counters? One of the biggest thing is if they have flow influence, force them to use them. Force them to
Yeah.
use that interaction. And then because again, they're playing a top deck game, and if they're playing a top deck game, there's no reason you need to take your foot off the gas because the more turns they get, the more cards they draw, the harder it's going to be for you.
The other interesting I see is the serialist has a blinding lapse in the main board. Now that's not super useful right now while we're at 5 influence, but it can remove 3 cards from your influence, which is a enormous numbers in these kinds of matchup. If you played enough of the Luxem list, either Luxem, Xander, or Siryu, to have an opinion on Blinding Lapse versus Regal, what side are you on?
It's so hard to say. Like it's with because of the certain meta, I'm actually a little bit more favored into Blinding Lapse just because it's sometimes a lot of these decks are playing that you would see are playing very heavy on the four ofs, or they have a lot of redundancy in the list. So I've found that sometimes you play Regal Inquisition and you just draw them into the exact same route they wanted. Versus just being able to say, I'm going to tax your turn just tends to be a lot better, especially when you're playing a deck where you only need one turn to win the game.
Some very important interactions happening here. First, Jin went for the polearm, the Shang-Chi sacrifice, just to kill the Ayla. We had the Imperial countermeasure to try and protect it, but then we used a full engulf to negate the countermeasure and make sure Ayla dies. Very important because Ayla can just suppress so many important tools against Jin. You can remove the polearm to make sure they can't swing. You can remove the Berserker plate to make sure they die at end of turn. It it counters everything in your deck list pretty much, except for the mill plan.
Oh, for sure. And it's which I'm part of it is like I'm wondering now that this polearm's out, it's like I would say normally we just go for the combo here. If we have it, which it doesn't look like we do. But unfortunately, in this, if we go for the combo, the polearm's already out. That's a lot of
We
damage.
we do have an innervate agility in hand, so we could maybe try and bait the win. You push enough damage that Jin tries to kill you, and then you just go stealth. The problem is I don't think we have enough damage to push Jin above lethal range right now.
Yeah, because I don't think we saw Byaku's command in the hand, unfortunately. So we can't really go for the double hit here.
So if we do 4 with Suryu and 11 with Arcane Blast, the magic number we need to hit is 32, because if they get the Berserker Plate to try and buy themselves a little time, Berserker Plate does deal 3 damage to you. So 35 is not the number you need to hit. You need to aim just a little lower. We get to 29. Do we have anything else in hand? No, we don't. So we keep the agility up, but even if we survive the turn,
We're not
Jin
going
is
for
not
play
dead,
here.
and we just give them the Chalice of Blood. Let's see what
Because
we
we
have in
have
hand.
because we already have the heal put to the side, which will heal us for what 6 because we're gonna take 2 off of casting it.
We see that's a Transfusive Aura that was just drawn. The new RDO Fantasia that makes you recover more.
Yep, it is. So now that the heal we have is now gonna go in for a little bit more.
I don't think we have any recover in hand though, do we?
We have I think one. We have a Men Flesh, I believe, and Banish. Correct. from the.
I think that's an enrage. Oh, is that the second one is a man flesh? That might be, yeah. Because the top
Because
one
I
is an
think it's
enrage, right?
the top one is Outburst, Relentless Outburst, and then a Men Flesh. Yep, it's a Men Flesh underneath there,
Oh
and we
yeah,
have one in hand.
it's the SP outburst, yeah.
And we just went ahead and casually healed for 10.
Yeah,
Nothing crazy.
just then. Who cares about that?
Everybody does that.
I mean, I'm a Luxem player. I'm used to seeing recovering 9 every turn.
What's interesting is we are also still holding on to the Lost Providence.
No, we used it already.
Nope, we just use it now.
Oh, from the series. Yes. Sorry.
Syria.
Still no commands in hand, and that's a big grip.
It's a big grip, but I think we're still missing that quite vital piece of the puzzle here. We are still, unfortunately, still digging for the Byaku's command, and we're just not finding it. The Ayla, though, is a pretty safe bet here to be able to interact with the weapon if we need to.
We do still have. I think that's a third manifestation in hand, so we can. Oh no, I was considering maybe just holding Siryu up to deflect an attack and then getting it back with manifestation. But seems we're pushing the damage. Which you need to at some point, right? You can't just stall against Exia, the water Exia, because you will get milled at some point.
Puts us at 34. Currently, if that Men Flesh is underneath there, it will take 2 unpreventable for playing it, but it will heal us for 8 still, so.
We do still have the other Reconquisition in hand for Ender Zone, though, so we do have an answer possibly to that Innervate Agility we see. That's also a very interesting thing about cards like Reconquisition and the Blinding Lapse. They're both defensive options and offensive options. You can play them just to make sure your opponent has nothing on defense before you go for the kill.
Yeah, that's one of the key pieces. Is sometimes you'll play Regal, and then they'll show your hand, not show you anything. And sometimes you might say, "Well, that was a dead play," and not really. You gain so much knowledge off that. You know, the door is open.
And the other big downside of Fractal Waves, drawing it after level 3 is as dead as drawing a dungeon guide.
Essentially, it's water liminal, is the way I look at it. It's water liminal when you're not on self mill.
That's a fair way of looking at it.
And looks like we are going for the outburst here. So it looks like we are going to go for the lethal line.
Yeah, we drew a second outburst. So that's coming in for outburst is per 5, right?
I believe it's per. So I think it's per 5 per 6.
It's per 6. So we got 12 damage there, and then another 18 damage from the second outburst. And Innervate Agility does nothing against this because outburst does not target.
Yeah, Veiling would come in clutch if we had it. But unfortunately, I don't think we got it. I think we're just kind of players explaining how Outburst resolves. For anybody who watching at home, in case this might be new, so the way Outburst works is for every 6 damage counters your champion has, you're going to deal 1 damage to everything on the board, including the champion. On top of that, if your damage is above 35, you're also going to choose target object, or in this case, target champion. When that champion takes damage, they are going to get plus. They're going to do 1 more damage for that outburst. So in this case, every instance of that outburst, it is going to be divided up. So in this case, we have 6 triggers coming in for 1. You're going to add 1 to each of those. So coming in for 12. And if we play a second outburst, we will stack that effect. So then it'll go to, instead of just being 1, it'll be 3 per 6 damage. So that's kind of where the reason for this. And there's the Veiling.
We did have the Veiling, and we played the manifestation to save Suryu, so we'll be able to come back. And not that we need it, because Oh no, because there's still the Man Flash. There's still the Man Flash there, so Jin does not die this turn. But we do survive. So Shuangji is per 5, so we're swinging for 8 damage here, up to 21.
Yes. I had to do math in my head.
Okay.
But we do reduce it off the veiling. So.
Oh yeah, they're still veiling. Yeah.
Yep.
So we play the
We
Man
will have
Flash from the
to watch the
intercession.
loot release.
Oh, the lineage release. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are still safe. Unfortunately, we do lose access to water. So we are now pretty much 100% on the let's do damage or regal for the entire deck, which most likely I think we're on the the kill route here with Jin.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single Whirlpool yet, so it's very fair to just abandon that plan if you don't see them early.
Now, one of the luxuries of this list is you can just pivot to whatever win con is going to be best for you at the time. And we did draw the Sirius command, so we can pressure lethal again. We do just have to be a little bit careful being at 18 that we do need to have defenses ready.
Was that materialization the BM Virgin Protest trinket? Now that this spread is released? There's
I think
nothing
it is pretty
relevant left in yeah, there's nothing well, there's nothing at all left in the material deck.
Yeah, there's nothing else that's worth it in this matchup because everything else is kind of just. So I guess you say, hey, I've got the trinket just to rub it in. Which we can definitely we're thinking here because we do need to have defenses up still, but we still need a pressure lethal, which is the hardest part about this. Because another outburst does spell game.
We do still need to find the damage for the outburst. They're much less threatening if you don't have 35 damage on you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think we have to also push them to. We had to realistically have to push them to 32 anyways to guarantee a kill on the end of our opponent's turn. Because if a plate does get made and we don't do lethal here, then that potentially means we're giving them another turn to set up.
So we are going for the Siryu and Arcane Blast line, putting back up to 35. We do still hold up the Innervate. We don't have enough cards for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We sadly do not have enough cards to Innervate and Ayla.
Which I can't tell what that last. I do not think that last card is a Veiling because I think for us to be able to get out of this, we need a Veiling and we need the Innervate.
I think the last card is the new art of Escape the Wreckage. That's in the list, right? Yes,
Yeah.
there is 2 Escape the Wreckage in the list.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna see the hand reset. Okay, it is not. It is not a. It is not a Veiling.
A lot of dead cards in the hand for Ender Zone here. We see a couple DGs, some Gentle Respites. So we go for the Regal Inquisition first. I think
Which
you
again, we're
have
kind of
to innovate here, right?
for 100%. You have to go for the because I think the weapon alone spells lethal, so you have to innovate around the weapon. It's also a thing where I think you keep your best cards in hand, hoping your opponent lets you dig for the Veiling. Is kind of what you kind of have to do here, which is kind of a little bit of a mind game, but and a hope. But yeah, it is just a little unfortunate that we're kind of seeing, as you mentioned earlier, sometimes this Regal Inquisition can be used as more an offensive tool here, and it's exactly what we're seeing.
There is an enchanted fight in hand for Enderzone though, so we are not dying this turn. We recovered 3, so 5 with the aura.
Well, we do have the other. Do we? Because we still have the other outburst, correct? In hand from last
Do
turn.
we have the other outburst in hand? We
Thought
played
we.
2.
Well, we only played one because I thought we stopped the first one.
We played 2 outbursts last time.
Oh,
Last
did we?
round. Yeah. The first for
Oh,
12 and the second for 18. And it's only
okay.
in the second that the Veiling Breeze was played.
Oh, then yeah, we might actually be safe here. I thought we had the other outburst. This might just be enough to keep us alive.
Only the ALS, so we cannot go for the kill here, but we do still keep the polearm, and we recover out of range of lethal for this turn.
And we did get the enchanted to heal out, so. And we do have potentially. I didn't. Oh, we did tank the Ayla. So, did you see what our new draws were off of the remainder?
The new draw is Besiege the Wind,
Was used to wind.
which is not doing much right now. We do get the free level up back to Guaja 3, putting us squarely out of range of just the polearm.
And it does give us a scout to land, so potentially dig for another answer if we need to. And I think it's a Oh, we're still playing something. Oh, we're
Yeah,
gonna
we're playing
dig
Shadow
now
Land.
for it.
Piako's command is very interesting. Not much else in there, right? We have the turbocharge, but we have not played backup charger yet this game.
The only, I think the only issue is it's just like where we almost have to play a game where we let our opponent pass and hope they can't heal again. Because I don't think we want to pressure too much to make that polearm go crazy. Because the plate itself is going to push Jin into lethal this turn.
It might be interesting to swing with Siryu just for the extra little bit of damage in case there's some recovery. And because you can bait the polearm swing, because you can Byaku's command wake up the dragon for the taunt, maybe?
That is a route. That is a route. Can we also
Sometimes
see that? Oh, wait, there's actually
these...
an Imperial countermeasure in there, I think.
Oh, countermeasure is good. Helps a lot. So we are swinging with the dragon. I'm not sure how many Arcane Blasts we have left. Oh, and we're playing the... Oh. That is very interesting.
We are essentially saying, I really hope you do not have the outburst at this point.
We are seeing a lot of new cards this turn, though. So we get
And we
Total
are.
Abyssal Heaven. So we are seeing 3 new cards this turn. And just an Enrage does it, right?
An Enrage.
Oh wait, we're
An
not
Enrage.
on Enrage.
So we would need the. I think for this point we need the outburst, and we need the. So we need the outburst for sure, and then the polearm needs to go in for. Because the polearm is going in for 11 damage by itself.
And we only have a single outburst left. We're mainboarding 3 with a fourth one in the sideboard. So
We
that's
could also.
Rand, I think. The Cleave Exia card. And I think this is the only Exia we have in hand. This might be the end of the line for Enderzone here.
Oh, that's Heminger. That might be the exact 4, right? Well, that's 4. Unfortunately, it's preventing 4. So yeah, that was actually the countermeasures actually came in exactly enough to stop it. I believe, correct? Because that Hemorrhaging Rank only comes for 4, then plus the
Yeah,
pole arm
that
comes
would
in
have been
for
exactly lethal, but yeah.
15. So well played to be able to bring that back out and stop any
Yeah.
potential. Just go for it and say, okay, we let them. They would have to have the outburst, the other pieces.
Very close game on both sides. Now let's see if there's anything in the sideboard there.
Yeah, we of course let's start out with taking a look here at Jin to see kind of what we might be bringing in. Um, we do have the extra Hemorrhaging Run and Relentless Outburst if we want to. But I would see potentially the outburst maybe coming in
I
as
think
a way to
both
get
come in,
around
right?
dragon.
There are ways around the dragon.
We are seeing Crimson Presence and Crimson Rupture in the list, which Crimson Rupture not necessarily important for this matchup, but Crimson Presence could potentially.
I think any card that can fully block an Arcane Blast is probably worth running.
For sure. And I think outside of that, potentially, because like, I don't think the Angel Attendants necessarily need to come in just because you're not necessarily worried about early game pressure and just you're worried about the Turbo Dragon
That
hitting the
does make
board, which
sense.
could be is a way to stay off the Turbo Dragon, but kind of looking at the list, but or if you think you're gonna have to pop your uh Serene Spirit earlier, then potentially taking out some of the water options and trading them out for the norm options could potentially be a player.
Meanwhile, from Siriu, do you put in all the Taunters? We do have 4 Angel Attendants, and we also have 2 Sunblessed Gazelle.
I actually really like the Sunblessed Gazelle
Oh, it's a
in
great
this
card. I
matchup.
love it.
Especially in this matchup where Jin is going to be trying to get a lot of influence
Mhm.
going into you. So being able to put that in the way of the polearm can essentially completely open your options to just dealing with this. And we
You
do
probably
have
put in the extra Besiege Fatestone, right? There's not a lot of answers for it. It's just an extra turbo. It's just playing on ratios, but it's probably worth putting in, right?
potentially it's just against water. It's so risky because sometimes you are going to dedicate your entire first turn to them playing the interaction. Um, But I mean, if you have in the list, there are things that are not nearly as important as we talked about. The Dream Fairies aren't nearly as important
Mhm.
in this matchup, so there's a lot of options to be able to say, "Hey, let's just take those out."
Against Jin is probably not as risky. Usually they're not on Frostbind or anything. Oftentimes the only negate, and in this case the only negate Enderzone is running, is Engulf. And exchanging your full first turn for a Besiege Fatestone for a full first turn Engulf is probably an okay trade, right? You don't feel too bad about that.
No, not at all. So, which I mean, it's interaction getting used earlier than later. Who doesn't hate that?
Mhm.
But outside, I think also because I realize as well the escape the wreckages potentially come out too. Unless you're just doing this as a well, I guess it's another way to be able to loop the dungeon guide if you need to.
And not just as only guy, I think in this slow matchup, just as a value play on a Windmill Engineer, it's probably worth keeping in the deck.
Stifling traps for sure. I don't think you really need here. Well, in case you're trying to, well, I guess you could try to catch the dungeon guide if you really want to.
I think catching the dungeon guide might be worth it if you have nothing else to remove, and there's not that much things to actually put in, so they might be worth keeping just for that off chance. Now, the other interesting question we have here is, given that this might be a very slow matchup, do you ever consider as Jin going second just for the extra card?
It's if I was in a different matchup, I would say potentially yes. I think the only fear I would have here is giving that opponent turn one is they if they do turbo dragon, that's an entire turn that they're gonna have dragon over you. And that can essentially set the entire pacing of the game. So I'm at a point where there is some justification because it is a longer match, but at the same time, if they go right to 3 and say, "Here's a dragon, good luck," and you're not level 3 yet, that could potentially be a really bad thing to run into.
Of course, this is a gentle respite list, so going first is a very big help, as we see here.
Are you telling me that because they have less cards, they get to draw a card to memory and get floating memory?
It's honestly one of the best cards in the game right now.
Especially
The
with
the
the rules change.
yeah, the
It
rules
went from a
change.
card.
Yeah, that card was unplayable before.
It was you were either what? I think if the only reason you played it is if you were a Serene Spirit
Mhm.
and do meta for I think it was only like Jin was doing it. Not Jin, but I think only you would see some of the Luxem lists for Xander doing it. And then
I
outside of
never
that,
was on it before.
I said
It
some.
was it was very matchup dependent too. The meta for it is good right now. You do not want to be playing gentle into like Suzaku or Farziao Chan where there's just like, yeah, I'll just send two burn spells at your face and also negate the gentle respite.
Look at that imbue token.
And we escaped the wreckage for value, so we kept them in.
Oh, we're on Influence Dragon this game.
We might have lost the baby green slime, but Ayla does a very good imitation of it.
And in some cases, I think I like Ayla more. At least for this. For slimes,
The
I don't
only
want to talk about it.
Diana is also a very big difference.
We're drawing all the influence cards. That's the 1F Force Cake as well.
I don't see a. Oh, that's the Beseeching Fatestone, right?
In the very back, or
At the very front, and I think that's one of the cards we put down. So we're not going Beseeching Fatestone this game. We do see a Gazelle. Fairy Whispers into Fairy Whispers is always a very feel good play.
yeah, and we are bottoming the Gazelle as well. Oh, I think I
Yeah.
actually I think we're thinking about it.
Please keep the Gazelle.
Please keep the Gazelle. Keep the Gazelle. Are we keeping it? We're keeping the Gazelle.
We're keeping the
We're
Gazelle
keeping it.
and the turbocharge, so we might see a backup charger soon.
This is again a match we do have to be a little bit careful because we are playing a little bit slower into level 3. That's something we do have to be kind of careful about because we do not want to give too much time to the to the Jin here to set up. But dungeon guiding here is pretty good. We're thinking about it. Oh, now we're not thinking about it.
I think the kind of game we're playing and not going for it is correct. I think I wouldn't have played it. Especially when you put those two slow cards on top, right? You're not looking for another DG or anything. You put backup charge, you put turbocharge and Gazelle. Oh, that's a noble dissolution. So we did put them in for the Fractal of Waves, in case you can turbo to 3 and just like snipe 2 Fractal of Waves if the opponent decides to play slow.
Yep, and there goes the Fate Stone. Don't need it. And here's the Angelic Channeling.
Also a card that, while played, did not do as much as some people were hoping for.
Yeah, I
In
think
part
it's
because Diana is too good.
yeah, I think it is a card that has a very, very good slot in decks like Berlin and of course Jin.
Mhm.
I think CL gets a lot of value out of it, but there's also
Xander.
other deck. Yeah, Xander as well. Xander, pretty good with it, turns out. But then I think there's a lot of lists that again, taking an entire turn off to say, "Hey, here I'm going to show you a bunch of cards," and not really put any board pressure or put any like defenses up is kind of a aggro deck's favorite thing to see.
While we have a slight little, I have to share this anecdote from Vegas. So I was on Luxem Xander, and I had a round where my opponent went turn 1, Angelic Channeling, show me 3 Regal Inquisition. If it wasn't game 3, I was just conceded right there.
What do you do into that? Do you just go like, "Yeah, okay, cool, man." And she jokes on you. I'm never gonna level to 3.
So
What
we
about
kept the
that?
gazelle and then we lost the gazelle.
Goodbye, Gazelle. We'll miss you.
Oh, we found the second escape the wreckage. All the value.
This is a lot of influence setting up for our level 3. All that during recollection too.
I'm curious about keeping that besiege the wins. Are we going to besiege the backup charger? Just to get turbocharged a turn earlier?
Or we were oh no! The big brain
Oh,
play!
baiting
That's
the
what we're
Ingolf.
doing!
That's amazing.
That's what we're doing! We got outplayed. This is why we're casters. Except for Bonnie. Bonnie's the qualifier. Well, I have a caster.
As amazing as this was, actually could have been better, right? You could have, if you are going for the bait, maybe you play the besiege first.
I was
Just
about
so
to
the
say, I
dungeon
think,
guide resolves.
yeah, like just to give you a little bit extra influence going level 3. Or we could have been worried that the dungeon guide was they would let the besiege go off in case we're
Perhaps,
going for something
perhaps.
other than champion, but
There's a lot of mind games to be had here.
we're showing them a whole lot of Exia. Likely
All
putting them
going
all
on
on
top?
bottom.
All on top. So we have a full Exia hand for the next couple of turns.
Which I think the card we put on top was the Seething Intercession, so I very likely gonna go for the draw off of the yeah, draw off the Lost Providence here into Seething, do that during Recollection. So essentially getting all the cards put into banishment very early. Oh, we have a Seething in hand though, too. Oh, because we drew it, because that was our top card.
So we had the opportunity to flip Seiryu in the previous. No, we got the 10 counter from the end of turn. I think we got
Yes.
a 10 counter from our turn. Yeah.
And we have the Byaku's command already.
We do not have the series command though. So we flip the dragon. We'll start putting the damage in.
Gonna go ahead and generate that first Arcane Blast.
We also have a Face Stone of Heaven in hand, which can actually deal with Berserker Plate or the Spear.
There is some justification playing it out now, because I believe it destroys any object, right? That's 3 or less.
You want to destroy the Lost Providence just to deny influence to the Jinn? That's a very interesting proposition. I don't hate it.
Yeah, and then because of course if you draw Ayla here, you can recycle this as well to deal the things later. Yep, and that's what we're going for. Taking out that influence gain, which I think is the right call here. Because we do not we already know we saw the Seething Intercession that's in hand, so we already know they're getting a lot of influence. We don't want them to go crazy now.
So we have an Intercession, 2 Mend Flesh, Rend, and a Outburst, I think is the hand.
Yes, that is exactly what we were sitting with. Oh, but there is the series command.
Do we just go for the full 40 damage here? I think we have enough for the full combo and keeping agility. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, command. 1, 2, command. I think we have
just
enough
enough for everything.
cards. Do we go for it?
Because what's that crackback coming in for? Let's just say we only think about spear. What is the crackback on a spear?
We go spear, outburst. So we go to 46, 51.
11.
We swing with spear, they spell shroud, and then we outburst for not enough.
So yeah, I think the math has been done. The
Yeah,
cards
the
are
math
going
is
on
done.
the
I think
table.
you go for it. The
In
Byaku's
response, yeah.
commands in combat for that extra damage.
Which is also pretty crazy. We're doing it in response to the combat as well as we're fully committing into a water deck. That is a risky proposition because if the combat gets ended, that you lose all of it.
Jin does not usually run Song of Frost, do they?
We've seen it. I thought we've seen it in sideboard for a couple of the lists for water gen.
Maybe. I don't remember seeing it too much. This one definitely doesn't run it. Not that Ali knows that.
I think I just see water and I assume that I potentially see it. That was my fear.
I think usually Jin doesn't run it because they don't mind combat damage, right? Sure, hit me. I'll just take damage and then kill you in response. Oh, we
Whoa!
find the second outburst from the end of the
Wow!
session. Oh, that is a blowout.
And I believe that is 4 or less influence, so this reduced cost by 1 of all of these cards for the turn.
And we find the second intercession, which
And
finds
a
a
Regals.
Regal Inquisition, but we don't really need the Regal with what we have, right?
And we did this at end of turn, I believe, right? Because we have
We
not
did that
materialized
at
yet.
end of turn, yes. No materialize yet. But, and that might cost Underzone the game. We put the second outburst to pay for the intercession instead of whatever is held in hand right now. So if we go for Chuangji or for Berserker Plate or anything, maybe we hit the second outburst and then lose lethal from that?
I think the only problem is we can only heal 8 right now. So it's not enough. Well, if we go for plate, it is enough to keep us alive. So I think we're opting for more of the defensive play, and Hemorrhaging Ren is what we hit.
That is fine. That is fine.
Which I believe Outburst to play is just the cost in that 3.
Outburst is 3, so we cannot actually play both. We are 1 card short. So you go Manflesh and Benediction Angel? Or Regenerate, that also works.
So we are opting to just heal back down.
And that's the thing
Now,
with Jin, you can always kill next turn instead.
I think the biggest worry now, though, is we do have Siri kind of has us in this weird kind of chokehold now where Siri does not need to commit too many cards anymore to pressure to essentially keep us in lethal range. So there's a chance that this deck can now just play a little bit more defensive and just keep up their hand and then respond to Regal Inquisition or anything else that might get played. And that's likely what we're going to opt to see here. Don't overcommit too many resources here.
But I don't see a Veiling Breeze in hand for Ali. Nor any good way to dig for it.
Oh no, we're counting quite a few cards.
What are you going for? A turbocharge, obviously, yeah. Always draw cards. Drawing cards is the best thing you can do.
And I think that gives us enough to both the manifestation and the innervate if we need to. We're opting to not do that though.
We're just playing another Arcane Blast. You didn't have the kill last turn, you don't have it this turn either. I just want to make sure you can't recover through this, is what Ollie is saying.
Yeah, pretty much. Which I think we're gonna draw potentially because we don't need floating, so we can potentially go up to influence this turn. Because if we make the polearm, we're just gonna go neutral.
Yeah,
So
we
I don't
definitely
think
get
it'll.
the Chalice of Blood here.
Oh yeah, so Child's Blood will actually put us into range. We could play both these outbursts if we need to.
Although we're on 2 cards in hand, so we could have went for the polearm just to be able to swing. Because Innervate is not a concern here. The other thing is we now have access to the Engulf that also has been banished by Seething Intercession.
Yep, and we are opting here to go ahead and just countermeasures to prevent the next 4. So the lethal number is now 29.
Regal choose nothing. You do not want to make them draw a Veiling Breeze at this point.
Yeah. Potentially, you can get rid of 1 card if you want to, but at this point, I think this is the make or break turn based on what we've seen in the hand. There's not enough to heal out of it, even if we do release, I think. So I think at this point, it's. But I do, now that we have played the Regal, do we have enough to go for lethal here, actually? Because we would need an extra for a double outburst.
We do not have enough cards for double outburst, yeah. We can transfuse Evora and then start playing the Benediction Angel and release Serene Spirit. How much do we have? Not enough, right? That's 6 plus 2, 2 plus 2. No, that is not enough.
No, it is unfortunately just missing it. And I think that's the math has been done. It looks like the players are talking. And it looks like that may potentially be the end of round 1 here. Yep, picking up the card, fist bumps going out. The round 1 going to Siryu. Absolutely, and I will say very well played by the Siryu. You kind of didn't, as we talked about earlier, you didn't play super defensively. You didn't kind of, in this case, you didn't respect your opponent having cards. You said, you got to play them eventually. Good luck.
Yeah, it just shows that sometimes the right play to do is just push more damage and assume they don't have it.
And into this matchup, that's kind of what you have to do, because the more cards they draw, the more likely they are to have it. If they're only at a 4-card influence, let's force them down. Let's force them to have to play some interaction, force them to play on our terms, not play on theirs.
And so, in a way, I think the error here was not going high enough on the other side. If we had not used the Regal Inquisition here, we could have just gone double outburst and said you don't have the Veiling Breeze.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it was, I think a lot of it was we wanted to hopefully go for a bigger hit and hopefully like catch something out of their hand and then set up. But yeah, I think the play was, it was just, I think we are just too scared of the last card. It was because if it was the Veiling, it was a shutout. But I think we needed to do what Siryu did all game, which is said, hey, if you got it, you got it.
And in a way, that might also have been intentional for Ollie, right? If you leave exactly 2 cards in hand as wind, you are really implying that you have the Veiling Breeze in hand.
Yeah. Oh, you are very much like telegraphing, hey, I potentially have it. And that's one thing about it, is sometimes I think I've heard a lot of you've seen a lot of players talk about it. I know Perfy has talked about it on his channel before as well. Is sometimes one of the best things you can do in this game is bluff. Just
Mhm.
make them think if you have it or not. Even if you have just the worst possible hand possible, sometimes holding 3 cards makes everybody think goes, well, if they're water, is it a Frostbind? Is it a Song of Frost? Do they have it? The wind? Is it Veiling? Do they have Reclaim? And so all
Mhm.
these things go through their head, and sometimes you can manifest that card in a way by never actually playing it.
That's my secret. Whenever I play water deck, I just bring my Frostbind playmat. Just to put that in mind for the opponent.
I'm in the boat of I just like always have a I just assume that I have Sturm Slime at all times on the top of my deck. I just like play like I do. It works out for me because it is always there, but
Yeah, yeah.
but that's not here or there in terms of that. I will say congratulations this round one to the Siryu. That was absolutely amazingly well played. The routing was like we saw exactly kind of what we needed to see. We also played a little bit of clunky on game one. Not really seeing a lot of the combo pieces we needed, but kind of using what we got, chipping away, taking that health and putting them into range to say, okay, cool. I can put you lethal every turn, and I think that's what was most important about this matchup was saying, hey, you have to be able to respond to staying alive rather than getting what you want and trying to kill me.
I
Well,
also want to point out the little fun fact. For this Canadian regional, our first matchup was actually 2 Americans.
Wait, listen, we'll travel anywhere.
There is a fair amount of Americans playing here today. About a dozen from what I could see from a quick look, which makes sense. This is essentially the Pacific Northwest regionals. Uh, Previously it was in Seattle. They just essentially moved it this time, from what I could understand.
Yeah, that drive isn't that bad, is it? From Seattle to Vancouver? Not too
Yeah,
bad.
the Vancouver player used to do it a lot the other way around.
Yeah, no, we just make them drive. Make the Americans drive. They love that stuff. We love driving everywhere. Yeah, so we're getting notifications. It's about roughly a 2 to 3 hour drive for that regional. So actually not bad. That's about the
Very,
Texas that
very much less than what I have to do for my own regional.
for Texas, I think most people coming in from Oklahoma, Houston, even Austin, I think it's about 3 to 4 hours just because Texas is just that big. So we feel you. We feel you. We get it. Well, what's our count on this round? Because I feel like
The
we
Yeah, that was not too slow or too fast. We have about 5 minutes left in regular time plus overtime, just set up between rounds. So I think we'll take a quick break, encourage everyone to get some water, just stretch your legs a little bit, and be right back for the next round. That will be just as exciting as this one. 10. Uh, Welcome back, everyone. Clem Hopkins is here with me. How are you doing,
I
Clem?
I'm doing great. I have no face, just the sound today, but we gotta work what we have. How are you doing, Bonnie? How was that round one for you?
Round was super fun. Always nice to see, well, slower decks in play. I'm a big control player, so anything that is not a Dynamo match will make me happy.
I I never would have guessed. That's a crazy thing. Bonnie not liking Diana. Phew, what a world, huh? No, that makes sense. That makes sense. We were just talking before the round, and I've been saying this, but I'm glad that you backed me up on it. I'm excited to hopefully see Diana gone very soon. Maybe we'll be going into a gauntlet without Ranger Strides. What a nice world that would be, huh? Especially for you.
It would be very, very nice. Though Dynamo match can be fun. I'm very sad that it was not actually streamed. Day one of EU Nats, we had uh, a mirror match of Diana. Game one took 40 minutes. And I think it's the best Diana game I've ever played.
That's crazy. You heard it here first, man. Diana can be good as long as it goes 40 minutes. I mean, at that point, it boils down to it just being an ally matchup, basically, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Like an ally
exactly. And
matchup.
I love the ally mirror match.
Oh, interesting. So you want to go back to like Wind Allies Ascent Houston times, or not that far? Not
I was not actually playing for
Houston's.
Ascent Houston, but like my first Nats present was on Water Allies to Norris.
Ooh, okay. So Cabin's deck was kind of a sweet treat for you, wasn't it? Then that
Yeah,
he topped with Water Allies.
it's the kind of list that I looked around a lot. I decided not to play it because it had some very bad matchups, including Siryu,
Mhm.
including Ablation. But obviously, it was very good against Diana, so it worked out very well for them.
Yep. It did get the qualifying spot directly to Worlds, and that's what matters. But hey, you also did pretty darn well, and you're also in for Gauntlet. So,
And there's still
not to
someone
be.
Cardless sub open. Don't forget everyone to watch Southeast Asian ads in.
Yes.
It's not next week; it's the week after, right?
I think it's actually next week.
I'd have to
Uh,
double check. So we have our
cause
matchups here.
yeah,
We'll
we already
have
had do that.
on the left, you'll have Fire Xiao-Chan. Pretty classic, just full burn.
I mean, yeah, yep. Love to see it. It was kind of out of the meta for a bit because people were super focused on just playing aggro Diana and playing fire Diana if they're gonna be playing fire. So it's nice to see it come back, piloted by Rosie, up against everyone's beloved deck, Fire Luxem Xander.
Ooh, that is perfect for me then.
Yep, yep.
Let's
It's gonna
see.
be a fun.
Let me judge the deck list. Well, first off, I already see in the material deck we have Prism Spire Scepter, which is not what I usually play. I do love the Nefarious Timepiece,
Mm,
which in most ways is worse, but that's kind of the intention, right? Being able to put 5 down instead of 3 sometimes makes a huge difference.
yep.
So I see why people would play the Spire. I love the timepiece.
You love putting down cards, which is kind of the whole point of this deck, right?
Then we have the cheeky one alien in the main board. I also love that card. It's the new unique
Oh,
allies for Luxem that whenever you recover, it gets extra attack for the turn, equal to the amount you recovered. And if you recover 4 or more in one go, you it gets unblockable.
it's so good. Now, the cool part about this, is that even if you're at 0 damage counters and you recover, she still gets buffed.
She still
She's
gets
so
the
good.
buff. And the deck list itself has no native way of recovering enough for the unblockable. But that's why you have Serene Spirit, right? Why use Serene
Yeah.
Spirit to heal, to not die, when you can use Serene Spirit to deal lethal damage?
Exactly. Why bother with that when you can just one shot? And you see there on the left the Rosie with her custom token, her Spirit Shard token that you can buy as advertised here on stream. Oh, this is gonna be a fun matchup. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
Let me look at it. Really depends how many tech pieces the Xander player has. We do have 4 in-cap main boards, pretty standard. 3 top C decrees main board. So I think I'm gonna give that to the Xander player. Top C decree is just so good against Xiaoshan, right?
Yep. Oh, Topsy Decree is too good. It's such
No,
a
no,
good
the
card.
card is just good enough.
I think. Okay, let me amend my statement. In Fire Xander, Fire Luxem Xander, it is a really good card. Oh,
I
but
think
that is an
Xander's.
awesome
Oh, that's
opening
a good
from
start. Yeah, that's a
Trophy.
great start from Xiaoshan.
Yeah, having the Firebloom Flourish and Fractal. Oh, that is perfect. Immediately off to peak. You know, this might be the game that she needed. This is the opener she needed to run away with the game here.
And the other big thing about Fire Xander is we do see the 2 gentle respites in hand right now that are essentially dead because Xiaoshan will never have more cards than you.
There is no way, especially with a Firebloom Flourish already on board. She doesn't want that.
What else do we have? So we are on Sadie, also not that common for Xander deck list. It's very useful whenever you're expecting allies on the other side, especially small ones like the Windmill Engineers. Oh, second Firebloom Flourish. That is exactly what you want to see as Xiao-Chan. This is your perfect game.
Yeah, but holy moly, it's gonna be fun.
Exploit vulnerability to level up. This is one of the biggest upgrade that Xandor has had. Being able to play your card neutral draw cards does nothing card on turn 1 is such a big difference. So many new Xander players try to go like juggle knives turn 1 and
Yep.
completely forget that the draw part is
Last.
last bonus, the 1 damage is not.
Yep.
Everyone has made. I have made that mistake way too many times.
Yep. I think anyone who has ever played Luxu Xander has made the mistake before. So exploit vulnerability just goes around that beautifully, and it is also a removal if you need it.
Ooh,
So
we
it's
find an Angelic Channeling. That helps a lot.
it depends on what is in Seiyuku's hand, because I don't think I see a lot of Luxem cards there.
That is an ally, I think. Oh no, in Syracuse, yeah. You can maybe. Ooh, there is the Return to the
Oh,
Archive though.
return. It's the spicy, also new tech for Xander. Draw some cards off of the Mercenary's Blade.
Yeah, Mercenary Blade, you can get out of your material deck by paying a prep counter. Prep counters are normally in Xander deck list almost useless.
Yeah.
And did we top deck the? No, that is not a dungeon guide. That is Crystallized Destiny.
Ooh, it would be really good, but not in this matchup because the Archon has so many little chips that this is not gonna be too relevant here. Ooh.
Oh, we're gonna incap the Shimmering Refraction, making not only denying the damage, but denying the card draw. Shimmering Refraction, cast from memory, is probably the best incap target that you have in the deck.
Yep, especially on level 1, you only have to pay 2 for the end cap. So it is gone. unfortunate. But that was a really nice way of sequencing from Rosie because she didn't lose too much value here.
That is the scepter, I think. Those sleeves are very, very glittery and shiny.
Yeah, I think it might be a nullifying mirror, the CPR version.
Oh, is it? Maybe. The counter on it is the
True,
it's
you're
Everflame
right.
Staff. It's Everflame Staff,
It's
obviously.
Everflame
That's
staff.
why
It's
there's the
also
counters.
yeah, also a nice CSR, but it is a staff. You're absolutely right. The counters do make a lot more sense now.
So it's that big the big decisions you have to make as a burn deck is, do you push more damage or do you go for the other tech pieces? It's a big gamble, essentially. Do you push for more damage with a staff, or do you get the sensor to deny the floating memory that's been in the graveyard? Or do you even go for the fire essence bubble? That's also a very interesting proposition. Less so now that you have two Firebloom Flourish, so you're drawing back to 4 every turn. But Xander always has the useful trick of, if you don't get the Fire Essence bubble early enough, they can always just release in response to your mentalization, so you can never crack it.
Oh yeah. That is true. It was a tech for a really, really long time, but then decks started becoming more aggressive, so that is a riskier play to do now. Although you're right that Seiyuku also doesn't have a Luxem site, so he it is his safest bet to recover here and deny the card drop from Rosie.
And we did find a dungeon guide, so we are safe enough here for now. We have no Luxem cards, which is very disappointing, but there's 2 incaps in hand, there's a dungeon guide, so we have breathing room for a little while.
Yeah, definitely. I would argue it's a bit more than just a little breathing room, considering that the incaps will stop most of the damage that Rosie has right now. The Everflame staff requiring the other cards to deal damage to get more counters. Although there is 3 refinement counters on it already, right? So actually,
There's 3,
doesn't
and
matter.
there's always the Firebloom Flourish just stacking it up, right? You don't need to actually
Oh,
play
true.
anything to get value out of it in this deck.
True. Firebloom and Firebloom Flourish is good. Slowly
Last
and
card in
fast.
hand for Rosie. Oh, that's the Omnidex promo Acolyte of Cultivation, right?
You might just be right. I think so.
Acolyte, very aggressive ally. It costs 2 less if you've played a spell this turn, which Zero-chan loves to do.
she she does. It is kind of her whole deal.
Mainboard
Infernal
Vessels.
Vessel. Oh,
So now it's a race for Xander to find the Excalibur for it. Maybe even Lineage Release right here in response to it.
yeah.
Yeah, and we do. It turns off your creative shocks, so you have fewer chances of actually finding the Excalibur, but buys you some more time.
Infernal Vessel also just entirely shuts off Luxem sites and Alien as well. So
We
that
have
is
none of that for
this
now.
true. Unfortunately, Seiyuku has none of it right now, so he does have a little bit of breathing room to take care of this 0 cost Infernal Vessel. Oh, ho ho. A lot of things. Scathing Seminary, I believe, coming
That
out.
would be correct.
And Rosie is not was not balanced, I believe, when she played the seminary.
It's not the Serenity, it's the other, what's he called? It's the Cremator that deals damage
Okay,
out of
Cremator.
turn if you have no
Yes,
cards in hand.
which is a lot better, given that she has no cards in hand. You're right. They're so similar. Yeah, Cremator dealing 2 here and swinging for 2, so 4 damage from that alone. Having the Fractal of Sparks finally, so if Rosie has a Searing Rebuke, that could be a nearly lethal turn coming up.
Desperately digging. We find a Resolute Stand, which is probably not worth playing ever. You do block the 2 damage from the Cremator, but I don't think that's worth a full card in this matchup.
I have to agree with you. This is not the game where that's gonna be generating you any value really. But there
Ooh,
it is.
Searing Rebuke in response to the Xander trigger. And that will get encapped.
Yep. There's it giving more opportunities for Sayuko to put cards down into memory. Unfortunately for Sayuko, that does not mean much value here. Given
Striking
that
Illuminance is the first card we see.
up, he just drew his Striking Illuminance. First Luxem card.
Stady showing her value here will be able to clear the Cremator and get back all the cards.
Yep. Sayuko showing that, yep, CD trigger. And there's the 1 damage from Fractal Sparks. And cracking the Everflame Staff for 4 more damage, putting Sayuko up to 15.
Which is
And agility.
much, much closer than he would like to be, probably.
Yeah, especially given that he doesn't have his spirit anymore. That is life-threateningly close to lethal. The thinking. Yeah, this is a hard spot. What would you materialize here?
Grand Cruisering is always decent, right? It's a way of finding maybe more than one burn spell in the turn. Oh, there's Shimmering Refraction. There's another Searing Rebuke, I think, maybe.
Yeah. The good thing about going down to 3 influence every turn is that you do get to draw 2 cards off of the Fire Bloom Flourish. There's the Shimmering Refraction, a swaying, dealing 4 damage here if it resolves.
5. There's also the Spirit
Oh,
Fragment
the Spirit
from the
Shard.
Spirit.
You're right.
Yeah.
What that is 5 damage.
I think that has to get encapped, right? It's override, right? The average Xiaochan card deals 3-4 damage. So that's probably worth an encap.
This is worth the second incap. And also, you also note that Rosie doesn't have enough cards in hand to play anything else, and only 2 Glimmer counters means that.
Oh, but we take it.
Wow. With
I think that
Infernal
might
Vessel on board as well?
it might be just looking to try and find the Chalice of Blood.
Mm, that is true. That would allow Seiku to draw more cards at the beginning of his turn. Oh yeah, but Acolyte is not something that Sayuko has an answer for.
No answers to that, and then the Fractal Sparks will spell lethal.
Yep. Really unfortunate for Sayuko. I don't think he has anything. He could. True.
You
Wait.
can
He does
resolute. You
have
can
the
resolute
Resolute.
stand,
He can Resolute stand that.
which is also very risky because then we altcast it, so we lose the
Okay.
draw from that.
So there's a Chalice of Blood coming next turn. 100%.
The problem
Right?
is you're so low on influence, even with a Chalice of Blood, you're just risking dying next turn.
Yeah. Wait, Rosie's level 2?
Is she? No, there's
She
only
she
level 1 decklist, right?
you're right.
The extra counters are from Firebloom Flourish also gives limited counters.
Oh, see, I'm so used to just it being a value enough card as it is that I
It
forget
draws and it deals damage and it gives limit
and it
counter. It
gives
deals
your
everything for
counter.
the deck.
You're right. Because that's crazy. It's such a
We
good
found
card.
Alien and Excalibur, but the Excalibur is not only a little too late, there's no Luxem site to get any value out of it.
Yep. Yep. And with the Infernal Vesper, that alien can't even be buffed anymore because you recover X minus 3, which is 0. Yeah, that you're right. What would you even Excalibur here? There's nothing that you can Excalibur for value.
You can Excalibur the Fractal of Spark in response to a Searing Rebuke to make sure you don't die.
That is that is the best option here. Which
So
is
next turn we can Dungeon Guided Sadie to clear the Acolyte. We still have an end cap in hand. But then we take
yeah.
2 damage from the Firebloom Flourish and 1 damage from the Fractal Spark. Yeah, you just need to... No, because you don't even draw this turn because of the Resolute Stance, so you have no way of just surviving this. You're dead on
You're
board no
dead.
matter what you do.
Exactly, because the Chalice of Blood was already used to draw the Alien and Excalibur. As predicted. Drawing 2. It's yeah, there's just nothing you can do at this point. I don't think he can even draw a card anyway.
Yeah, that should be game. So
Yeah.
another quick little optimization. We have used it earlier in the rounds. The first level 3 turn, the Xander player chose not to reveal his memory. In fact, first off, always call your trigger because you need to. But then it's may reveal. You can maybe force your opponent to play something in response of what you do. And just, bluffing having something in memory.
Yeah.
But also being able to not reveal, like here, if you're going to lose anyway, you can just not reveal and not show your tech pieces to your opponent, right? Maybe you don't want to show them that you have alien in the deck.
Yeah.
So we're trying to Excalibur the Vessel and Cindergeist in response, and that is game.
Yep, that is unfortunately game over. Not game over, just game 1 going to Rosie, but that doesn't mean that it's a round over yet. Let's go into the sideboards. Alright, Bunny, as the Fire Luxem enthusiast, would you like to dive into Seiyuku's sideboard with me?
So you have some tech pieces for the very slow matchups, like Void Slug for the Regal Inquisitions and Tabula of Salvage. Probably expecting a lot of Water Gin or something in this meta. The Safeguard Amulet will be very good in this matchup. And then the one Topsy Decree is also amazing. The big question is if there's enough stuff to remove to put in the Crystallize. Probably, just maybe the Resolute Stance. Otherwise, not a lot to change. The interesting questions are more on the other side. Amber Crypt Burn is already in the deck list, but there's an extra one in the sideboard, which is always good, right? Sniping Floating Memory is always super useful. The big question...
action card.
Yeah, also assassin action cards. The more interesting question is the Restoring Ambers. If Jose thinks it's worth playing or not. It's a card that can recover up to 6, so sometimes you just cut yourself just short of lethal. But is that possibility worth, lowering the amount of burn cards in your deck.
That is the big question, because if the game goes on long, then you'd really, really need it. But you also want to win fast enough where you don't come to a point that where you need it. Luckily, Rosie does have some room to experiment with it, so she could absolutely just not put it in for this game and then see how it goes and then put it in for game
I
3.
definitely see a couple of cards in there that are clearly there because they're liked and not because they're the optimal slots in the deck. I see one of Gildus Chronicler Oasa, which to me hints that there's probably a CSR there that we just haven't seen yet.
Damn body.
And then
It's
I
just a
see
pretty girl, okay?
it's a nice card. I love the card, but also it's not usually in Xiao Chan deck list, right? And then I also see a one of Embertail Squirrel.
Oh wait, I love Everytail Scroll. It was the first foil I opened ever of Grand Archive. But that is a bold choice in this deck list. So you're right, there is some spot to swap some cards out. And it's a class bonus. Wait, yeah, the on attack is a class bonus. I just looked it up to double check and make sure it is indeed.
Sometimes maybe just having a 2-cost ally is what you need for balance reasons, I suppose. It probably does not play too bad in the deck. It's just not the most optimal cards.
Yeah. I mean, I think that she's going more for the balance, playing more into the balance aspect of scaling seminary and clerics than anything else, which would make sense, like you said, for the 2-cost ally.
I want to see
Ooh,
more balance cards. Balance is my favorite mechanic in the game.
It is amazing. But you know what else is amazing? Ignideus. Leveling up immediately here.
I honestly might have encapped that.
Wait, it does have an incap. That is interesting. This is so much tempo for Rosie. There's the glowering immediately.
Yeah, and there's a Fireboom Flourish in hand too.
Sorry. Yeah, is it? It's a Ravenous Pyre. My bad. My apologies.
Discard the Gentle Respite that will not get any value this game.
Makes sense.
And then hopefully find more Luxem cards this game than we did on the other one.
Yeah. Especially given that a lot of the cards were good, but not good enough in this matchup to be played. Oh, okay. Wait, we're good. Interesting that there is still Resolute Stands in the deck. The Acolyte and Ashford Cremator combo really scared Seiyuku here, keeping those Resolute Stands in the deck.
You know, I think I would have bought them both. I think you're desperately digging for both Luxem Sight and Excalibur to deal with the vessel. And I think that's all you want to find.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with having an angelic channeling in hand. You would I know that he's gonna draw those two, but now he, instead of digging deeper, he draws two cards that he knows are going to only going to be useful later. Oh, it's only drawing one card as well because he only has the striking in hand already. Oh
Yeah,
no.
also deciding to keep cards open for this turn. Probably just the incap, right? You want to have an assassin action for your graveyard.
Yeah.
And just passing the turn again. Very early Infernal Vessel from Rosie here.
So the illuminance that is left on the board for the viewers that don't quite know or haven't seen angelic channeling yet, it is there because angelic channeling will have to bring that specific card back from banishment. So it's just there, left there with an indicator that is banished for channeling, angelic channeling.
Very bad position for Xander here. Opponent played no action cards, so nothing to incap. So we're going for the slow backup charger. The other option here was you can always use Creative Shock to discard an assassin card, just to have something to bring back. But instead we choose the slow way, which is fine. We're not under too much pressure, right? We only took 2 damage yet. And we have the turbocharge in hand. And that is actually the great line for you. That way you get the incap in your graveyard, so you have something to bring back with the level 2. We find the dungeon guide. And we use turbocharge to put cards down just to be able to level up next turn. So in a fairly good spot right now.
Oh, Rosie reading Incapacitate to make sure that she knows exactly how she can play around it. What you do in this situation, Xander? Like you said, probably gonna be using the turbocharge here to put some cards down. But then, how would you proceed with the hand you have right now, knowing that Rosie has an answer to almost everything? Infernal Vessel already on board.
You dig for your Excalibur. That's the thing that at least Xander is very good at, digging.
True. And Luxura's map just immediately grabs it for you.
It is very slow though.
True.
It comes in hindered, and then it puts the memory at slow speed. So you get your Excalibur 3 turns after leveling up. Second Firebloom Flourish. Again, quite a good game for Rosie. It is such a different deck playing Farzad-chan with or without the Firebloom Flourish.
The Rosie is living the best life. Honestly, I'm really happy for her. This is great. Double Fire Bloom into double Fire Bloom against Fiza. Yep. There's the level up into the Xander 2 from the Creative Shock and Angelic Channeling.
And then we'll see the dungeon guide. And then the real Luxem game can start. Don't forget the 2 damage from the Embers. The Pyre.
Yep. The level up. Every time champion your opponent controls levels up, they take 2 damage. If Mordred was a popular deck, you would see so many more Diao-chans.
Would you? Because at the same time, Xiaoshan does not have any good answers to Mordred, right? Like,
That's
yes,
also
the Pyre is good, but you don't have good answers to just being swung at.
Then people would be playing Arisana. Spell Shield Astra every big swing, and still have Ravenous Pyre. Fire Arisana.
Ooh, valuing the Sadi very highly. Preferring to lose the Topsy Decrease instead on your level up. So we lose Topsy and Exploit Vulnerability.
Wait, did Sayuko lose both of his Topsies then, or does he still have one?
I think the other Topsy is still in memory. But he put both down for level up, I think.
Ooh, no, there's one at least in hand. There's two.
Okay,
Wait,
you
no,
have one
there's
in
one
hand.
and two in caps. Holy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of defensive options there. So we'll be
That's
able
good.
to survive a while. Question is,
Yep.
will we find something with that?
I am very interested to see.
Now, choosing where to put the striking units,
Yeah.
and be
Yes,
bottom
that
that.
is.
Yeah. Very,
That's
very,
what.
very reasonable. Again, like I said, you want Excalibur and Luxem Sight, and that's it.
Yeah, it is the play in this matchup. I. Oh, there's a Lost Providence that was materialized, activated, I presume. Yes. Just got confirmation from the judge that it is indeed. Ooh, nullifying mirror coming out. Rosie is not looking to be forced to put any cards down. Unfortunately, it does not stop the element bonus part
I
of.
think you mean, fortunately, that would just kill Xander completely.
True. I mean, unfortunately for Rosie, fortunately for Seiyuku, right? I So it's not a
Second Fractal
one-stop shop.
Spark. We're getting ready for the big Searing Rebuke. Or just playing now this is the Skating Seminary. And we are
Yeah.
balanced.
This is a cleric player's dream. Your favorite mechanic being active.
What is that? That's a Gildas in hand.
Is it?
We do have
It
the
is!
Gildas in hand.
It is the one of Gildas. I was so locked in looking for a CSR that I didn't even realize.
Prism Spire Scepter, interesting. So here we decide to draw cards instead of.
Ooh, exploit
Or
vulnerability is not an incap.
we just want to put the Lightweaver's Assault down?
Might just be it.
Start to do damage?
I mean,
Because we have
looking at it.
Sadie. We have Sadie to deal with the Seminary.
Looking at Rosie's board, you want to start dealing damage as much as you can right now. There's so many things on that board. The Everflame Staff is still there. 2 Fire Bloom Flourishes. 2 Fractal Sparks. A Scathing Seminary. Nullifying Lantern. And the Ravenous Pyre, which at this point is just a Fractal, but we haven't seen
Oh,
more
we
than
found the
one
sec.
Fractal. Oh,
So
this
we're
is
just
just skill.
one turn short from lethal, right?
Yeah, wait, actually.
You have
Seiyuku's
8
influence is
influence,
a
you go
little
to
bit
9.
higher.
Or you go. Is there a lethal line here? You need to do 19. You need to do 14. If you play like Sadie. Sadie into Lightweaver's Assault, you deal 3 damage face with your allies, you go to 8. And then you have 7 cards down. You go to 15, 17. No, you're 2 damage off. You do not have lethal this turn.
So close. So close.
So close.
But there are 2 Topsies, which is
There are 2
so
Topsies, so you can survive next turn.
yep. There's a guarantee that there is at least one more turn for Seiyuku.
Crystallized Destiny. AD to deal with the Seminary.
Yep, there it is. Ooh.
Agility Trigger brings everything back. And then you just need to survive this one turn, and then probably get Chalice of Blood and go for the kill.
Yep, and it's not impossible. You just play your Topsy Decree after you already went up to 20, and so you don't take any more damage from Rosie, and survive one more turn.
We got Impact Hammer out.
Back in the danger zone for Sayuku because can't have both. Oh, Glowing Conflagration, I believe.
Yeah, that will definitely earn a Topsy Decree, I think.
Mm, mm, that has to because 2, 4, 6, 7 damage coming in from that.
Oh no, we choose
Incap.
for the Incap instead.
All right. Seiku still wants to take some damage to go to 20.
Vengeance coming in for possibly 7 damage. And you cannot crystallize Destiny that because there is still 2 Fractal of Sparks on board.
Mm. But at least Seiku does still have the. He can still lineage release to recover.
You can
Serene
lineage
is
release
still
and
on
recover
board.
3. There's still the Vessel on board, but Vessel does not block all of the damage. So you take 7 to 23, you release to 20. You're
And
good
then
for
Fractal
Chalice of Blood.
Sparks is. Oh wait, but he has to do it before because
You have to do it before. If you try to do it after you die the Fractal Sparks. Or you
yes.
force
No.
your opponent to... Well, you force your Topsy Decree out of hand.
True. All
Take
right.
the
Seems
damage.
that's it. Let it go through.
Oh, there's still the Everflame Staff too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Rosie can do in response. Oh no, wait. Okay, no, it seems
And the
that that
concession.
is.
Yep, that is the
Yeah.
concession.
Sayuki realizing that Rosie has more responses on board than he has answers to, I believe. Because Everflame Staff. He only had four cards in hand, I believe. 4 or 5 cards, which is not enough for double Topsy Decree. He can only recover 3. So he would recover down to 20 and then still have to sequence everything in a way where Sayuku can still. Yeah, there was no good
You'd
way of
be
playing
dead
it.
to something out of memory on your Materialize.
Yeah, there's no way, and Rosie would just sequence her spells in a way where she forces Sayuku to play every answer. So it was a tough game for Sayuku here, but I'm I'm very biased here, Bonnie. I'm sorry, but I'm glad that Rosie won. I love her setup and I love her art, and I love that she has this blinked out the Outron deck. That'd be one of the most traumatic decks that I ever played against.
Fire Challenge is always a deck that is, not the best deck in format, but always viable. It just comes out of nowhere. People aren't always completely decked for it because you can't just you'd be putting too much into your deck to try and deal with Zhao-Chan. And so she always has a spot just sniping people out of the meta like this.
Absolutely. She is notorious for just 1-2 punching you if you're not prepared enough. And I think that's the magic of aggro is that it's always going to be around, and I think people will always forget to fully prepare for it. And it's the deck that can absolutely just gotcha you out of nowhere.
And it's also the other reason it's not too present in the meta is that it's always die roll, right? You, like I mentioned earlier, you need to find those Fire Bloom Flourishes, and it makes such a big difference.
Yeah, oh my gosh, absolutely. It's tough. It's
And
tough when your
we've
opponent has
seen what the
double.
deck can do when you find two of them every game.
Exactly. It's you kind of just have to accept your fate at that point. If you see double Fire Blue Flourish at the opposing side, you're like, oh well, um, no matter what happens here, I'm probably dead. They will always have an influence of 4.
Yep, and that's playing against someone that draws 2-3 times as many cards as you do is so hard to do as a control deck.
Yeah.
See, and
Oh.
obviously we didn't see the perfect lines. What's actually funny is that if we kept the striking moves, we might have been able to kill on that turn instead. Thinking about it. Obviously, we were digging for the Excalibur and the Luxem site, and I approve the decision. But looking back at the game, the striking might have been lethal.
Oh my god, wait! You're so right! Because there was not much on board. Wow. I think in the moment it was definitely the right decision. It was just the outcomes, the long term outcomes were unexpected.
And that's why Luxem Xander is such a hard deck to play. Just so many micro decisions that don't seem right or wrong from the get go, but just like you win and lose the game essentially by how you glimpse at the start of the game. I always say.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we have a Zhao-Chan advancing 2 into the tournament. Pretty good start. You always feel good at the start of the day, especially in a 6 round tournament like this. Starting 2-0, you're basically halfway there.
Yeah, actually, because how regionals work, I believe this is top 8.
It is top 16.
Top 16, that's even better. Yeah, then
Top
Rosie is in a
16
really good spot.
top 16 out of 60 player is much easier to do.
But it's also not game over for Luxem Xander here either.
It is not
So
game over. Top 16 for let me pull up a quick calculator. I think top 16 out of 60 is something like 4-2 definitely makes it. Someone might be lucky at like 1 point less than that if they get a couple of ties.
thank God you're good at math. Thanks, Bonnie. I appreciate it a lot.
This is not mad. This is just playing a lot of tournaments and seeing how they often apply.
Oh, I've been playing and looking at tournaments for a long, long time now, but I still have no idea how the math works.
No, this is telling me that 4-2 is the cutoff on average.
All
Of course,
right.
Matt always gets weirder with like all the top tables IDing, and especially for top 16, there will be a lot of IDing in the last round, I think. But 4-2 is more or less what you're aiming at today.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not unreasonable, and it once again still means that Seiyuku is not out yet.
No, you're never out this early.
So it's reassuring to see. Because, you know, sometimes you play at a store championship, you lose one, and then you're immediately out, and it feels so bad. So it's always good to know and good to be reassured that at least at the regionals, that is not the case. You're still fine.
I've never actually had the experience of a big store champ like that. Like my region is unfortunately fairly small, so all the store champs are like the biggest we've had is 12. With a top cut, that means that one loss and you can still be in, right? We have
Yeah.
about that was a quick round. Obviously, when you have fire aggro, that's always a very quick round. But we have about 15 minutes left, so we'll be taking a quick break. Be right back to you in the next round with Clem and Needful.
Yeah. Thank you for watching so far. Don't go anywhere.
I'll let you bring us back.
I don't know when we're back. Oh no.
No, we're not back yet.
Hello,
we're
everybody,
live.
and welcome back to round 3 of the Magic Stronghold Regionals. I'm Clem, and I'm back with Needful in a very jolly mood. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So we'll just wait on that live. Man, this is being able to see the last round, being able to see fire fire fractals do some work is actually really cool to see. On top of being able to see Rosie's setup every time. It just looks so good.
Is it just me, or does Rosie's setup remind you of a Mahjong player?
You know, yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right.
It's amazing. I love it. I saw it, and one of my group chats is called Mahjong Club, so I immediately sent it there. It was like, guys, this is Mahjong.
Listen, all I know is I need to order some tokens because those tokens are they're so pretty. They're so cute too. I just need a set of those and just use them for my own stuff.
Yeah, but it's amazing. And don't forget that you can actually buy those tokens. You can see them in the description for the live stream, and once we get into the game on the sidebar as well, it's rosieggz.com/shop.
I've already looked at stuff and I've already got a. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I asked for my wife's like, "What do you want for your birthday?" I'm like,
Wait, when's your birthday, Needful? When's your birthday? Important.
it's October, so
Well, I thought your birthday was coming up. My birthday
nah,
is the 29th of June, so I was like, are we
nah.
20?
I'm way farther down. But I said I want a custom card, so I was like, "That's what I want. I want a custom spirit."
That makes sense.
So
All
that's
right.
and it does look like we have deck lists up. So we are going to be looks like we are going to see a Gembu. So I'm really excited this against we are seeing a Rye, a Spirit of Wind Rye going in.
Hey, it's looking really, really interesting. It's Song on Goja Stereo versus all right, Trungy Wongy on Windry.
Listen, this is a weird matchup, but normally I'd be like, this is gonna be like kind of difficult to kind of say what's gonna happen or what the matchup is. But weirdly enough, this is actually one I gotta hear it from Hayuka directly of how he feels about this matchup. And I will say it is not easy. This is probably one of Rye's hardest matchups in the game to play through.
Yeah, and this is the one where Rai is presented with his own greatest weapon, Arcane Arcane Blast.
Correct. And it is just there is a lot of situations where you're kind of in this weird kind of stalemate situation where if they flip Gembu, you always have to risk can the Gembu come in for lethal? And then the Gembu's got to be like, well, do they have like a spell shield arcane to get around this to stop it? Do they draw a bunch of cards? So you kind of get this weird like arms race situation happening as this game progresses. So we're gonna see how they navigate it, and we're gonna see what the out's
Okay.
gonna be.
I just saw Goja and I thought it was Seiryu immediately, which is my bad. Because kind of, I'm here in Fargo for the summer. So in my defense, all the Gojas I see are wind.
So what you're telling me is all the players in
Breathless.
Fargo are not
Yeah,
playing
yeah,
the best Guojia.
yeah. I'm here playing with Bratus and T-Lux. But they just have the beautiful snake dragon out. Yeah.
I remember that T-Lux guy. Yeah, definitely not playing the best deck right now.
Mm. Oh, this is where the pain begins.
Yep, and we're seeing a very standard opening here. Seeing the first mill, obviously hitting something we want to draw. Kind of the typical Gembu play.
Yep. It's you love to but hate to see it at the same time.
Yep, and
Especially with
interesting
the
enough.
Sorry, with Thurble being forced to be banished here, Trungy Wungy is starting off on quite the back foot.
Oh yeah, this is a matchup where Thurble comes in clutch in this matchup. But unfortunately, when playing Winrai, you're kind of forced to use the Thurble a little bit earlier because the next 3 turns are pretty much going to be Rye level 1, Rye level 2, Rye level 3.
Yup. Did you catch if we banish some banish some arcane cards or not?
I did not. I saw the flip and I saw it very briefly, so I did not get to see what it was. I'll be honest, I was looking for the name rather than probably looking at the color of the card.
Hey, that's very fair. Usually, that's more important. I think this is a matchup where whatever it is, it's irrelevant as long as it is arcane.
Very true.
Yeah,
Very
4
true.
copies of every card. And you see all 4 copies because you're Windry. Level up happening.
And that for sure is 1
Erratic.
arcane. Ooh.
Okay, that's 2 arcane because he put Erratic Bolt into a little pile of, a separate pile. So that is 2 arcane cards now. Careful study going out. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I felt your oof.
Oh yeah, and then following it up with we're already say, of course, already having Gembu, already having one of the penguins out, one of the polar depths is already threatening enough. And now being able to lose one of our best ways to get influence up is going to be a lot scarier here. Especially going in with this Gembu's engines already starting to set up pretty well.
Yeah, but wind is famously the best element to play against fractals, with having quite a few cards on its own that can destroy fractals, but I don't think I see any here. However, you know what I see in this deck list that I'm really excited about if Charangi can find him? Sasha. Sasha is so good against the penguin.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's part of the reason why we're running it in here. A very important card for this matchup. So if we see it, if we can draw into it, it's going to be incredibly powerful. But I think the goal first, got to get to 3, got to set up, and then we can get there.
Yup. Oh, Tempestuous Seraphim being banished is not too awful in this matchup, although it would be really nice once that Gembu starts attacking into you, right? It kind of just is a one-shot bye-bye Gembu card.
And opting for the book here first means either one of 2 things. Either we do not have enough arcane yet to really make it worth it, or we want to kind of make this level 3 turn when we go a little bit more combo potential by being able to swap out that book for the Tome of Sayer Lightning.
Yep. Tome is really good because it's basically... Wow. I was gonna say it's basically a Seiryu, and as I thought about it, I was like, it is, but it's just not the same.
It just doesn't flip into a dragon.
Yeah, it is basically a Seiryu without the dragon and the Arcane Blast generation.
Oh, and here the
Ooh.
Fractal Rain coming down, so that engine even more online.
Trungi needs to see that Sasha right now, because that's Fractal Rain being imbued here with the with the Gambu Fate Stone on board and a Polar Depths means that Song has so many ways to close this game out.
Whoops, it looks like we were just having a quick judge call, just mainly asking more about the card play. Pretty sure it asking more of the situation of if we do not have 2 life, do we still recover down? Yes, you can still, as long as it is not a cost, you can still recover more than you've taken. It's just if it is like for something like Innervate and you're required to pay for as a cost, then you cannot do it. Is the best way to word it.
Yep. And luckily here, it is exactly how it works.
3 visits, absolutely insane card for Rye now.
It
One
has
of the main
been.
reasons
The
for the
ride
win.
just hasn't been insane.
Yeah. Speak for
Okay,
yourself.
Hyoka. He's different, okay? We don't count Hyoka as the meta. Okay, he's one unstoppable man with a great knowledge.
I need that unstoppable man with great knowledge to go be unstoppable somewhere else. Not at locals.
You know what? I think that's fine. He needs the slime practice. He hasn't played enough into slime sleepball.
Oh, listen, that might be the one man in the world who has more slime practice in the Rye matchup than anybody else.
Yeah. Oh, the Tajigan is so good. I'm curious to see how many arcade cards we're gonna be seeing banished here. What's your guess? Is it 2?
I'm gonna
For
say
2?
0 because I think we're about to see the negate come out here. Yep.
Oh. Okay, next turn then, when the guaranteed level up is happening with 3 cards in memory.
I'm gonna guess 2. Unless we drew a bunch of arcane, but I think it'll probably be 2. Yep, and we're seeing the safety amulet come out.
It's okay. It's only for 1 turn, and 11 minus 4 is still 7. So, as long as it's an arcane... Oh, there's an arcane blast in the grave already. That's unfortunate. It's minus 1 arcane blast for later.
And we did see the Gembu did mill the Resonating Fugue. Luckily, we got a Fracturize for Floating Memory, so that is nice to get. But losing the Fugue means that is one less option here. But I think the goal was still probably most likely the mill up plan is probably what we're on, trying to get that last ping one.
Yeah, this is where Sasha would be amazing to see.
And we did see the Lantern come out, but it looks like the Mustang is in hand. Sure enough, there it is.
Unfortunately, Windrai is famous for being wind and not having fracturizes to protect the lantern.
You are correct. Not often you see Winrai run Fracturize.
Yeah, and I don't understand why. You know, it's such a good card that
Ooh,
maybe
we only had
Windrai should run. Oh, I
one
was wrong.
arcane.
You were wrong, and I was wrong. Somehow we both ended up being wrong. So, if any viewers are wondering, like me, what the little Rai coin there next to Rai means, it signifies whether the level 2 ability has been used or not. Which is really smart, because I think that is the #1 forgotten Rai trigger.
Well, I mean, when it's not on like the card, like on that level 3, because it's inherited, it's hard to remember. As somebody who never misses their triggers.
You never miss your triggers, never miss your Lost Providence. You're the perfect Grand Archive player.
I will go that far. And we did see the Primordial Ritual come out to go ahead and tank that Mustang, it looks like.
Oh, and there is the Lost Providence. There is at least someone that doesn't forget it. And that being Chungy Wungy. Apparently, he also has a lot of experience on Rai. He plays nothing but Rai and is a Vancouver local. So, we're not dealing with an amateur Rai player here.
You're not dealing with that run of the mill rise. You've got that. We've got the elite of the elite.
Notably, Song is also a Vancouver local, so on the other hand, he has a lot of experience into Windrai, like you, Needful. He's just like you.
Yeah, and this is where I think things are now reaching. The best way to put it is we are now going to go into a Cold War situation here, where both these decks have everything online. They are essentially just kind of one card away from ending the game, but they have to be a little careful. Because if they throw out the cards a little bit too early, that does give their opponent generally the option to try to close this back out.
Yup. Now does I was gonna what my question was gonna be, does Trungi play Chime? He does not. Which is Honestly, fair. Trime is a good card, but it's a bit way too slow.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like Gamma where we can kind of just mill at fast speed. It kind of makes it a little bit difficult to be able to put it out and keep it safe from a Fracturize. There's just a lot of layers you have to do to keep it safe.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even if you manage to suppress it, while it's suppressed, you can still lose the game if your opponent forces you to draw. Alcahest, pretty good card.
Likely gonna.
However, yeah, what is
Yep,
it
and
gonna
we're gonna say, hey, let's get rid of the safeguard.
do?
Likely
Yeah,
popping in. I would assume popping in response just to get that protection for the turn. Give us at least another turn of Rye not saying, "All right, time to go for it."
yep. Given that Arcane Blast is slow, there's not a lot of options for Trungy to play them on Song's turn.
And we are seeing the resolution of Scry the Skies. So we are going to go ahead and look at, I think it's going to be 8 cards? 6 cards.
Oh, so the 6 is that it's total. His total level is 6. Yeah, there is only 3 arcane cards in banishment, so makes sense. But he does have 6 enlighten counters. So he can be very enlightened and draw 2 more cards. Because I believe he left 3 cards on top from Sarai Disguise.
I
Actually, you're
believe so,
right.
yes.
Yeah, actually, you're 3 cards. He can draw 3 cards. Ooh, an arcane side being banished. Lost
Popping the
Provenance.
Lost
Okay,
Provenance.
yeah, there's a lot of card draw. So, okay. Needful, as the professional opponent of Winrai, can you explain what the game plan of this deck even is? Because Strungy's drawing a lot of cards, but seemingly not doing much else.
Yeah, so there's if you're new to Winrai, which is very very likely, especially if you've gotten into Grand Archive more recently, just because there's not many players who are on this list. The main goal of Winrai here is you're gonna have 2 win cons. You're gonna have traditional, which if you've seen Fire Ride before, is gonna be using your levels to use empowered spells such as Arcane Blast to reduce the cost to do a free 11. We'll see things like Erratic Bolt that will scale off our levels to try to get in the game that way. However, the unique thing that Windride gets to do is we have I believe it should be in this. Hopefully it's in this list. I'm talking about this and it's not in there. Is we have access to Arcane Elemental, which weird enough, I actually do not think is in this list.
Yep.
But Arcane Elemental is another win con the deck did have as an option, which is an arcane ally that costs 7 to play, but reduced by every arcane card that is in banishment. And you can essentially use that as a way to play the elemental free, swing for 7, and we will use spells to essentially return it to our hand and then play it again and essentially keep looping it. In this version, we have opted to not do that. Instead, we are opting for more of the full-on Advent of the Stormcaller route, which is very similar to what FireEye is doing in that regard. Of we are going to get our levels as high as possible, Advent for the Stormcaller for as many cards as we can see off the top of our deck, and do kind of a mixture of some arcane damage off that, and then set up the top of our deck to be nothing but powerful spells. So playing Arcane Blast over and over again, playing Erratic Bolt to draw us into more Erratic Bolts. So it's essentially the best way to word it is a combo deck, is how this deck operates.
Pretty succinct. The other bonus that Wind gives here, if you're not playing the Arcane Elemental package, is, like we said, Sasha, which is a Wind ally that is a foster, actually, Wind ally, and Tempestuous Seraphim, notably, which is really good because Wind doesn't have a lot of ways to permanently deal with attacking allies, so Tempestuous Seraphim is the number 1 way to deal damage to attackers in Trungy's deck.
Yeah. And it's kind of a natural way of if you want to compare the two. FireEye is a very much all in. There is no defenses. It's more of kind of go, 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 and then hope you win. While the trade-off for wind is you are a little bit more defensive, you are a little bit slower on getting your influence up, unlike the fire, its fire brother. But being able to have those defenses is generally more important, especially in a meta like this where you could be presented with lethal in 5 different ways.
It is terrifying. Well, there is the enfeebling orb from Song being played, which is generally a really good card. However, when you look at the Trungi's board and see that he does have a Tome of Sacred Lightning, which basically lets him get a card back from his memory, card becomes significantly less impactful.
Also, I definitely missed something here on Song's board because the deck alignment, the graveyard, everything changed.
Yeah, it was just swapped around so it can be represented and seen easier on Trunk's side. I think we're not reaching um fractal polar depths yet. If you get what I'm saying, haha.
We have not milled ourselves yet, is what we're saying.
Yeah. Um. But this makes it clear to Trungi how impending his doom is.
Yep, and one thing we notice is you'll notice that the Genbu has not flipped yet. Genbu is still very much on the
Yep.
face tone side. A very big thing in this matchup is because they are wind, they do have access to a card called Ravaging Tempest, which is to banish every ally in play, meaning it does get around any interaction and a lot of pieces you would normally see Genbu use to protect that turtle. So
Yeah.
main
Well,
reason why you're not seeing it flipped.
yeah, but uh, you're saying it. We might never see it flip. Okay, enfeebling orb from Song coming out after the Tome of Sacred Lightning was used to cycle a card. This is still in response to this first Arcane Blast that is being played for 1, I believe? 2. No, 1, because the Careful Study was played earlier into an Arcane Sight that gives +1 level until end of turn.
Which do we have the second Arcane Blast, which I do think will actually take us potentially in range to get hit by an engulf here.
Yeah. Oh, wait. True. The retaliatory engulf, because its mill is so good against this deck as well because you draw so many cards. Makes Song's job a lot easier. There's the Genbu flip. I was wrong, and we do see the flip happen here. Free level up as well. Probably gonna be recovering 3 here.
The Genbu flip usually expels potentially an attack coming in, but with so few water cards in our graveyard, I'm not sure where that lethal's coming from yet. Unless we're trying to bait out the Tempest to go with the Penguin as a route.
Could be. Yeah, notably as well. Anything
Ooh,
that ooh, Unbroken Mustang on the Viridian Protective Trinket that would stop the taxation on water cards during Trungi's turn. Yeah.
let's also remember this list only runs 2 Mustangs in their main board, so
It's not
we have
both.
seen both Mustangs.
This is what we in the industry call skill.
I could not agree more. We are now at how many water? Oh, we have a lot more water than I thought. I was wrong. That's on me. Oh, the math is happening.
Oh.
Because I think we have at least 10 water in there. Potentially mill ourselves more. Get that? And I think the fear of the arcane, potentially the arcane barrier, is still in the back of our minds here.
Spell Shield Arcane is a powerful card.
Yeah, you don't want to hit. You don't want to go into Rye for 20 damage, and then they say when they go, well, I'll get 20 enlightened counters instead. Thanks for the free 6 to 7 cards.
Interesting number. I wonder why you would choose that.
Oh no! Oh no! What have I done? Why did I do this?
It's your fault, Needful. It's your fault for using that combination of numbers.
They asked me if I'm okay, and you can't say
When they
you're
ask
not.
you, are you fine? You're
You're not fine.
but you can't talk about it because they wouldn't understand.
Ooh, and we're seeing the ribbon come out. This is actually a piece for Genbu that I'm actually I quite enjoy. I know it's been kind of divisive with a lot of Genbu players on if you play this over just another way to draw. But I'm in the boat of I prefer it. Being able to put 2 extra cards in your hand is generally more important, especially when a lot of your negates start getting into the range of like engulfs that cost 3, or in some cases you have to play them for the full 6. You're needing to do multiple things in a turn, like be able to play Song of Frost into an engulf, stuff like that. So I'm a pretty big fan of Ribbon.
Yeah, Ribbon is spooky. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say talk about this earlier, but then we got caught up in penguins and an interesting amount of cards. Ravaging Tempest. If Ravaging Tempest banishes allies, the only way for Song to get Genbu back is by an Avatar of Genbu, which notably I am not seeing in his deck. So
Nope. And it's resolving. Now, part of this resolution, it will result every ally that is banished will result in a draw card. So it does give a lot of influence here. But we've essentially limited the win cons of this deck down to essentially 2. We essentially now taken it to either the mill out plan using the fractal polar depths, or I believe if we have it, which I assume we do, is going to be Stratagem Myriad Ice to wrap up this game, which both are still very terrifying, but a lot more requirement to get there. And especially losing one of those mill outlets with losing the Genbu could
yeah,
potentially make this a lot harder to get there.
it's nice to have that much influence. But the other thing is, having that many cards in hand also limits how many cards you can have in your graveyard.
You
So
are correct.
it's actually kind of working against Song this time, because it significantly reduces the amount of cards in his grave. Oh,
Oh,
second fractal, great, but yeah, we'll
oh,
have
not
to
like this.
see.
Not like
Oh
this.
no, not a
No,
third
not
one!
like
No,
this.
no, never
Oh!
mind. Never mind. The massive influence means that he has all the penguins,
And
all
you
the
see,
fractals of polar depths.
Trunky going for this, which almost the worst part is we were so close to seeing the Yuka route, which I don't know if anybody heard the story for Nats, but Yuka apparently won his match against Genbu by getting the Genbu to mill himself first, completely out, and then played Ravaging Tempest to force him to draw a card. Unfortunately, I
Oh,
don't think that's happening here.
yeah. There's nothing on his board. There's no more drawing cards.
And it looks like all 3 polar depths are being used. And I think we're holding priority potentially to put some more water cards into the graveyard. And it looks like we're just counting real quick.
I think Trunky might also be looking for a solution here, because so one of the way the stack is here is that the first fractal of polar depths, which is the last one to resolve, is targeting Trunky, and then the other 2 are targeting Song. So Song will mill 2 times this, however many water cards are in his grave, and then the remaining one, the last one, will mill basically as many cards as Song has in his deck off of Trunky.
And that was 16 cards milled, with 15 of those being water, meaning doing that quick math now, that's 31 milled potentially twice, or milling twice, which
Oh, the
the deck
last
is only
fractal of polar depths was on the bottom of the deck.
which actually choosing ourselves and just asking an opponent to mill. Look, did we mill? I think we completely milled ourselves out. Instead, I
Yep.
think we targeted ourselves twice.
Yep, Song targeted himself twice. Alright, so game 1 going to Water Gembu, piloted by Song here. After a crazy Ravaging Tempest into 3 Fractal of Polar Depths, milling Trunky out. That is insane.
I will say, in terms of like that was the right call, especially when Song went down to only a 4-card hand, because you had ways to potentially protect and letting the Ravaging Tempest resolve. So you were essentially trying to answer a win con very early, but it's just one of his matchups. It's hard to know if they have that many cards to mill, and having all the Polar Depths at the ready was just unfortunate.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
But hey, does not mean we're out of it yet. And looking at Trung's list, we have quite a few options coming in here into this matchup. We have the 3 Calming Breeze. It's a very easy way to try to answer one of those win cons by being able to essentially just 1-for-1 deal with Stratagem. We have Dream Fairies as a way, if we can catch Gembu early off a Dream Fairy without them hitting level 3, we can essentially almost get rid of it uncontested. And Crystalline Destiny, Blanche is in there. We have a lot of ways to essentially. It almost feels like the sideboard was designed for this deck specifically.
Yeah, it's very. It feels like these players play a lot against each other, huh?
It does feel like it looking at this list. So I wouldn't be shocked if almost the entire sideboard is coming in here
Yeah.
for Trungy Wongi.
Look, I love Noble Dissolution. I'm a big fan of hating on fractals.
Listen, I get it. I'm in the same boat. Now, here for the Gembu side, biggest thing coming in is a Beast Bomb Boost, which is a very kind of common tech piece for them. Sideboard is definitely coming in here, just as another way for getting that spell protection up. The other big one here we're seeing is Orbis Sealing.
Oh, yes. Yes, that is gonna be incredibly painful for Trungy. Because he has no answers to it. Unless Song fracturizes it, in which case it is already answered.
Yeah. Which at that point, one of the things that's going to happen here is likely use the Orbis Sealing to get as much value as possible. And when we see Trung go for any type of answer to it, to just fracturize it ourselves. So luckily, when fracturizing it, it doesn't leave play. So those cards do still remain in banner or face down in banishment, essentially doing exactly what we want and forcing pretty much 0 answer from the Windrai to be able to deal with it. So likely seeing that come out as soon as that first arcane card hits banishment, we'll probably see that card come down.
Yep. Oof. Oh. Okay, still sideboarding. Oh. The diamonds, bolt of diamonds. Don't forget to take out your generated bolt of diamonds every game. Because
Listen, just one thing with generated cards is I always run into that.
Everybody forgets. I forget. I always forget. I forget a lot of things, and generated cards are unfortunately the easiest thing to forget.
And the hardest thing is, especially because they have to be in the same sleeves as the rest of your deck, it's very easy just to once like you kind of win the match or you lose the match, you kind of like you don't think about it. You're like, I just need to get to the next one, and it's very easy to pick them up, shuffle them in, and then realize that. One of the best pieces of advice that I always give people is you'll kind of see players pile shuffle their deck every so often. Like they'll divide it in piles. That's not really to necessarily shuffle the deck. It is just an easy way to count how many cards are in the deck. And if you're over from what your original count is, you can kind of go, oh, something happened. I did something wrong.
Yeah. Pile shuffling is not a legitimate way of shuffling, so don't be misled by the naming. You could get in trouble if you only pile shuffle at bigger events.
Yeah, you got to do a full shuffle, but it is a great way to quickly count your deck. Mainly, I just do piles of 6, because that way, at the end, each pile should have 10 cards in it, and if it doesn't, You messed up somewhere.
Like to be cool, and I count in 7. And like I pile shuffle with 7, just so I can do the technique of shoop shoop 2, and then just spread out 3. It's how I was taught, long time ago.
I came from the old world of Magic, where it's essentially put them in piles of 3, put them in piles of 3, put them in piles of 3, and then you're like, oh, yep, I'm done.
Performative Magic players. Sorry. Where we had we had more fun looking cool than playing well.
Oh, I never said I was good. I just want to look cool in front of my friends. At the Magic the Gathering tournament.
That's why you used to pull up with your double matte sleeves back when it was hard to get, and there were like 4 colors only. With your cool stitched edge playmat.
Whew, looking fancy. And we're seeing Gembu open up with probably the best opener that you could ask for in this deck, which is the Imbued Fractal of Rain. So once we most likely going to see a Gembu level 1, or in this case, a Gojira level 1 into the Gembu to essentially start getting 2 counters every turn, as long as we can keep out this.
Featuring Rosie's amazing Imbue token. Don't forget to check it out. Okay, but a song highlighting what he changed, which is the Orb of Sealing and Beast Bomb Boots. Holy moly.
I think something is even feels worse than like, yeah, I didn't change anything except for these 2 cards that you hate so very much. And unfortunately, those are probably 2 mills we didn't want to see here in this matchup.
Yeah, oh, that's a bad start for Song here. The clock at least is working in his favor, considering the first game was about 30 minutes, and we're heading into game 2 with 27.5 minutes on the clock, so Trungi has to get going, needs a beseech into double dungeon guide or something.
Yeah, this is definitely where the matchup gets a little bit scary, because if unfortunately if Rai is able to take this game, it usually does not leave much time to try to finish up a game 3 without essentially hoping for both players going for the biggest high roll possible. Ooh,
Yeah.
following it up with a Polar Depths as well. Man, things are listen, if I had to say if things are looking up for somebody, it's definitely looking up for Gembu.
Yep. And Arcane Sight being banished. That's, I think, arguably the only arcane card you don't want to see banished. Replaces itself and gives you a level.
And the taunt even more. I think that's the stained glass one too.
Yeah. At least it's very pretty to look at while it's in banishment. That's how I feel when my simple slime gets banished. At least
At least it's pretty.
At least he's happy and he's pretty. Yep.
And this is definitely, you can see Trung kind of likely the debate is happening. Do we start going for the fast route, the 3, which this deck can potentially dungeon guide into? Oh, hold up.
Wait.
No, we're wow.
Oh, that is. Oh, I'm not sure if this is good or bad. This feels really bad because we're only level 1, so it's not even getting 2 cards off of the Careful Study, just 1. Oh no.
We are digging for something. I don't know what that something is yet. It might be Sasha. It very well might be Sasha.
I saw a discussion where people said Sasha should be banned, but I think we need more Sashas. I think Sasha is actually a fine card because in this matchup right now, Song has the Frostward Paladin, so that Sasha will not be fostered.
Oh, and we're drawing an additional card off of the Seaside Ringleader. So quite a bit of influence already. This is exactly the spot you can tell this is where Song wants to be. Following up with the bovine? Ooh. Gentle Resp isn't too bad. The floating can still be useful, but losing the Blanche. Not what we want.
Mm. Ooh, this is not looking good for Rai. What do you think Chungi can even do here? Because if he paid so much for a careful study, that is a really, really bad sign.
That it's either one of two things. It's either his hand is very, very arcane heavy, and we're using this as a way to get as much of that arcane down as possible to give us the best odds. Which hey, at least one arcane card is going, so we're seeing level 2. And I'm wondering if we have the dungeon guide here. Because if we have the dungeon guide to get to 3, we do have quite a large influence. So we could potentially go for some potential high damage and force some of this interaction to get played out of Song's hand. But only having 2 arcane cards does make it a little scary. And sure enough, there's the dungeon guide.
Mm-hmm.
Only 1 arcane, but a
Alright.
3 visits, so not the worst.
Yeah, yeah. And hopefully, Trungi will keep the 3 visits up a bit longer this time. Although the damage is not really what matters here. No. Oh, yes. Okay. I was thinking of being damaged out with that born, but 3 visits can also stop him from being milled out. If he just after everything resolves, just 3 visits, puts it on the bottom of his deck and draws it.
We just got to make sure we have the way to win in hand already before that happens.
Like, you also got to survive. This is a tough world for Windrai. Like you
Current
said.
objective, survive.
Yeah, really tough matchup.
On top of it, 2 players who know this matchup fairly well is on that note. So it makes it even more difficult just because you're not playing into somebody who doesn't know what to be doing here. It's like every decision is very, very key in this matchup. And unfortunately, Song definitely has a very high lead on where they need to be in this game state. And here's the Regal coming down, which not many things we want to get rid of.
Mhm.
There's
Yeah,
a
I guess.
polar depth in there.
Yeah, the polar depth is a really, really good target. As well as you could argue for the refracting missiles too. But that is more water cards in the grave with 1 polar depth already on the board.
We are taking the Excalibur as well.
Oh, and there's an Unbroken Mustang. Surely. Oh, we're keeping the Mustang in hand for Song. Alright.
Interesting. Very interesting. Engulf. Wow,
Oh,
that's a lot
type
of.
Bovine? Spalling Clients? Ooh. That's really good. There's a lot of protection for Song. Let's see. I'm alright. Orb of Sealing.
Like no
Yeah.
no hesitation here. As we said, as soon as that Calcare's getting up, it's going. We're saying goodbye.
This is basically game over at this point for Trungi, because What can he even do without his extra levels?
At this point, it's difficult because right now our goal is to get the outcast out and be able to target target the ARP. We know for a fact our opponent does not have the fracturized yet, because we did not see it off the Regal and we did not see it off the draws. So I think our game plan here is to hopefully make it to our turn, be able to keep those because we have just enough levels to be level 4 for the outcast. I believe it's 4 for outcast, and then be able to get rid of it to kind of reset here, but it's still unfortunately not looking not looking great.
It is level 4 for Alcahest, luckily. I'll have to see what Song drew this turn. Man, this is a really bad matchup for Windry. You weren't wrong.
It is a matchup that is winnable, but it's I think your biggest opponent is not necessarily the Genbu, it's the clock.
Yep.
Looks like we're opting to keep one on top, but one on bottom. Gain some life to stay off some of that damage we've been taking. And yep, here we are. Here's the outcast.
Yeah, it has arrived. Let's see. Song has no answer. Luckily, that means Strongy gets his levels back. Bit of good news in this sea of awfulness. We haven't even seen the depths to which Song can go this turn. This game.
Those frigid polar depths, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, Arcade died! You're so good, Needful.
Which I wouldn't be shocked if we're trying to go for something big here. Especially knowing the longer this gets drawn out, the harder this is going to be.
Yep. For those just tuning in, we are round 3 of the Magic Stronghold Regionals. Windry versus Water Gambu. Water Gambu is on the right with a massive graveyard and 1 polar depths on the field. Cerulean Decree imbued. I think that it's 2 refracting missiles. And a card I wanted to say it too quick. Seaside Ringleader. The Seaside Ringleader is a new card that we didn't see from the Regal earlier. It's always... Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, we did get the counters. We did pay for the cost, so... leaving those additional 3, I assume likely for power overwhelming is likely why we're keeping the remaining 3 there.
I believe that is leveling up to level 2 for Song. Definitely doesn't look very lucksome to me.
It does not seem very lucksome. And we did opt to, on the Guajia effect, we opted to draw the card, so.
Ooh, another Fracturized gone. So, what I was going to say is that it's really interesting how players track information or what information they choose to reveal after a Regal. Because Song has some good answers in his hand. But he also gave Trungi an additional card here that he knows now Song has in hand.
Well, sometimes you kind of have to, in terms of that, which it's still unfortunate, but we did kind of replace the card, so hopefully that new card's something good.
Let's see. All right. There is an attempted Genbu flip. Seems that it does resolve. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
You
it looks like we're going for it.
does Trungi have the Tempestuous Seraphim? He has a Spell Shield Arcane. It's even better. It's even better. But what does Song have the answer? Song very well could have the answer to Trungi's answer. Because you wouldn't just blindly fugue without a backup here.
Yeah, and I think part of it as well is we saw that Cerulean Decree, even knowing that they could pay for it. I think part of that was the reason to just get the cards down because we know we have the interaction. We just need to we just need to get it through.
Oh, and a Fractal of Polar Depths as well in response. Song is going all in. The second Mustang going to banishment as well. I don't believe we saw another Fractal of Polar Depths milled here.
No, I don't think so. I think the only one we've seen so far has been the one that we saw off the rip from hand. So, and we are sending a very big turtle in. Is there any response? We are drawing a card.
We know that Trungi has a Spell Shield Arcane in hand. And has 2 in cases of Frostbind, but unfortunately it's an Engulf, so that is going to be game 2, right?
I
There's
believe
another...
so, unless we... Oh, nope, we're just
Oh,
saying, here's the 3 visits and
yes!
extend the handshake.
That is round 3 going to Song on Water Gimbu at the Magic Stronghold Regionals. Yeah, there was not much that Chungi could have done. He had the answers this game too, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, it was also very unfortunate. It looks like Trungi there had, unfortunately, some awkward hand, some of an awkward hand early on, which is why we saw that very, very early. Um, Careful Study get played for the full amount to just draw some additional cards, and then have to unfortunately follow that up with a Song having essentially the perfect start of being able to say, here's Fractal of Rain, here's a Paladin, here's Polar Depths, and then having ways to just not only pressure the board, but also at any point be able to flip Gembu and present lethal, which unfortunately, it's just unfortunate that one side saw everything and unfortunately Trungi did not see the pieces they needed to in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate, but you know, Trungi's not out, and I would love to see a Windride do well in this at this regional. But also, you have to keep in mind that Gembu is a Canada special. You know, it just falls right into the hand of Canadians. Superior being the objectively best Gembu player ever. So, Song is carrying on a legacy.
Yeah, the superior Gembu, if you will.
Yeah, there are 2 facts in this life. Canadian ascents are won by Razorgill, and Canadians are really good at playing Gembu.
That is fair. That is fair. And again, congratulations to Song for taking round 3. An excellent way piloting Gembu here, as well as even game 1 with following up with the Tempest. Like that point we're like, yeah, I don't care. I flipped the turtle. I didn't really care about the turtle. Here's the Polar Depths. So having the ways ready to go in and having the know-how to say, you know what, let's not send it yet. Let's wait, build up our pieces because we saw the hand. We could have easily sent Gembu quite a few turns earlier, but we played it safe and knew if we can present lethal on a couple of different routes, we have a much safer play, and that's what happened. And then game 2, we knew we had to race the clock at some point, so we had an insane start. So why take your foot off the gas? Let's just keep pushing.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let
Okay.
me ask you, Club. What how do you feel about Gembu right now? How do you feel about the list?
Honestly, I love the list. I love any deck that is not Water Diana. Even Razorgill is included because honestly, after Essence Crucible, Razorgill is not a drag and a miserable experience to play against or the deck itself. So I'm happy with it. Thing is, when you think about the other famous Strides deck, Wind Wake Up, it's also fine if you manage to stop Wind Wake Up, just like with at one point with anything. Give them one block, it's gone. If you if you Song of Frost their swing where they like pop their strides and cat, you win the game. There's a lot of answers. So, given that, I think I love Gembu because it's not Water Diana.
Yeah, it is weird enough as we were actually talking, a couple of us at locals, and we actually kind of realized that Gembu is one of the more, I would say, especially if you're looking for a list that kind of teaches you a little bit of everything the Grand Archive has to offer. Gembu is kind of one of those lists. You just have so many ways to win the game. You have a lot of different pieces to be able to interact with your opponent. So there are matchups that are going to be difficult. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of matchups where you can win just really purely based on skill, and then of course the mill's working in your favor from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
That is one thing I will give a warning to anybody picking up the deck list. It is a love-hate relationship with the deck. Is sometimes you mill and it's just like you mill the worst parts. You could probably ask Superior about that as well. It's sometimes the deck decides it's gonna hate you. And
Yeah,
nothing you
I
can do
mean
about it.
that is unfortunately the drawback of playing a deck that is kind of gambly and just relies on RNG. But at a point you get to a point where you're playing numbers and you mill just 20 on yourself, so the odds are in your favor. You
Oh,
have
for sure.
to yeah, you have to be a mathematician to play Gembu well, and Song and Superior both do it pretty well.
Rest of us, not so much.
I'm only
But hey,
speaking for myself.
listen, I get it. I get it. So far we've gotten to kind of see a little bit of everything that this meta has to offer. Where I think we've said it before on other streams, we've said it before on other events. Is right now, as much as doom and gloom might people give about Diana, about Stride, thing like that, we are in a fairly diverse meta overall. Now, as a competitive player, that can be a little bit frustrating because trying to figure out what you're going to be playing against can be a little difficult. But as somebody, if you're jumping into the game for the first time or you're kind of learning, it is a very great time to jump in because we are not being dominated by just one deck list or two deck lists doing well. There are a multitude of different types of decks you can play and do potentially very well with all those lists. So I'm happy to see that we've seen, even today, a very diverse set of lists making it to essentially undefeated rounds going into round 4.
Yeah. I'm curious to see. Hopefully, a song will do well because Gempu is a fun list, and it seems that it hasn't been punishing him so far.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Just keep paddling it, keep running with it. And as well as we've seen, we've got to see the Rye one trick as well. Going to show again, don't give it like half to play against the Gemu matchup because as I said, there are matchups that are going to be very very rough. This being one of them. But let's not mention that when Rye was 2-0 going into this round, so there is a lot of just shows that playing these pet decks can do incredibly well into different matchups, and just kind of that game knowledge could really carry quite a bit too. So. And hey, they're not out yet. It's 6 rounds, top 16. So
Yeah, and we just saw Rye's absolute worst matchup. I don't know how many Gambus are there at the Magic Stronghold Vancouver regionals, but in general, it's not a very popular deck. And I know that there's a lot of Americans, Californians, and Washington residents that went up for the regional. So it's not just Canadians being lucky on Gembu playing there or being skilled at Gembu playing there. So I think Trungi has a really good chance still.
oh, for sure, for sure. And I think, and I, as well as I think that the list can still carry pretty far, especially in an event like this. So, well, hey, we've got about 5 minutes left in regulation before we can things go into overtime. and we do have to take some time to switch over some caster, of course, get things set up for the next round. So we are going to
People
go
just
ahead.
wants me to be kicked off the stream for a bit.
Hey, why you gotta throw me on the bus like this? This is the worst. You know what? I'm gonna throw Bonnie in here. Bonnie would never do this to me. Well, hey, we will, of course, with that, we will be right back as we take a quick break here. And then do not go anywhere because we will be back with round 4. One of the critical rounds is a lot of these players at the undefeated round 4 are going to be playing for that chance to potentially ID their way into that prize card. So do not go anywhere, and we will be right back. Give me the go and we are live. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for round 4 for here at the Magic Stronghold RDO Regional. My name is Needful, and of course, joining me again is Bonnie. Bonnie, are you ready for this round 4?
I am super ready. Hopefully, we'll see something great. We are, as of yet, undecided on the matchups, but should be coming very soon.
Yeah, and there's some interesting lists that we've looked at in top currently in Top Cut. There are some ones that you don't normally see, which is actually really, really cool, going undefeated right now. So we have potential to see kind of an interesting round 4. So we'll see what it brings.
That sounds pretty good. From what we're looking at, we'll be looking at Fire Astra Arisana against Nico allies.
Interesting. Now this is one that I will say Fire Astra has been not one that's been on my radar. You have a little bit of insight on this list?
I'm not sure how he builds it. I feel like he's played that recently, so I can go and look on Fractal to see what he's played. I know he's been trying a lot of things. Fruitcake is one of those Eternal Arisana players. Let's see what the list is. It's really just... Let's see what's in there. So, Suffocating Ash is one of the very interesting things. It's the Exalted Fire Negate that does 3+ level unpreventable damage if they don't want it to be negated. There's, the generic fire tech pieces. Well, not tech pieces, but the usual engine, Creative Shock, Cremation Ritual. There's some Reduced Dash in there. He is mainboarding Essence Crucible and then the Fire Potion. No Distilled Water, though. Just to push some extra damage with those Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, but I am seeing the Slash and Burn in here, too, which is another kind of pretty big piece of this deck can utilize to get some of that additional...
It's a little bit required because if you're not wind, it's so much harder to get herbs.
Oh, for sure. And it does look like I'm kind of getting a little bit of a preview here on the setup. It looks like we also have one of the different ways we always see different Arisana players track their herbs in various different ways. They track kind of how things are getting played very different ways. And I think this is the first time I'm seeing this pop up.
Are you more of a 6-token guy or a herb board guy?
I am much more of I like the 6-token kind of route. I'm a madman. But I do have Murgle as a local, and I will say that playmat that Murgle made or got made for the different ones, I do like it quite a bit. Being able to have the different herbs at the top is pretty cool.
Yeah, that one's really nice.
Yeah, one of my teammates has picked up the list and playing it for fun. Is like his he played Arisana and Pantheon, and he was addicted. He goes, I'm starting to get this champion. I like this.
So we have the deck list now, and they look pretty similar to what we've seen before. Couple different things. Ooh, so we have Astarte in the sideboard, which is probably for Windcrux, because it just shuts down Ayla completely. When's the last time you've seen Astarte get played?
For which one?
The Unique Astro Allies.
Oh, it's been forever since I've seen that get played. It's when was the last time I even saw this card? And I think it might have been when we had. I think it's when we had Wind Arisana be a little bit more relevant. I think it was for mirror matches. And then also we've kind of seen it kind of pop in here and there for like some very weird fringes. But it's a card that I don't see very often. But I mean, in this meta, I don't hate it. There's a lot of things that card answers. So we'll see. We'll see.
So we will be having Arisana on your right side and Nico on your left. The Nico list is, well, it's water allies, right? There's no 50 million ways of building that. It is unique allies, which is the more popular build nowadays. I will take a small amount of recognition in popularizing that. Snow White's only in the sideboard for now, so that will make a big difference in game 1.
Yeah, and I think this is a list where it's I think I'm with you, especially with Caven playing a very similar build to this. Is it is very very good into decks like Water Astra with or Water or not Astra, but Water Aetherwing Diana.
Mhm.
Um, but I think a lot of things where Water Allies does kind of suffer is being able to pressure that like last hit or get that really big like
Yeah.
final swing. But I don't hate the idea of Nico because we could potentially have an on demand using the Sablemere Warden's Grip. We could have an on demand Magebane Lash for a pretty big hit / getting a free Icebound Slam can also be very, very good.
The other interesting thing about this deck list is we are not on Aquifer Seneschal, even though we are Guardian.
You are right. I'm thinking what we potentially. I think I do see the addition of like things like Spalling Cleanse and a couple more like Thornkeeper Bullfrog, so maybe a little more defensive in that regard. So maybe
Yeah.
opting to go a little bit more protect ourselves against the big tall decks like Gembu and Siryu.
And obviously, Fractal of Rain, really useful in Nico, but not the usual Water Ally staple.
Yeah.
More is gentle, but as we can see here, opening Fractal into gentle is pretty strong. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if Fruitcake realizes here that he's not playing against Gembu.
At this
Although,
point, if you ask me, I would think we're in against Gembu.
although I think he imbued with a. Did he imbue with a Storm of Thorns? I'm not sure. I saw the Cell Sharpshooter, which is also not common.
Oh, and we are seeing the Arasana, Fire Arasana, open up the whole reason to go fire. Quickly playing that Attendant and cremating it.
And return to the archive on that Looking Glass. It is the only reason to play Looking Glass. Honestly, it's kind of a downgrade to the Unmade Reality days. Fruitcake obviously likes it. Is that a thing you like playing Looking Glass just for a return? I don't like it.
I'll be honest with you, I'm mixed feelings on it in actuality. I like still having it in lists where things like taking that turn off is just not an option. So the way I
Mhm.
look at it is it's kind of like having a GCR at home is
Yep.
the best way to put it. The only other benefit I do still like of running it is there are times you play the deck, you do have dead cards. And if we go a little bit too long, we can use that as a way to turn a dead card into a draw.
Yeah.
And cycle the deck, but I don't know. I'm so mixed on it.
Especially in this deck list where you're level 3, you can run Lost Providence if you want to.
Very true. I think potentially the reason why you may not want here is you kind of want that early game like get influence so you can kind of selectively
Yeah.
banish things because there are certain cards that are key pieces. Unlike other lists where we rush to 3, we don't really care about what we keep as long as we have cards. So I could see a little bit more reason why, but yeah, I'm with you. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. And we're seeing that imbued attendant put in work, already essentially staying off some potential potential early game damage.
And just gets cremated instead.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Just
say
as you say
goodbye.
that. Looking 1 damage, it did its job. Let's back on. See, we drew the second Return to the Archive. That's why I don't like it. I just don't like having dead cards in my deck. I get why they're good. Just personal preference. I'm not putting dead cards in my deck. It's why I never run more than 1 turbocharge either.
Oh no, I feel it. I feel it. I think the only list I can justify getting away with it is like decks where realistically I'm drawing so many cards that they're just essentially I see them as extra influence to play other
Mhm.
cards. But I think there's realistically in the game there's only like 2 decks that I legitimately will run dead cards. And I think that's honestly CL and CL and Sirio. And one thing that I did note for here is we did opt to make the Polaris outside of our materialization, which against a water deck, that is a high level of risk.
Yeah, in a way, it might be intentional bait. I'm not sure how he plays the list. I haven't seen him play it yet, but since you have Essence Crucible to make the Cosmic Bolts you already have do more damage, maybe you're trying to bait out the Fracturize in a way?
Potentially, but especially with being an ally matchup, I would think you would want some of the board the sweep here. But hey, I don't play this list. I don't know. I don't know the justification for it yet. But hopefully we'll find out here soon. Or we're in the boat of never being punished.
First blood on the game. That's the Ravishing Finale in hand, so we know we have the late game covered. Just need to get there.
And we do have the Sable Mirror already out too, so that is
7
potential
cards
for
in hand? I think.
5.
Meanwhile, Fire is still doing fire stuff. Discarding the Return to the Archive. Bring a second Creative Shock. And
Discarding Return to
the
the
other
Archive.
Return to the Archive.
You heard that right. We did not loop the audio. That was 100%. I cremate into 2 of those.
It's very funny to me that in Fruitcake's Graveyard for a second, you just had doubles of everything. You had two Angel Attendants, 2 Creative Shock, 2 Cremation, 2 Return to the Archive. We also managed to dodge the Fracturize here, so the Polaris activation was correct. The other thing about this list compared to others is that the level 2 does not actually do much for you because you need to keep those herbs to brew your potions, so you're not actually drawing a lot of cards with it.
Yeah. Also, I think the fact of Fire having access to this combustible potion gives you another piece of removal that, unfortunately, Wind does suffer from being able to answer particular allies.
Dungeon Guide with a very healthy influence.
That is a lot of influence. Ooh, and a
Even
beautiful
sacrificing his
CSR.
Cosmic Bolt here. You know, sometimes it feels like there's more Arizona players with CSRs than without.
I hate to say it, I think you're right. Listen, Arasana players love Arasana. That's
That they do.
They're not playing the deck because they think the deck's cool. They're playing the deck because they're simping for Arasana.
And so we were getting the Mage Bane last early. We know we'll be taking some spell damage very soon, so we want to stimmy the bleeding here. Plus,
I
I'll
respect
swing
it.
for a lot very, very soon. Killing Ania, and we're even using the Fractal in Recollection just for that extra lash counter.
Which is a very good way to, if we have to play into healthy influence like this is a great way to essentially turn that clock in our favor.
Paying 8, getting 5 lash counter, and so we can just go all in Icebound Slam for 12 damage here? No, 14 damage? If we want to?
Yes, that is correct.
But instead, we just go for just the Mage Bane Lash. Just 6 damage, small numbers.
Just a casual 6. Nothing crazy. We're not going insane here.
So we get the Essence Crucible.
Ooh, slash and burn.
Getting some more herbs to refuel. The other thing about having to get the Essence Crucible is that you start glimpsing very late compared to some other areas on the lists.
I can see some justification for this just because you are enabling potentially playing the blast from hand as well for extra damage a little bit earlier. We're drawing enough cards that we can potentially see them.
Still haven't popped the Polaris. Have to be careful now because there's always the option of Song of Frosting the Polaris activation. Of course, Fruitcake plays Arizona enough. He is probably aware of this. Has probably fell to that error a couple of times before learning, as we all do. But for everyone else at home, usually, you keep your answers for as late as they can, right? So you keep the Polaris until they swing with an ally, so you can make them fail and just play more allies. You're trying to bait out the misplays. But if you wait for Polaris while they're attacking, they can Song of Frost on their own attack and make sure you get no Cosmic Bolts.
Which no Cosmic Pulse turns out is way better than like 4 or 5. And it does say we did see the Temptations Facade coming out here from the Nico. Great way to protect a lot of these key pieces, especially with this Mage Chain last. 1, keeping us alive from a lot of spell damage, and 2, allowing us to pressure a lot of damage right now.
Oh, and we're baiting it out now. We're using the Power Cell and the Sharpshooter just to say, come on, go on, pop the Polaris.
Our opponent at 13 now. We could potentially go in it for 6. We could. Do we see the Icebound come out here?
We're only attacking the Mage Main Lash, which is fair. We're not seeing anything. Is this deck list running any fast damage? Is there a Freezing Hail or anything? Seems like there's not.
It does not look like it. I think the closest we have to something like that is Reflecting.
Ooh, we're Song Frosting the Spell Shield just so we're not getting any glimpse out of it. Then what card is that? Oh, it's the Suffocating Ash, so we're negating unless Kiramo chooses to take 6 Unpreventable.
And we're often to take that 6 Unpreventable.
There should still be the Recover 2 here.
Yeah, we should still recover from, because we did still take the non-combat.
Is that a second Suffocating Ash?
It is. It is. That is very much so a second Suffocating Ash.
Oh, and we're choosing to release the Singing Spirit here in response. Just to make sure there's no shenanigans. We take a second 6 to negate the other thing. And then we'll have 2 Mage Bane Lash triggers to recover 4.
Oh, I like it.
Probably don't feel too good as Fruitcake here, wasting 2 cards just for 2 damage, essentially.
Turning 12 to 2 feels pretty bad. And it looks like there is just kind of discussion of how that response happened. Unfortunately, it was I think kind of the confusion is because we thought the Mage Chain has resolved, but we did hold priority on it. So unfortunately, it's just a instance of we got to check what's on the stack first, and that's what happened here.
And we're still keeping a lot of cards in hand for Giramo.
Oh, it looks like we did make ingredient pouch, is what was materialized there. It looks like we still do have the Cosmic Bolt.
There's two
Well.
Cosmic Bolts in hand. And a potion. The downsides of having all those Cosmic Bolts in hand, in this matchup especially, is that the well, they're slow if you don't glimpse into them. So there will always be at least one Mage Bane Lash trigger resolving in between the Cosmic Bolts. Unless you just discard them. Who needs Cosmic Bolts in this deck, right?
Yeah, who cares?
You're killing with something else.
What? This is the first time because like I'm with you. I thought we would go for the Cosmic Bolts as like our, unless we are going for. We do have the Dawn's Reversal, so I wonder if we're kind of just potentially setting that up for an OTK with Dawn's Reversal.
Possibly. Maybe it's just to make sure wants to kill with a single Cosmic Bolt, maybe, so just want to crank up the damage of the other ones. Imbued Cerulean Degree here.
Showing that Ravishing Finale too.
Big dilemma here, because obviously Fruitcake wants to slash and burn here, otherwise, you wouldn't play it. But that means you're holding up way fewer answers than you would be otherwise, right? Oh, we let it get negated. We need to keep those cards in hand if we don't want to die next turn. Especially after we saw that Ravishing Finale.
Which does close out some of our options here with having to. Let's see.
Well, we're going to pop the Polaris. Pop the Polaris for 7. Interesting. What's the game plan here? Why now?
I didn't see how many glimpses we have in our hand. Do we have potentially a way to glimpse a couple pieces here? And we're just trying to up our odds. But we also kept 2 herbs, so
The only glimpse I saw was the Astrocyte.
Here is the Dawn's Reversal.
So that's doing 5. And then Dawn's Reversal in response. We do find a Cosmic Bolt.
We did gain a level, so.
We do still have the Astrocyte in hand, right? So maybe we keep the Cosmic Bolt on top just to make sure we can Astrocyte it? Or do we...
Is what I'm wondering here, because I think our goal was hopefully hit one of the Astrocytes off the first one. I think that kind of not seeing one kind of changed. Unfortunately, had to change our game plan. Here, I think we were hoping to see double.
Yeah, so we Astrocyte here. after the reversal, but with the Mage Bane last trigger still on the stack. So we have the Cosmic Bolt, which is coming in for 9 with the Essence Crucible.
Yep, it looks like that's gonna do it. Nothing response there.
And then we still had the potions too that we could crack.
Yeah. Man, this is the first time I've got to see this version with the Dawn's Reversal. It is pretty fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Even from the outside, it was a little bit hard to follow. But hey, it was after all the pieces came together. I'm like, oh, I get it now.
The best part was abusing the line on Dawn's Reversal. That usually, you use Dawn's Reversal with Horde Counter with Astral Seal, so you negate something and then you Dawn's Reversal. But here, we played something just to bait out the negate from the opponent, because Dawn's Reversal says, as long as a card has been negated this turn, it doesn't say whose card or whose negate. Just something has been negated.
That is, I will say, this
Does this mean
pretty cool?
Wait, I need to build something to brew something really bad here. Yeah, so you can play Camelot into Dawn's Reversal. That's a deck. I'm building that next.
The Camelot Reversal.
Now, what do we have in the sideboard? Obviously, Snow White from Guillermo here. Useful against any level 3 deck. I think we need really anything more, right? Maybe a material exchange? We can remove Smoke Bomb for maybe Bulwark Sword just to have some more damage, I guess.
Yeah, I could see that. Or potentially if we want to have another, or if we want to remove it for a potential Candlelight just for a draw card and to get another counter.
Meanwhile, Arisana, I guess you just put in the distilled water for whatever you want to remove.
Yeah, I could also potential playing the Topsy Decrees as well, just to remove more.
Or float? Maybe it's worth it just to hit the float. You do have, as we've seen, enough cards in hand as far as Arisana that you can afford to play a Topsy or two.
Yeah, and Searing Rebuke isn't the worst either. So I mean, there's a lot of this reason to run these in the sideboard, because Searing Rebuke to be able to essentially eat up an ally attack and put it back into our opponent's face is pretty good.
Maybe. We're not on Fractal Spark, right?
No, we are not.
Maybe you just brew Essence Crucible, Searing Rebuke, Fractal Spark. Why do 3/3/3 when you can do like 5/5/5?
True. I think also Groma here said that last round's like, yeah, that's a thing. I think the shock is still also hitting them on their side of like, what just happened to me? It's kind of like how I felt the first time I got hit with Erupting. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
you did what? I'm sorry.
It's funny to me. I haven't seen anyone at either EU or OC that's actually played the new Erupting version, the Volcanic Crescendo. Matt did well at NA.
I think part of it is it's back to where that deck was, that if people get super greedy and they start taking out Lantern and start taking out hate pieces against Graveyard, that deck becomes less threatening. But I think the more you, of course, as it's being tech for, and of course, I think also the nature of Gembu being back in the meta, it just puts too many hate pieces in the yard for that deck to eventually have to deal with.
And also, Topsy Degree is a big thing against that deck.
Yeah. Also, not to mention Bandit. Bandit is also very, very good.
Yeah.
Which I can 100% understand, because I think early on when people started running Bandit in the Razor Gale, it was kind of like I think even Caben was like, what's the logic for this? What's the reason? And then as we kind of see more and more events, we're like, all right, I get it.
Yeah. So did Guillermo just pass?
I think so.
Seems like it. Yeah, we just want to go turn one backup charger.
And we're debating ring though, I think too, which is oh nope, we're going backup charger. Which I wonder if we have. Do we have a fracturized? Maybe we make the power cell. But I think you got a hold fracture. Nope, we're just past. We're picking up. Draw on the card.
Yeah, after seeing game one, we're probably thinking of holding the fracturizes.
Yeah. Especially if our opponent's willing to put it out during their main phase. But I do like the idea with the fire. You don't. Weird enough, you don't necessarily need the Polaris to kind of win this game, which is absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah, you don't need it. It helps, obviously, but you don't need to. Return to the
Good old
archive.
archive. Draw the card.
2 pushes in hand? 2 pushes in hand for now. We're also keeping the cremation here.
I think now knowing that this is a Nico list, there's a potential for a very, very large Boonga Boonga swing. I think keeping up the taunt or intercept is a little bit more important than potentially drawing the additional cards.
That's the fracturize we just drew, right?
I believe so, yes. It's that, and I think oh yeah, fracture I think is in the front, or is that missiles? Kind of hard to tell at the angle, but
I think it's fracturize. I also can't remember the last time I saw a Nia naming an actual card in hand and not just like champion level 1.
I feel like it's very, very rare for that to happen.
Sometimes when you're going for lethal and you name like Song of Frost or something, but apart from that.
I guess if you're playing Wind Wake Up, there's not really much reason to to name a
Yeah,
champion.
you can always name Boots, you can name anything with Nia.
Yeah.
Are still doing fire things. Oh, we do a second liminal, so we can go liminal into cremation this turn.
And I don't feel like we lost too much even off that Nia level 1, which unfortunately I think is where Warmer does not want to be. I think we were hoping that'd be a bigger tax than what it was.
It's still fire doing fire things, right?
Yeah. Sometimes the greed is just full on greed. Can't do anything about it.
Channeling it is.
And I believe that is Horty Counter and Dawn's Reversal, so showing the combo.
And then using and channeling for Polaris. Do you think we see the instant fracturize here?
I wouldn't be shocked if we do. Because like I would want it off the board, especially if I'm an ally game plan. I want to get that off the board as quickly as possible so I can start putting my own pressure on the board.
Cremation on the Interesting. On the already brought back liminal guide. I guess we can always use the potion to discard the other lemon also. It's not too bad.
Yep, and we're seeing the snap play of the Fracturize on the Polaris, which again, this is a list that does not necessarily need it to win. But because this is the ally matchup, there is a little bit more fear. But the fact that Fruitcake is willing to play it out at what would be not during materialization to be able to guarantee the sweep makes me think that we're not too much value into it. And we have another way to just wrap up this game.
The 2 potion in hand does help for that.
Yeah.
I think this Gentle Respite is still live. There's just so much influence for both players.
Another Nia.
Forgot to swing for 1. There's the angel. There's the angel. So it matters. It does not matter. So we're naming level 2 probably.
I would assume yes.
Was that 2 Cosmic Bolt in memory?
Yes, it was, I believe.
Very passive game compared to previous one. There's no big Mage May Lash swing for 6 every turn. No pressure on either side.
All right, I think I know what's happening here. I caught this. I wasn't sure if it was like a if it was an accidental mistake per se. Or if it was just like what was happening, but if we go back, if you go look, the Nia we put to the graveyard was the one we had just played.
Oh yeah.
So because of that, the Nia trigger still resolves. You still resolve the name, but that Nia no longer is on the field. So even if we name that card, it does not matter because the condition of Nia being on the board is no longer happening.
So we get the Crucible. Is there any way we... No, we just set up for leveling up next turn. This is fairly risky now. Now if we hit the Crucible with another Fracturize, that's a big spoke in their wheel. Oh, I don't think we have any in hand, right? Yes, we do.
There's the other one.
There's the second Fracturize. So that's going to lower the potential damage coming at us by a lot. So we're back on the... We can't even really be on the Cosmic Bolt game plan because we already lost one and we have no Polaris. So how do we win now?
Yeah, I mean we can still drag it out because it is Nico. We can still potentially drag out the Cosmic Bolt into just kidding all 4, but well, one's actually already banished, so ooh, that gets a lot harder now.
We also are on Lunar Conduit mainboard, so that is the late game possibility if we ever get it.
I mean, part of this might be better start brewing those level herbs. We might be on the plan of build your own fireball at home.
Any type of fireball is a good fireball. Kill the angel, finally. And then we can start pushing for some actual damage phase. Oh, are we doing something on that attack? Interesting.
It looks like there might potentially something in response here.
Slash and burn? For only 2? What are you trying to do here then?
Andrew, maybe just using the opportunity, maybe bait out a Song of Frost to stop it for some reason? Could potentially be.
Maybe. That's a third Fracture in hand, so we can deal with the Lunar Conduit. Oh yeah, Turbocharge. I hadn't noticed that the list was on Turbocharge. Which makes sense with the Cell Sharpshooters. But we do have 2 Turbocharge in the list.
I mean, it's one of the lists that can, because of both the backup charger and the cell sharpshooter. I mean, you can get value off of it. Gets us closer to being able to just go that big Icebound Slam turn that we may need to do for closing out some of the game.
So we get all the float out. So we can get that clean level 2.
On top of that is the also Astro Seal, so that means we pretty much have all the cards we need for, well, if we had the Crucible to go for the combo, but not having the Crucible anymore, which I think you're right. I think the Polaris was the bait to be able to go for the Crucible, and then unfortunately, the bait worked a little bit too well.
This also frees us to I think we have another potion in hand, so with no Crucible needing to brew it for the counter, we can just use it to discard that third Liminal Guide. And draw oh so many cards. For Liminal Guide, then we can DG. That is an insane amount of cards for a deck to be hitting level 3 with.
And another
Blues
bolt falling away. That's 2 of them gone.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I feel
assume
like-
you're right. I think we're just going for the one big bolt to the OTK.
And maybe a Lunar Conduit too. Which looks like a very appealing win con, not knowing that there's the third Fracture Eyes in hand. So let's see where those cards go. So that was Suffocating Ashen and Astrocyte. And then we're keeping both on top. And then the Horde counter, then Darn's Reversal, also going both on top. Choosing to draw the Reversal first. Ooh, Storm of Thorns. That gets Mage Bane Lash, so now we really need to one-shot someone. There's will be no poking with 2 damage from Fire Potions.
Not anymore. We are definitely in the boat now if this is We're now probably what, like a 2-3 turn clock at this point.
At this point, if Guillermo doesn't start clearing, maybe the liminal guides and dungeon guides start being a win con.
And listen, it might. It actually might. Nothing like swinging in for a casual 1-1-1, and then was that only for one? Oh, it only one lash counter.
Only one lash counter. We have not yet gotten out of Sable Mirror.
Which I assume we probably going for Sable Mirror this next turn. If I was betting.
It is a lot of cards in hand.
Ingredient pouch looks like is the creation we're going back for. Yep, ingredient pouch. Maybe I was right. The win is just keep and make those level herbs. Let's build our own fireball.
The good thing now, no, there's Storm of Thorns. The good thing now is that you can use those herbs to draw too. You no longer have anything you really need to brew. I also know the deck list has, and I've not seen it yet in hand, but I know there's Hidden Bush in the deck list, which is very useful against Icebound Slam.
I mean, being able to essentially just, I mean, not even Icebound Slam. You have a lot of things in terms of like playing into CL. It can be very, very powerful. It can be very good in Diana. Like, there's a lot of things that card is very, very good into, especially when you get to pay it for an alternative cost.
So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 lash counters this time.
Makes me makes me wonder now at that point with only with going for 4. Hmm. Now the question is, are we gonna go for the Icebound Slam turn now, or are we gonna wait?
It's always very risky, right? Though you haven't seen any Astra Shield yet. You know, all the cards from Major Challenge are not Astra Shield, so maybe you feel safe out of it. But there's so many cards in hand. Can you risk it? No, we're just going straight face. Oh, and we did hit. Okay, we did hit the shield off of that.
Which I think this list is only on 1 shield, right?
Let's see how many there are.
I think just 1.
No, it is the only shield in the whole deck list. 1 main, 0 side.
Likely our opponent doesn't know that, but
Opponent doesn't know that. That's the advantage of playing those day 1 events. But it also probably means from Fruitcake that he's really considering winning really soon, right? Otherwise, there's no way you don't. I guess you can just use Astro Shield for the Icebound Slam, so you don't need to hold the shield specifically. Oh, we're going to top C the Floating Memory.
we said it's a very potential sideboard choice for this, and we're seeing now, yeah, actually pretty good call here. Opting to pitch a Cerulean.
Arizona also hitting these board state problems right now. Just too many things in very limited room. That's the main reason you play Luxembourg. There's nothing on your board. It's just clean. You can play in a little like 1 foot by 1 foot space.
All you gotta do is just like you just gotta hold it in your hand. But like, I mean, how can you do that though? With holding so many cards in your hand, don't you get like cramps in like your wrist and?
That's a problem when you play Kongming. I had 30 cards in hand once. That was a fun game.
When you hold half your deck in your hand, you're just like, yeah, just hey. Do you have a response? Probably. I'll let you know when I take a look.
Oh, we found a hiding bush. So we're safe for at least one other turn.
Likely one to bait out that Icebound Slam too.
We found a second hiding bush.
Oop, do we have? I think we're going for it. Do we have enough to do this here? This damage.
Astrocyte finding Astrocyte. How much can we do this turn? We choose to keep the turbocharge. How much
So
potential
maybe
damage?
drawing some more cards. Potentially, maybe just going for one more turn because we do have
I
access
think
to
we're
the
waiting
card.
one for turn. So that means we need to keep the Astroseal for the Fracturize. Otherwise, I don't think we're winning with this. I'm really curious about the choosing to keep the herbs for the Horty counter more than using them to draw a card here. Or maybe we just keep them for the Hidden Bush? How much is the brew cost in Hidden Bush? I don't remember seeing it brewed very often.
I think
Hidden
it's...
Bush is 4 herbs, so we don't actually have access to it right now. We need to hardcast it.
Oh, we do have. We did tap the ingredient pouch, so yeah, we're one away. But the biggest thing is here too is like I would have my eyes on that clock because we are getting a lot closer to the end of the round, and we are only in game 2.
You know? Yeah, I agree with that. You just take the damage here. You're happy seeing the Nico swing with nothing because you know there's no other attacks coming. It's not like Nico can wake up.
And we asked our opponent to mill, and I don't think anything of what we wanted to see milled got milled, unfortunately.
Yeah, just some float. An extra potion, which I guess the extra potion is some damage. Probably not too relevant. What do we have left in the material deck though for fruitcake? I guess there's always the cosmic astroscope. Usually such a big priority for Arizona, and just nothing, not useful at all here.
Yeah, it's such a crazy take on Arasana that I actually really like seeing that it's not all in on this like what we saw like traditional of I'm gonna make bolts, find the bolts, do damage with the bolts, and then rinse and repeat, and then hope my Polaris doesn't get blown up.
Oh yeah, we had slash and burn in hand, so we always could have went slash and burn hand and bush if we wanted to.
True, very true. Now we are definitely able to hide and bush if we need to. But I'm with you. I think there's justification to not necessarily need to worry about using it until we're being presented with essentially something we cannot dig our way out of.
Right, so do we have the win this turn? So we get the very shiny astroscope. How much damage can we present?
We did get 2 more level herbs, so we could potentially, well, 3 more level
3
herbs.
more now.
I'm at, yeah, 3 more to the reversal if we need to.
We find a cosmic bolt coming in for 8 damage. Yep, wrong pile at the bottom.
Yeah, wrong pile. We caught it though. That's what's important.
What card is that?
I didn't even see it because I got.
That's not a Spalling Clans.
I
What
think that
card
is that the new art on diffusive block.
Oh yeah, it's the new diffusive diffusive block.
We got there. We got there. That's what matters. We got there.
We're gonna hard to counter that just to have a card negated for a downs reversal.
It's crazy that as long as any activation has been negated. That is insane.
Up to 4 on Lunar Conduit. Yeah, we probably have to kill this turn. We found a second downs reversal.
Smart being of swinging in, trying to bait out to see if potentially that another Storm of Thorns is in hand.
It's also there's no more any window to fracturize the Lunar Conduit now. We are guaranteed to get some damage off of it.
Yep, and we're opting to level, so we are getting that additional damage.
And then one more downs reversal in response to the Serene Release.
Just layering out the stack here, make it a little bit easier to track and follow where we're at. Especially because we are also going to have when these hit, it is also going to be applying that Mage Bane last trigger as well.
And we do still have the 2 triggers of Lunar Conduit waiting. Ooh.
That was a lot of good stuff there.
We find the Cosmic Bolt. And that's another downs reversal.
That's a lot of Dawn reversals we saw.
And
good
the
game.
concession, nothing in hand.
And that will be moving on to what a crazy list for this Fire Astro Arizona. That was such a I'll be honest, such a unique take on the list, and I don't hate it. I think it was actually really, really cool.
Yeah, it looks super fun to play.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Especially being able to get benefit of most of the time when you're on fire. Once you've played those fire cards, they kind of are in a point like being able to play cremations, playing creative shocks. They kind of become dead cards. But in this list, it just fuels your game plan on a couple of different routes because it fuels Polaris. It fuels the potential for you to be able to make more potions to fuel the Crucible. It's just a really, really well constructed way, really unique list. Now, the one spell shoot Astra, that is a high risk that I've ever seen in one. But hey, as long as you draw it, I guess.
Well, that's also what fire is for, right? It's much easier to see one of when you played 8 creative shocks in your deck.
Very true. And sometimes it comes down to, especially when they're deck building, sometimes you get all the cards you want to see in the deck, and then you're left with this one slot of being like, I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, throw one in.
And sometimes you just brew this deck for deck list events, and so you just put a one of in, so people always need to be scared of them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's it's just it just happens. And yeah, just being able to show your opponent like, hey, I potentially have one, or sometimes just even showing them it early, like doing something like as we like seeing with things like channel and just banishing it to make your opponent be like, hey, there's channels in the deck. I need to be a little bit cautious around this. Is also a big like kind of mind game that hey, it's really cool. I really liked it.
So what do you think this new Fire Astro Arizona is weak against? Well, what do you think is the downsides of playing this list compared to the old Plastic Wind?
I think the biggest thing is going to be realistically, it's going to be any type of aggro that is not ally focused.
Yeah.
We've kind of seen this before with stuff like Suzaku, Fire Suzaku. We see a little bit of things like Fire Daochan, where when you start getting to deal with that early game aggression, the deck doesn't have a lot of ways to be able to answer those sort of things. That's one thing a Fire has always suffered from. The justification of, in this case, Arasana, is you have access to Polaris, so you have access to a way to clear an ally focus board. But when all that damage is spell based or essentially one big attack, it's a little bit hard to justify and be able to fight around that. So I think that's the biggest worry is something like a very heavy fire aggro deck.
Yeah, and we still have probably the Daochan in the same bracket.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very much so. And on top of, I wonder how the matchup is for the Water Diana matchup, actually. Because like I
The
don't
Hide and Bush help. We do have 4 main board Angel Attendant. But it's very hard to say that a deck is good into Water Diana.
Yeah,
Or
I
Fire
would
Diana.
definitely need to see it more into that matchup to see where it stands. And hey, this might also be we might be building hopefully after one more nationals. Maybe that is not in our book of things we worry about anymore.
Right. So what
So
what is there left for us to see? What deck lists do we need to find for next round? We still haven't seen a Windcrux. Windcrux has been very popular. There has to be someone out there playing it.
yeah,
What else
Windcrux
have
is
we not
one.
seen?
Yeah, we have not seen Windcrux. We haven't obviously seen the Water Diana showing up. I don't think we've seen Wind Wake Up either. We actually haven't seen any boots. Yeah,
Uh,
not
that game is not done yet, but there was a Tonaris at the top tables that we can still probably put on.
Yeah. Now, one thing we do have to worry about is if they are playing for the undefeated, we are in that kind of critical point, especially an event like a regional where there is no in this case final top cut
Mhm.
have to play it out. So there'll be a lot of players who are going to start math and realizing that they can potentially just say, "Oh, I can just ID in here." To get there, because I think where we're at now, I think a 4-2 record is pretty safe going
4-2 is
into
pretty
these.
safe, but if 4-2 is safe and you're 4-0, why ID when you could be playing for first place, right? There's no
Oh yeah, you're right.
ID is for when there's a chance of you dropping out of top. If you're first, just play it out and get the extra prizing, right?
Yeah, true. That and sometimes that mat is enough bragging rights. Also, with the with how some of the new display systems work and some of the how the team tracking works for some of the various statistical sites. Sometimes you just want that regional win on your record.
Yeah.
You want to display that number one champion. Listen, I feel it.
Is
Well,
there
hey,
anything else?
that we haven't seen
I
yet.
don't know a lot of the players at this top. There's a couple of well-known names. Neutral End is always on Diana, so not much to expect from there. Is there anyone else I see there that would be very interesting? What is Tepe Slorn on these days?
Actually, there is a list I realized we haven't seen. And also, I actually haven't seen it in the last couple events either. That is a list that was very popular going into North American Nationals that has kind of fallen off, and that is Fire Suzaku, weirdly enough. That is a
Mhm.
list that we were seeing everywhere, and that list has kind of just started to fall behind. I don't know if it's like in favor of things like Fire Suited and the other aggro lists that just kind of maybe feel better in this meta. But yeah, that is a list that I actually haven't seen either and kind of
From
pop up.
my experience, Suzaku fell off because of Diana. Both because it's bad into Diana and because Diana usually is just a little faster, right? If you're playing an aggro deck, you're just going to be playing whatever is fastest in the format. And nowadays, that just means Diana.
That is fair. That is
Which,
fair.
to be fair, by itself is essentially a fire aggro deck, right? The Water Spirit, it's a lie. It's a fire aggro deck.
Well, looking at the clock, it does look like this round did just wrap up going as it is currently progressing into overtime. So I think it is about time, unless you have anything else that you want to wrap up and say. I
No,
think
we'll
it's
leave. We'll leave a quick break to reviewers. Stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back with hopefully another exciting matchup.
see you guys soon.
Welcome back to round 5, right? I'm
It is
correct.
round
We are
5.
round 5. Clem is back with me. Are you excited for this round?
I am really excited. I had fun, like half watching, half listening to the previous round, so I am looking forward to it. I'm glad
Are
that
we
I
getting
personally wasn't here to curse fruitcake.
so? Oh yes, we are. That is perfect. So we had two big options that we were looking at, and one of them actually tied their last round. So now they're in the same bracket, and we are seeing both of them at the same table. So we'll have, well, first off, two Canadians. Always perfect to have on stream.
Whoop.
We're going to have a Windcrux, very popular deck nowadays, and I think some version of Tenoris.
A
Neos,
wind
Tony.
Tonoris, yeah, it's Totaro representing the Guardians again after Guillermo. Hopefully with a more successful run this turn than Guillermo last round.
Now, I need to fulfill my contractual obligations. I have been told by the event organizers I need to, and I quote, mention that Chotaro sucks. That is my
Yeah,
contractual obligations, not my words. However, if they say it's probably true, right?
yeah, I believe them. I I will trust what the organizers say, and Chotaro is also just an angry piece of. I forgot what it's called in America. It's the cinnamon crunch.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch
Yeah, I think I
is his
think that's
profile
what it is.
picture, yes.
He's an angry cinnamon toast crunch. So I believe cinnamon toast crunches are not known for being good at Grand Archive. So it checks out.
He is currently ranked number 6 in Canada, which
I'm proud.
clearly means you're bad, right? Under
No,
5,
it
what are
means
you even
top.
doing?
No, no, no. There's a. Oh, yeah, true, true. If you are sixth, that means you're not top 5. I just went to see what rank I am. I am number 159 in Canada. I play so much Grand Archive. Yep. But we
Game
are
is
heading right
started.
into the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, um, the
That's yeah.
is the
It's
captions
a
right? It's weird to say because Forest Cake is a card that both players could be playing. Okay, yeah, the Palver Sword is a good hint. So we do have Lorraine on the left and Tenoris on the right.
yeah.
S-
Especially if your game starts with banishing Power Sword, you're definitely not playing Tenoris.
It's really funny to me seeing all those win lists not actually using Forest Cake for its intended giving a buff counter use. They just want to suppress target.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. Even when I play tamer decks and I have animals and beasts enter the field on my side, I forget to banish the forest cake for buff very often. Even when I like need it. I forget that it does more than just draw a card, so I think it's fair.
So showing their hand very early, we see the imbue with Iron Halo and with Cordelia.
Oh,
Not
that's
much
this
else
is
this list can be.
yeah, this is also gonna be just fun to see if Chitaro gets to level 3 here because both of those cards are just incredibly fun and incredibly good if they resolve. Oh, Tempestler are also having a really solid hand in Jelly Channeling and Ascension and uh I'm not quite sure. I couldn't
I
quite
think that was a
catch
Ghost
what
of
the other card.
Pendragon.
Yeah, it does look like a collector rare, so that would match.
I think it's a base Ghost of Pendragon, right? Not the promo.
You're right. I was looking at the top of the card, and that made it look like it. But you're right, the side indicates that it is a base version.
Ooh,
Oh, Dungeon
Dungeon
Guide.
Guide to 2. We just want to kill that Ace and Protector.
Understandable, you know. Just gotta kill them with kindness, and in this case, the kindness is towards Tempest Lord drawing a card off of
And we
killing
have
it.
this. Oh no, we're just going for the Ace and
Oh,
Protector.
that's
That also
so
works. That
good.
also works.
Yeah, that's basically a second dungeon guide. I like you were about to say.
Yeah, I
Same
was seeing
thing.
the Displace in hand, which is also a very popular line.
Oh, true. True.
Alright, let's look at those deck lists and see if there's anything spicy in there. Main board a null spell from Tempest Lorn. We do have main board Candlelight Hourglass from Chitaro, so that is not an answer, but it'll help against Ayla.
Everybody, all my homies love and hate Ayla, you know. She's a really good card when she's on your side, awful on the opponent's side.
And obviously, the whole Neos package could be considered spicy, but that's the whole point of the deck.
Yep.
Lifelink Guy naming Dungeon Guide, most probably. It already came back to
Yeah.
hand, so we know. Oh no, we named
Pendragon was
Ghost of
named.
Pendragon. Also very
Alright.
reasonable.
Yeah, drawing 2 off of a card when that costs 6 is a very reasonable. And that makes the card a lot more reasonable. You cannot run away with the game as easily anymore.
Paying 6 to draw a card is clearly overpowered. We used to pay 7 for those.
Oh, you're so right. Back in my day.
Losing Ayla and Displace, I think, on that level up.
Yeah. Quite the package lost for Tempest Lorn, but worry not. I assume those will go on top.
We get
Blade
Background
being
Blade,
returned.
and then we get
Oh, it's so
Ascension,
good.
most
Yeah.
probably.
So the way that the reason Blade was in banishment is because the fluffy shopkeep earlier came in here and banished it with some really awesome synergy for Lorraine Crux Knight here.
I also see a Cruxite in hand, I think.
Brisk Windtrotter. Cruxite. And I
Dungeon
believe a Sleepy
Guide.
Drain as well. Oh, wait.
So we're ready to start playing those Neos cards.
Yep. It's Chitaro's own Dungeon Guy using a channeling for a level up. It's pretty good here.
What do we start with? Cordelia? Probably the Ares, right? That's the best way we have of starting to tier that board.
Yeah, it's also a great way to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Yep, there it is. Ares with the shields. Going to be a really comfy couple of turns for Chitaro here. The shields give him enough of a buffer to stay alive. The ASIM Protector.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the wrong sword. That was you cannot pay 0 for the prismatic edge by exiling Titlaran.
That would be crazy good.
Might be a reason to run the the Geist that brings back the cards to your material deck. You just get Prismatic Edge using Tutlara, swing with it, play the Geist, put all 3 back into your material deck, rinse and repeat. I'd play that. Oh, and we're using Ayla to clear off the shield tokens.
Yep. The good thing about Ayala is that not only can she attack, she can also suppress the tokens, which is gonna be a really annoying thing for Chitaro.
We're playing Ghost of Pendragon for no effect. Just to have a really big guy on board.
Yeah, I think even at its worst, Ghost of Pendragon is really good. It's a 3/4.
2 mana, 3/4. Who would have guessed?
Yep. Something something. All my homies love it. 2 cost 3/4. Oh wait, no, it's a 2 cost 5/6 because of the Brisk Windtrotter. That is so good. Yeah, for a second I was
Terraforming,
confused.
pretty useful
Oh,
here.
yeah. Yeah, especially knowing that your opponent can't have Pendragon shenanigans. Luckily, domains cannot be suppressed by Aella. It would be kind of crazy if
The
Aella could make a domain disappear.
the funniest thing in these deck lists is probably intentional, given that they probably face each other often enough. But the Lorraine list is playing a Fire Exalted and a Water Exalted to have those reveals off of Prismatic Edge. Oftentimes, back on Fire decks, those off element cards used to be floating memory because you could discard them if you needed to. But now people play Exalted cards so you can reveal them to Benediction Angel. And the Fire
Oh.
Exalted card in the deck list is Scorching Conquest, which destroy 3 domains.
It's sending a message to Chotaro actually. Targeted hate of, hey, I can't play this, but look at it. Yeah. There is the Cordelia.
So now all the
Bringing,
tokens are reservable. Kill the
yeah,
Ayla to protect our future tokens.
which is really good. Tempest Lauren having 0 cards in hand. Hands down for this turn. Oh, and I'm passing the turn here. Another notable thing for the Exalted cards is that they can be banished to channeling as well. Like, hold on to them for a bit and
Mhm,
just cycle
mhm.
them out.
And so with the Parasol and the 2 drones, we do keep the Obelisk of Protection up.
Yep. And there is the protection, preventing for basically the buff counter amount of damage. And
So we
there,
will still
unfortunately,
kill the Cordelia, but we'll take a fair amount of resource to do so.
yeah, Tempest Lauren back to 4 cards in memory, 1 card in hand.
It's really a tempo game. It's can Tenoris survive long enough to be able to get enough value that they can't lose anymore.
We shall see.
Green Fairy the Ghost. Clear the Dungeon Guide? Yeah, clear the Dungeon Guide, lose a token in the meantime.
Pretty clean board wipe basically here from Chotaro. Now, Tempest Lauren's hand is not awful, but it's not the best considering Chotaro's board state and general state right now, because he can actually use the power cell, because the automaton drones are notably automatons, so the power cell will give them +2 power.
Then we finally start seeing the prismatic edge looping that used to terrorize people back in the days, and that is bringing Linkcrux back. With Ascension itself, we're not using Ayla because we haven't found it yet. At least their second copy.
Yep. This is a very classic ally matchup that we're seeing. Both of the players clearing each other's boards pretty equally. Oh, and there is the hourglass that you were talking about, so mostly being used for the card draw effect here. But it also does guarantee that Tepe can't just a yellow out of nowhere next turn.
And then the first decision, do we choose to draw with durable instead of using one of those obelisks in recollection? And then we start getting that value train. We probably play the Iron Halo because there's no good way of clearing it.
Yeah.
And then we can start getting that value.
Think so too. Yep,
Yeah, there we
there is
go.
the Iron Halo.
A new domain from RDO that says whenever anything else on your board would take damage, it takes 2 less. Which sounds little, but is enormous.
Yep.
Messes up all of your math.
Especially for something, it's really good into something like a Razor Gale deck, where all the damage from Razor Gale is 1. So it's essentially a Neos Vapor Jet Shield. And Iron Halo also gets durability counters for each of up to 2 tokens. So at the end of your turn, it basically recovers 2.
Sabella getting the Sword of Seeking, so we have a way of killing the Dream Fairy.
Yeah. Really heads up play. That marker is showing that Sabella is bonded to the Sword of Seeking. Yeah, Iron Halo gone. The 5 damage going into that instead of the Dream Fairy. Tempestlor not in a rush to replay.
The one big
most
downside of
here.
Iron Halo, of the deck in general, you could say, is that the obelisk, Tony Level 3 itself, was printed before siegeable domains were a thing. So Obelisk of Protection says prevent 2 damage to target units, so you cannot actually. Ooh, Imperious Galebind on. What was that?
Tep is
Sabella.
thinking because if he suppresses the Sabella, okay, seems
Oh, and
that
Dream
it's just
Fairy.
Dream Fairy.
And Drawn Blade.
Yeah, if you suppress the Sabella, you have to sacrifice the Drawn Blade.
You have to sacrifice the Sword of Seeking.
The Sword of Seeking, sorry, yes. So that Sword of Seeking should be off the board now.
That is gone. And then the Dream Fairy came back and suppressed Sabella, but now we have access to Ghost of Pendragon again.
Yep. Luckily, there's only 1 ghost in Tempestlorn's hand.
We use the Calming Breeze. And there's no real way in Shadow's deck list of getting back that influence, right? So the only way of getting back influence is by only using your obelisk on your turn, not playing anything, just getting by that card draw. But he's now running the alchemical scripture, the funny Neos relic that is essentially a worse incendiary reliquary, sadly enough.
Yeah, Neos is famous for being the slightly worse everything. Oh, and they're making a sword pre-recollection here. With obelisk of armaments. Not armament. Is it?
Yes, armament
It
is
is
the
armament.
sword,
Yeah.
and fabrication is the dude.
I just got lost because armaments are also a type of foiling in Grand Archive. So I was like, am I just misremembering which word they use? But no, you're right. It is armaments. Ooh, that Archon broadsword is quite big.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra damage currently.
Yeah, it's a seven power durability sword.
Imperious Galebind to
Oh,
hit the sword.
yeah.
And Prismatic Edge on Drawn Blade. Yeah.
Yep. As you'd expect, getting more influence. And banishing Chitaro, keeping Chitaro down to a really low influence. This would be even crazier if Tempest Lorn had a water card in his memory, because then he would be drawing 2 cards while
Fire card will
banishing
also help a lot.
Chitaro.
Being able to clear
Yep.
that Dream Fairy would do a lot. Honestly, I think we're at the point where we actually just pay the 6 for the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah. He can comfortably do it at this point. See, so Tempest Lorn is also really fortunate in that he has a lot of Crux cards in hand.
Swinging at Dungeon Guard?
Oh, okay.
So we'll be ascensioning the Drawn Blade away, I suppose?
That is what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, we
Yep.
have nothing in the material deck, so we want something to get next turn.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. This is kind of devastating for Chitaro. Tempest Lord having so many ways to cycle through to return the prismatic edge to the board here.
And then 2 more. We drew an ascension off of the Crux site that was bringing back an ascension, so we have 2 more ascensions in hand. An extra Crux site, I think. And then the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah. Fortunately for Chitaro, he was able to take Ayala out before Tempest Lorn got an influence this big. Otherwise, this game would be over already. At least he has a chance still.
And the thing is, we don't exactly need any influence for Tonoris right now. Just the domains on board and the Archon Broadsword is enough to close out the game if we don't find a win for Tempest Lorn right now.
Materializing from that channeling. Oh, Calming Breeze is pretty good. Yeah. Tempest Lorn has a massive influence, but no way to realistically close out the game right now.
I'm also looking at it, and even in the sideboard, there's not actually any answers to the Stifling Gyre in Tempest Lorn's list. Running full wind, but no Fantasia removal.
Interesting. Especially, I think he might just not have ran into Stifling Gyre that much because Tempest Lord's whole deck is reliant on enters. So I would expect that he hates Stifling Gyre as a card.
Ooh,
Oh,
Zhengzhou. Further recovery. That's pretty good. It buys us a turn at the very least. And then we're imbuing the Benediction Angel. I like it. 2 to face.
You know, the mosquito bites
3
are
to
slowly getting
face.
to Chitaro.
Dancer of Restful Peace. In Recollection, Ascension, the Drowned Blade away, bring back the Prismatic Edge. Just, you can't have your opponent have more than 3 cards in hand, right? You just don't do that.
Yeah. Oh, Chitaro's owed a yellow. The gamble, will that be gone? Or
No, we lose the Triumphant Mechanic, and honestly, I think he would have preferred to keep the Mechanic than the Ayla.
at this point of the game, it's definitely a lot better.
It's a new ally that recovers every time it swings, which would honestly make you unkillable for Tempest Lorn right now.
And it
Swing.
would, on enter, she would at least regain some influence. It would be go neutral and then start recovering.
Playing
Yep.
Imperious Galebind
Oh,
for possibly draw 2 cards and refresh the durability on our broadsword. Pretty good.
interesting. Yep. There is, and then Tempest Lord materializing the Drawn Blade. Watching Gwyn matchups nowadays is just watching Grand Archive players that love to draw cards more than anything play.
I mean, we saw a Fire Arizona last round, and that was also drawing a lot of cards.
True, true.
Yep, we're going for the Pendragon.
There's the extra payment for it. And bringing to face. A
5 more
whole,
damage to face.
yeah, 6. Oh no, up to 8. Probably 8 damage to face.
No,
Oh
6. We're using
no,
the... Interesting. Yeah, because we wanted to keep it to Ascension it, probably.
yeah.
We still have 1 in hand.
Yep, there is.
And likewise, we're choosing on Shadow's side to keep those 2 cards in hand to actually use one of our obelisks and not to prevent 2 damage.
Understandably, given that broadsword will get a lot stronger if
We make another sword.
get a sword. Yep, 3 swords. Waking up.
Did we find the Ayla?
Oh,
It is a little too late for that, I think, but yeah, we found an
yeah.
Ayla.
It's so funny how both of these players have very similar hands, but one of them's Crux and the other is Neos. Yep,
What is?
and there's the swing.
Oh yeah, that's the cleave, right?
It's the
Yeah,
cleave, yes.
that's the new SP art, Blade of Creation.
Yes, this. Well, technically, it's the old SPR because SP4 is premiering in but 2 weeks at Anime Expo. But yes,
Reclaim
it is the SPR.
Reclaim Shangshao?
Alright, wants to recover more. Everything else is going to the graveyard. Shitaro pointing out that he does indeed have Oh, the Arkham Broadsword. Calming Breeze. Yep.
just to prevent the lethal.
It is just enough.
So we have one turn to find the win because we're not surviving another broadsword swing next turn.
Yep.
What do we have? A lot of windmill engineers and
Ring.
out the land,
Scout the
desperately
land.
looking for an answer. You can always. We do still have the Ayla, right? You can always just suppress the broadsword.
Yep.
Though it will
There
cost
is
2 more because of the hourglass that will take back up to 2.
true. It is going to be 2.
We found the annul spell. Not very useful here. We finally hit 20 damage, but we are not running Chalice of Blood, right? We are not running Chalice of Blood. Rare to see Tenoris, any Guardian without the
Yeah. I believe that he does have a fire card in hand. A scout the land. So yep, there it is. It's going to be 3 damage and a card banished for Chotaro. Losing the Airy Whispers. The Ayala permanently stuck in hand, but not doing enough here.
and then that's Ascension again.
Okay, and there's gonna be another 3 damage. But that is not enough, and Tempest Lorn doesn't have enough cards in hand to survive another turn here.
2 cards in hand. I saw Resolute stand, but that's clearly not enough.
Yeah. Wing in for 1.
Resolute stand. Alt cast.
Shotaro deciding whether to swing or not, making
8 damage, so 5, which is exactly lethal. And
yep,
that is game.
that is game 1 to Shotaro. A better Guardian representation than Guillermo last turn. These are our friends, so
And that was half an hour, which we call a quick Neostony game.
it's like very quick level 3 in game 1 here. Now, you were talking a bit about the sideboard during the game as well. So Bonnie, why don't you dive in and let us know what you think about the sideboards?
Let's see. From Chiller's side, honestly, I'm not sure if too much is that interesting to run. You don't exactly need the Angel Attendants. You don't need. If there's something you remove, you can always play the Nullifying Lantern just as a way of turning out the Crux site. Lorraine does not care enough about the graveyard to run the Sasha Purifying Acolyte. Really great deck card, not in this matchup. So from Chiller's side, maybe no changes or very little. On the other side, though, let's see what we have. I saw the Okay, no, there is Scatter Essence. I was wrong. Poisonous Breeze Cap is also interesting. It's another suppressed target for the Imperious Galebind and the Ayla. But this one, when you suppress it, instead of drawing a card with it when it comes back, you can banish it to make your opponent exile a card from their memory. Just like Prismatic Edge. So it's more ways of cutting off the influence. There's also the very very sad downside of that card. I see Claim from Beyond, the Crux destroy any object, but that one has the restriction that it needs to be an object with the same type as a card in your banishment. And Lorraine does not, unfortunately, run any domains, so you cannot target the obelisks.
Yep, it's rough. Overall, I agree. I think that's pretty succinct. Tempest Lorn almost losing Lorraine here. Almost gone from his deck.
As long as you don't shuffle it into your main deck, you're fine.
Yep. That's why you gotta keep them in separate sleeves so you don't
Yeah,
make
we
accidents.
did put in the Breeze Cap. I just saw it in hand. And then we're imbuing with 2 Aylas.
Resolute stand. That's also a really good thing about Ayala, is that she is advanced element, so she can imbue all these advanced imbue angels.
Yeah, exotic cards are one of the main things making the Angels playable.
It's a big, big game changer, not having to strictly play the purely advanced element cards.
Right? So apparently this Gyre is on Ghost again.
I mean, it went really well for Chitaro last game, so I can imagine why he's running it back.
Right. So it seems we're playing the slow game, you know. You just play the Angel, play the card neutral play, slowly, very slowly level up. No need to rush here.
Thinking. Level up, banishing a. I'm quite sure that it's
Yeah, I can't
Imperial
say quite.
countermeasure, but I'm not. I'm
It did
like
look like it.
95%
It
sure right now.
is in the necklace. Yeah, that's an Imperial countermeasure.
Yes, now that it's visible. Jadar playing the Forest Cake again. Classic Tonoris play, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, very clearly.
Yeah. You gotta play it anytime you see it, you know. As the class bonus text on it is fake anyways. It just says on enter draw a card, which is really good.
So Angelic Channeling only showed those 2 Aylas, and then, not used to level up, we're only getting the Drownblade.
Yep. It's so
Then
funny
Poison.
seeing two ALs. Oh, Poisonous Breeze Cap also really good in the Wind Suppress decks.
So building up that influence really well. The only question is that a bit too slow? We saw that Tonoris essentially wins the late game, so maybe we want to go a little bit faster on that. We'll see how that goes. Because that is a lot of cards in hand, and we'll get a lot more as soon
Yep.
as we unlock level 3.
You are indeed correct. Imbuing Windmill Engineering, the Calming Breeze, and Displace. Taking care of the Angel Attendant.
I think I see a Channeling in hand, so we're covered for next turn. For leveling up. Though I haven't seen a lot of Neos. Are we just... Oh, Basin Protector. Also works.
Yep. Oh, Dream Fairy and a Fluffy Shopkeep banished for the level up. That Fluffy being gone is really unfortunate, because that means Tempest Lorn cannot play around with bringing swords back from his banishment. Dungeon Guide to 3. Let's see what we're gonna be seeing banished. Another Fluffy Shopkeep and a Windmill Engineer?
When your Drawn Blade is already in banish, you don't need the
That is true.
fluffies as much.
You're also very, very right about that.
Ooh, we are keeping
also,
both Aylas.
alright. That is quite scary if you're Chotaro. Because that means that even if you take care of one Ayla, unless a Dream Fairy takes care of it, there's another one incoming.
And then we are drawing both Aylas. One from the Drawn Blade coming back and one from the Lorraine level 2 on kill.
There is an Ayla suppressing,
Drawn Blade?
obviously.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now in this position, the Ayla is actually pretty hard to touch, right? If you try and play an ally to kill her, you can just suppress the ally.
Yep, that is the power of Ayla. You need to swing into it with 2 different allies to kill it. And the Chotaro cannot really attack with, okay, Tonor is here, but there it is. The level up. I don't think he still has any way of getting a sword onto the field to be able to utilize Tonoris's level 2 effect.
Not this turn, no.
Yeah. There is the Antmoth's type Aries.
That's a very funny trade-off, because you can pay 3 to... Oh, no, Imperial's Galebind.
You can pay 2 to suppress 3 things, which are 2 tokens and the Ayala. But those tokens are gone forever due to them not being cards. Unfortunately, they do not come back. They cease to exist the moment they leave the field.
Suppressing Ella is also a very funny way of essentially banking a suppress for later, right? When you suppress her, you do get her free activation back. So it's just saying, well, I want this suppressed on something, but I'll use it later whenever I want to.
Exactly.
Get the Lost Providence that we forgot the previous turn.
Yeah,
As is tradition.
Yeah, Chotaro does not forget, which reminds Tempest Lorn that he should have activated it as well. And Tempest Lorn thinking whether it's worth it to play this Pendragon for 6, essentially. Seems the answer is yes. There's
Get rid of the
swinging
Aries.
Understandable knowing that Chotaro has this place and is playing a similar win suppress package to Tempest Lorn. As if that Aries stays on board, it's gonna generate way too many shields way too quickly.
Last a little too late to help against this Ayla.
Indeed, unfortunately for Chotaro.
And we start with the Obelisk of Protection again.
Gotta stay safe, you know. Glimpsing 3 with Fairy Whispers. I believe that is a channeling and
A Reclaim and a Windmill Engineer. 2 at the bottom, and we get the Windmill.
And another Imperious countermeasure. Would have been a really nice last turn. Unfortunately, the Aries is gone, so Chotaro doesn't have as many good targets for it. Imperial counter.
Just going face. No attempts at clearing the board. I guess there's no real need to clear the board when you know there's a cleave coming in at some point.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter if you force Tepe here to put some cards down, because he will probably just immediately do whatever he wants. And it's not water, so in Wind Crux you do a lot less things before your recollection than in water decks.
So we have a pretty full hand. The question is, are we doing anything with it? Three, four, five, six. Second very expensive Ghost of Pendragon. Still worth it.
Yep, especially looking at Tepe's hand, there's not a lot of other things that he can play. And he does have an influence of 1 billion, respectfully.
That seems about accurate. I didn't count myself, but that sounds right.
Yeah. So, a lot of cards.
Ooh.
Well,
My power is flashing. If I stop talking, that might be why.
I wish you the best, Bonnie.
Just need to survive for another 15 minutes for this round to be done.
And then the power can go out. Hopefully it won't. Oh,
Oh, we are
sacrificing
using... Yeah, we are using the remove a card mode on the Breeze Cap. Getting rid of the Dream Fairy.
Yep. It is very much an influence hate deck that Tepe is playing here. Only he gets to have a lot of influence.
And yeah, Char is not in that bad of a position. It's pretty similar to how he was last game. We are slowly making tokens. The Arcan Broadsword is still available. A bit more at risk. We still need to find a way to get rid of this Ayla before we can start broadswording our way
Yep.
to victory.
Yep.
Sadly, not enough
Yes.
things in hand to be able to play that Ace and Protector.
Also, reminder that Ayla's text has been edited and errated to to only be able to suppress another target ally. So she can't recycle herself.
This is the triumphant mechanic that we haven't seen yet in the other game. So this says on enter if you have 3 tokens drawn to memory, and then it recovers every time it attacks.
As long as
And
you have
we are
3
putting the
tokens.
power cell on it. Very interesting.
All right. Oh, so yeah, saying so Ayala is suppressing it, but that means that Shotaro gets to draw another card off of it. Which is, I think, essentially was really why he sacrificed the power cell onto the mechanic.
Oh, but because he used the power cell on it, he does not actually get the draw because he doesn't have the 3 tokens anymore.
You're right. It is only 2 tokens at the. Oh, that's unfortunate. The only 2 domain tokens on the board.
And thus we lose the mechanic. She served us well.
Rest in peace, mechanic. Pretty
Imperial
Pretty tough
Countermeasure,
matchup
blocking
so
just a
far.
little bit of damage.
Yep. Drawing a card into memory as well, so pretty good. Cycling in the
6, third Ghost of Pendragon. Team Stifling
best
Gyre is
Stifling
not...
Gyre.
It helps in tempo, but does not actually stop the full bleeding.
Especially when Tepe has such a massive influence, it doesn't even hinder his tempo too much.
Oh, Stifling Gyre of our own. Let's see what we name. Is Triumphant Mechanic the only relevant thing to name now? I think it is.
A lot of cards with good on-enters in Shotaro's deck.
Oh yeah,
It
the Stifling Gyre
is.
named Atmos Armor. Very reasonable.
Yeah, those shields add up really quickly.
There's a fair amount of cards in hand for Chitaro, much more than he had last game. The problem is none of these actually get him out of this predicament.
Yeah.
Are we looking at Imperious Galebind? That is kind of a +1. Yeah, so we can Galebind the Cake and the Hourglass, which is bad in a way, because then we re-unlock Ayla.
Them paying for Ayala. That is the suppress wind matchup. Drawing cards. And then drawing more cards if your opponent draws cards. Gotta keep it even and fair.
Nothing fairer than having 15 cards in hand, obviously.
Clearly, yeah.
Are we hard matting a Prismatic Edge?
Hey, sometimes you just have enough currency, which in this case is influence, where you can freely just materialize anything. Losing a beseech here is not that awful. What is the
And then the
edit?
Veiling Breeze, I think? Still haven't found the Fire or the Water card.
Yeah.
But we can start slowly chipping away at that influence. The goal is to get them to 0. Can we do that?
Yeah, it's and Chitaro's goal at this point is either to win or just survive long enough.
There is only 10 minutes left in the game, so
Calming breeze, yeah, you're
yeah, that helps a lot. But yeah, the best we can hope for here for Devaslorn is actually just a tie, right? There's no way you win 2 games at this rate.
yeah, it's way too hard if you're such an influence based ally deck up against another influence based basically ally deck, but it has 30 health and you have 30 life and you only have 28.
Ooh, displacing the Brisk Windrudder. So you can stack counters
Oh,
on the other Ghost of Pendragon. So that one can also come in for 5. Which goes right over the Veiling Breeze, the Calming Breeze. We could have
yep.
used the Albesker Protection to cover the 2, which makes it 3, so the Calming Breeze covers it.
True.
Another Imperious Galebind. Will that be answered? Ooh, a null spell finding a use.
Doing its job here. Ooh, Barkin Broadsword coming out for Chotaro.
Yeah, but it can always just be suppressed in response to the attack.
Yeah.
And that is
Oh,
the
okay.
concession. Not finding the answers. We are going to game 3. At the rate these has been going, though, I'm not sure we have time to finish game 3.
Yeah, that might just be It might just be a 1-1 tie at the end of the day. Looking at.
Unless one
Looking
player gets
at the
very
ties.
lucky and has the best draw of all time.
But none of these players have such a good draw that could kill
They're not decks designed to win in 5 turns.
Yeah. Oh. I'm really interested how it will go. What will even happen here? Curious to see. Players cutting the decks. Not changing much.
All right, the big question for you, because I've seen both today.
Okay.
Are you someone that actually orders the material deck in the same order every time, or do you just like put them all in a pile and find the card when you need it?
It depends. When I'm playing standard, I absolutely order it the same way every single time so I don't forget to grab certain things or like what I have. If I'm playing Pantheon, I will shuffle it and just do whatever. Casual formats are casual. How about you?
I definitely order the deck every time.
As you should. That is a Gauntlet qualified player, everybody. He is a professional.
Learn from me. You put the champion at the top, and then the weapons, and then the deck pieces, and then the drawer gallery at the bottom.
He's so smart. That sounds like the ideal way to stack it. I support your message.
And we are drawing cards and not actually pushing for any kind of win here.
It might be the meme that Once in Love posted, that Tyler posted the other day of losing the game is whatever. There's the board Winnie the Pooh.
To
But
be
drawing the
fair,
most cards is it's like the in
let's
suit smiling.
look at the situation here. If 4-2 makes top 16, if they tie here, they can just ID their last round, and 303 also makes it.
You're right, you're so right. The math is mathing. 303 is also very likely to make it in. Because that is the exact same point.
Do we have any way of... Oh, we can Dream Fairy the Ace and Protector. That works. Unless we reclaim it. Level up, get the Sword of Seeking. I do really love basically all the new Regalia art that we got in the Mordred Recollection deck. The Sword of Seeking, the Terrafring, the Safeguard Amulet. I think they all look amazing.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. They are so charming and amazing.
We're losing two.
Apologies.
Yeah, we're losing 2 fluffy shopkeep to this level up. And we're reclaiming the Dream Fairy, denying the draw. It does feel like both players are playing more to not lose than to win here, which, as I've just mentioned, is actually pretty reasonable.
Yep, it would. I mean, they are at a point where that is probably their best bet. Just leveling up like crazy. I don't think we've seen Chitaro be level 3 this early any a single time. He might also just be playing for the win here.
Maybe, though I don't see much in hand, right? There's 2 Blades of Creation, but there's no with the Cordelia or even an Atmos armor. I think I'd feel much safer about a win here than just playing it out.
Yeah.
Hard
Alright.
level to 3 from Tempest Lorn. Keeping all 3 on top. I think I saw an Ayla and an Ascension. Not sure what the third was. Probably a Ghost of Pendragon. Ooh, and we have the fire, so we can. This is a position where maybe we can start doing something for Tempest Lorn. Maybe he finds a win here. Not this turn, obviously, but soon enough.
I believe. Oh, okay. No Gyre on the Pendragon. Definitely feels really good for Tempest Lorn here. Getting the
Yeah,
Lost
and then we can
Providence.
ace in the Ghost of
Yep.
Pendragon for extra value.
And passing here, there is a small chance that Tempest Lorn will win. However, I believe we just entered overtime.
So that would be turn 0 on Tempest Lorn or on Chotaro?
I think it was turn 0 on for Tempest Lorn.
Against the 30 health of Sonoris, I don't think you can win here as Tempest Lorn.
Yeah. Especially with the Atmos Aries and 2 Calming Breezes, depending on how Chotaro pays for the type Aries. Okay, he keeps the Calming Breeze in hand. Getting the 2 shields. Swinging in, clearing that Asim Protector. And
Yeah,
then...
that is angling towards a draw here, I think.
Yeah. Alright, so it seems that it was actually turn 0 for Chotaro.
Alright, 2 more turns and maybe we can find a win here for
Yeah,
Tempest
that
Lorn.
changes a lot of things.
It does change a
Especially
lot.
with the... There's a fire card in his hand as well. And a Galebind.
Are we Gale binding the 2 shields and the... Yeah, the 2 shields and the Prismatic Edge, probably? Yeah.
Yep. But would make sense. They are being rested, so that 2 damage can be prevented from Tonoris here. A yellow too. Oh, no,
No, Ghost, yeah.
Pendragon. But showing that he does have an Ayala, so now Chotaro knows.
It's a secret. Nobody knows.
Well, we will just pretend we didn't see that. Wink. Bringing into the Aries.
Considering the Calming Breeze? No, we just take it.
I wonder if it was that 3 with the prevention from
The shield prevention is only for non-combat damage.
Oh, true, right. The shields themselves can redirect combat damage, but they don't prevent combat damage.
That is correct. And so we're actually taking 1 to face because we split the shield prevention, 2 on the Atmos and 2 on champion. So we take 1 from the Prismatic Edge coming back. Terrifying to save ourselves next turn.
Yeah, that means Chotaro lives to see another day, making another. Yep, making a sword.
Trying to kill the ghost.
Ghost is dead. Keeping up another keeping the 2 calming breezes and
Ayla on the Terrifying to make sure we can
Yep.
swing this turn.
So that is
Oh, we lose
Razram.
the fire card. Does that change our math in any way?
That is -3, but with the calming breeze, it's
Yeah, with the Calming Breeze, it changes nothing.
Yeah, but we don't. But Tempest Lorn doesn't know that the Calming Breeze is there for Chotaro. Yeah, I
And
think that is a
that is the
tie.
end of the turn. It is a draw. So both players, I think, can just decide their next round, which is actually
Three
pretty funny.
3-0-3 is essentially the same as 4-2.
The problem
Same
is
mana.
there's a lot of chance both or either of them will be down paired into someone, so they maybe will not be able to ID.
Yeah.
Always the risk of having a high heavy record. There's not a lot of people in your bracket, so you don't necessarily get the optimal brackets you would want to. That and also the fact that if you're in the tie bracket, you get faced against other slow decks, and we see how that turns out.
Yep. Wow, what a crazy best of 3 game that we just saw. Both
But
of
they
these
were very fun
players.
games to watch.
They were. They absolutely were. It's just it takes a while, you know.
That it does. One more round remaining. Is there one more deck you want to see?
You know, I think we saw everything that I really wanted to
Pretty much. No
today.
Diana yet, but I think we're all okay with not seeing that if we can
Yeah.
afford not
Look,
to.
if you're looking for Water Diana gameplay, may I suggest any other events, videos, and live stream because it is such a prevalent deck that there is plenty of content on it. I am quite happy that we didn't see it. I'm also happy that we haven't seen a Razor Kill, I believe.
Have we seen a Razor Gill? Did we see a Razor Gill earlier today, or I'm
Oh,
just confused because I played against a Razor Gill at Thursday webcam locals? I'm not sure.
round 1? No, there wasn't. Round 1 was only on Wind Serio versus Water
Yeah,
Jin.
no Razor Gill.
Yep. All right. Well, Bonnie, I think we should let you pray for your electricity and let you have a break. Do you
I
want to
seem
shout?
fine, but yeah, since this round has gone into overtime, next one will start very soon. So we will go away for just a second, and Clem will be right back with Needfall. I am saying goodbye to you all for the evening. It
We'll
has
miss
been a
you.
pleasure to cast as always. It's been great for Canada to get a second regional, and have fun last round, everyone.
Bye bye. everybody, and welcome back to round 6 of the Magic Stronghold Vancouver Regionals, Canada's second ever Grand Archive Regionals. I'm Clem, and back with me is Needful. How are you doing, sir?
I am good. I am good. It has been a long day of GA, but I'm excited to see kind of who wraps this up and who gets to seal their spot in the top 16 here.
Yep. I am also curious. I am just looking at the standings here right now, and I think Fruitcake is undefeated going into round 6 up against Jet, the winner of the North American Nationals. I am going to be assuming that they're going to draw here, so that is 2 out of 16 players locked. Curious to see how everyone else goes.
Yeah, there's a chance they may want to play for what are the route they're playing for? Potentially, they could play for a win to see who gets first. So, but after a long day of GA, sometimes you're just like, yeah, I'm cool with it. Let's just let's ID and go get food.
Yeah.
Which we'll see. We have some still matchups in contention here to kind of see who wraps things up here. I mean, today has been a pretty good day for GA. We've seen a lot of lists we don't normally get to see, in terms of matchups. So it's been kind of interesting, especially being able to see that Fire Astra earlier in the day was an absolute treat because that is a crazy list.
I can imagine. I'm a bit sad that I missed out on it. Oh wait, what's the crazy matchup incoming? Crazy matchup. Fire Rai on one hand, piloted by Matt C, versus Shizubro on Fire Goja. KFC, our beloved.
Which I was just mentioned earlier today, we don't see a lot of KFC anymore. So this is actually very exciting to kind of see that KFC playing in to go for that top 16 spot. And of course, Fire Rai coming back into a little bit into the meta. Pretty cool to see as well. Not something you normally get to see, especially with kind of a lot of the hype around Windrai more recently. So it's good to see Fire Rai still holding in there and pressuring just some crazy greed on the table.
Yep. I am curious to see how that will go. It's pretty cool that both of these decks were the peak aggro deck at one point of their time. I know that it's crazy to say that about Fire Rai, but arguably back in Dawn of Ashes times, it was the peak aggro deck next to Erupting.
It pretty much was because you essentially raced the 3 and then quote unquote took an extra turn by using your reckless conversion to say, let's just go again. See if I kill you this turn.
2 levels and have take an extra turn, kind of crazy.
Yeah, pretty nuts. Who would have thought that is a pretty good play that you could have done? But of course, we have gotten a lot of tools since then. We've got a lot more arcane cards to really kind of round out a lot of that level 3 package. On top of some new additions that we've seen this list run before, things like Mnemonic Charm, be able to kind of get an on-demand Empower to increase one of your fireballs when needed. Of course, Angel Attendant is a great upgrade from Library Witch, which being said, being able to run both of them is also pretty spicy. So we have a lot of ways to kind of search the deck, find exactly what we need, and put out some even more powerful arcane spells that we just didn't have in the past.
Yeah, I'm interested and excited to see how it will go in this post RDO metagame. You know, this was a good day today because you know what we didn't see? Water Diana, our
Well, this
behated.
just in. We have been asked to switch the matchup to a Water Diana just for Clum.
Oh, you guys! You didn't have to surprise me for my birthday like that. What a treat!
What a treat we've got here.
Thanks, Needful. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Jasmine. You know, Jasmine is unfortunate in that one of the judges for this event, Archivist J, is unfortunate in that her and I will be rooming together in 2 weeks at Anime Expo. So If she tortures me with Water Diana, I'm gonna torture her with Water Diana facts. I'm gonna keep casting Water Diana for her all night.
There's a special place for people like that.
Exactly. So, let's head into the game on Fire versus Fire. Suzaku versus Fire Rai.
Which Fire Suzuki was the one starting us out here, I believe, from the dice roll.
It's hard to tell in Fire aggro decks. It's honestly nowadays it's hard to tell in any deck actually. Because if
Fair,
you're
'cause-
wind, you're very whispers. If you're water, you go distant. If you're fire, you play creative shock.
Which here we're doing the end of turn reaction for Fire Gojira, likely going to potentially pressure some damage here early, get enough cards down to be able to level, and then continue this onslaught of damage. Which right now this is going to be with both decks being fire, both of them playing a very, very greedy strategy. You're probably going to see a lot of damage go out very, very quickly. And I
Yup.
believe, and I think we have gained distant here off of.
Oh, okay. That is a pretty cool play from Shizubro.
Not something I expected from this. I'll be 100% honest.
Probably she knows what she's up against, so going to just knowing that Under Fire is not the most useful card in this matchup. Just gonna be using it to get some cards into her memory.
And pressure and damage. I mean, to be fair, it's a card that we at this point pseudo replace itself going out. So, and at that point, no reason to hold on to it. And already at 3 counters. That's one thing crazy about Fire Suzuki is just how quickly these counters can stack up in this deck.
Oh, and also, you know how you were talking about a little treat for Water Diana? Yes, we did go distant. You know, there was distant in this game. First time on stream today, but we had it.
That was a first time Gojira distant on stream.
Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. Exciting
we
day
did.
for all the fans.
Interesting, we are opting to go for the backup charger into Fire Suzaku. So that's one thing. It's like pretty scary. Especially because Fire Suzaku can pressure a lot of damage very quickly. So generally when most players see Fire Suzaku, it's kind of an instant, let's just get to 3 as fast as possible. But opting for the backup makes you wonder if we have some of the defensive tools already in hand, or we're playing potentially a little more greed for our level 3 turn.
I am really curious to see. Oh, Impact Hammer going the super duper aggressive route. She might
Listen, we have a saying as per us casters. If we see Impact Hammer hit the play, it means Lethal's probably quickly following it.
Yeah, oh holy moly! Ignite Fade prereq. 6 counters already. Waking in. Oh.
Is that a Pepper Chef in hand as well? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, notably, Ruby Fatestone only needs 7 quest counters to flip, so pretty speedy. Might be a very, very speedy game one here. Swinging. Oh, okay, that is game. Oh my gosh, that was too many arcane cards from Master Hilo.
That is something you don't want to see. That was the fastest 7 herbs and spices I've ever seen Gojira put into that seasoning.
My KFC orders take longer than that.
That was a very, very fast, which again, one of the big things with going back up into that matchup is the deck can put out a lot of damage very quickly. Now, that is a very, very fast version of what we normally see. But again, a reason why you still have to respect this list, because out of nowhere, you can just say, you know what? Run is done. Now, here's where the big thing comes in, because now we're going to sideboards, which a lot of Rise generally put a lot of their interaction into the sideboard. And we are seeing 2 Blanches are in the side, so I would assume those are likely coming in. Potentially the Resolutes and the Vanish from Sights as well, to come in here for this matchup. So there is still a lot of options for it to bring in to be able to have a hopefully a much cleaner game too. But on the flip side of that, there is quite a few options that Shizabro can also bring in. And she has a lot of a lot of answers as well for a lot of these matchups.
Yep.
Which 2 Crystalline Destinies still can be a little scary. Luckily, there is ways for Rai to go through them, but it is a good way to stop potentially the fast level 3, which I think that is what you're most worried about in this matchup.
I mean, yeah, that is the only thing that can stop you, because Shizaburo can easily deal like 19, 22 damage, easy peasy. But if Master Hilo has an arcane spell shield or spell shield arcane, it's GG. An offering of event packs for our stream players here.
Just be
It
like,
is
hey, thank you for doing
important.
this.
Yeah, our stream judge today is Zero, who, as of Ascent Los Angeles, has been the sound guy at the Sense. So he has proper etiquette, you know. Knows how
Fair.
to encourage players to play better on stream.
Like, play well, please. Which, yeah, looking kind of what's in final piece of the list, yeah, we didn't see much stuff get sideboarded in for the Shizaku, so I think they were pretty happy with how that game 1 went. I mean, I get it. I would be too. And I think they're hoping, again, to hopefully repeat that, but on the other hand, I think Rai is hoping a lot of these tech pieces do pop up, and hopefully we don't see all Arcane again.
Hopefully. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. On the other hand, hopefully we also won't see all Norm again, which would be really unfortunate again for Master Hilo.
Which unfortunately is something that does happen with this list from time to time, is sometimes you just kind of see the what we call the wrong half of the deck. It's something that Fire Ride does still suffer from, so it does get you draw a lot of cards, you filter a lot, but you do need to see the right cards together, and if you see the wrong half of the wrong half, well, it'll be a little rough, as we saw last game.
Yep. Also,
Fire Ride?
notably, this is a Vancouver local going up against a Seattle local, so 2 sides of the border clashing here. Canada is winning so far, by the way.
We just had to point that out.
No, it is important. I gotta be proud.
As the only American here on this casting bench.
Exactly. Well, you have to feel the burn. But no, the 2 locals are close enough where they are really friendly with each other. That's basically locals playing against locals. Friendly rivalry only.
We get that friendly border.
Yep. Let go Canada.
Already getting 1 Arcane card set up and being able to have the Library Witch in the way for potential attacks is pretty good. Not to
A lot
mention
better than last game.
Oh yeah, a lot better than last game. Now the hard part here is normally you want to use a lot of this interaction to remove a lot of these allies, which we are opting to go for here. But unfortunately, with it being the Library Witch, we are giving them more cards. We're essentially saying you can here's a card out of my hand, you get a card in your hand. And not wasting any time going straight into Guojia. And we did see the Crystallite Destiny did come in, so opted to go and banish it though, so we're not too worried about that.
Yep. Oh no, but pre-recollection, Ignite Fate again.
Not like this. Don't do this. Hey, at least we're level
She's-
1 this time.
True. Her skills can only go so far.
And just the casual will throw some cards on the ground.
Okay, but Vermilion Decree. Luckily for Master Hilo, the Library Witch is dead already. Oh wait, there's a Heated Vengeance in hand. Hey, that is painful. Yep, Heated Vengeance. That too deals non-combat damage, and it is a fire source. Oh no, it doesn't. It's the. I'm so used to seeing it with Impact Hammer that I
We're
just
waiting for the
assume that
full,
it deals damage. Yeah, I'm like, wait, there is no 3 damage from it. It would be a broken card if it did deal 3 damage.
And pitching that Arcane Floating. What a crazy new card that they get. Picking a card, separating. You took the card they separate? That was clearly the Arcane card.
Yeah, you should have known.
You should have known. Why is that one separate?
Yay. But yeah, 2 Surging Searches and a Advent. So that's 3 spicy cards. Master Halo not having the dungeon guide. That's a death sentence.
Either death sentence or we are in availability to play Blanche, which could also be pretty good here.
True.
But I think if we play Blanche, I don't know if we have enough cards to level in that regard.
The
Who are we
distance
casually
once
gaining?
again. No, it's representing the Rai ability, I believe.
Casually gaining distant.
Every turn become distant.
What a mage ability that would be.
Yeah, whenever you activate the mage card, become distant. That would make some crazy games happen.
A lot of Diana players would be very upset.
Yep. Good. Sorry, Shinja. I didn't mean it. I take it back. It's bad. It's bad. No, I'm sorry.
And here we're end of turn, burning for 2 more. Ending with that intensified pyre. Unfortunately, not for the full 6, but don't need it.
It's okay. Things happen. Avatar of Suzaku! A rare avatar appearance on stream. I believe it's not a common thing to see.
We saw it a lot in nationals, but after that, we didn't see it really as much. So it is kind of nice to see Avatar. Which, to be fair, I'm a big fan of Avatar Suzaku still, because essentially being able to pay if you already have the counter, pay 3 to have a 4/3 that you can start attacking with, and then at any point save it to just replace back what you paid is pretty good.
Yeah, it's basically storing. So just storing temporarily some quest counters.
Looks like we are doing Creative Shock, and in response to the Creative Shock, we are drawing additional card just to give us a potentially another discard outlet.
Gotta get that float.
And I did see one of the 2 draws was a dungeon guide, so we did draw the dungeon guide this time.
The skill.
Which, you know, that decision is now being made of like, now that we get the dungeon guide, do we make something else?
Yeah, but Tome, yeah, that is a pretty solid materialization. Tome of Sorcery, notably.
Ooh, careful study. I think we wanted to keep that one.
Nah, it's okay. Careful study. Who cares? Six enlightened counters or whatever. There is the dungeon guide. Juicy Bro having no way to answer in.
Arcane Shield, I did not catch what the other card was, but I believe it was Arcane.
Yeah, both of them went there, surely. It's Arcane, because...
Yeah, 2 shields.
Oh.
We are
Okay.
If we are willing to get rid of 2 shields, I think we have it here. We've got some spice in our hand.
There is definitely. Something that Shuzibro does not want to sit down there on the other side from. Or one more spell shield in Master Helo's hand. Okay, careful
Well, another
study.
careful study.
6. 5+1 counters. The black die representing how many extra levels Master Hilo has from the arcane cards and banishment. The white die representing enlightened counters. Each 3 enlightened counter represents 1 card that can be drawn. But it is a property. It's like an activated ability, basically. You can still respond to the cards being drawn.
Putting 1 down, so we're doing. Oh, and this is actually one of the newer cards for the deck.
Scorching knowledge. Scorching knowledge.
If we're willing to play the Scorching Knowledge, I feel like we've got some. We're looking for to end this game here and now.
Yeah. So that is Empower 6. Now, Master Hilo has to be careful because no matter what the next the spell card he activates is going to be using the Empower 6 here.
And we did opt to draw before we draw on the card of memory, just to kind of reduce the odds of us hitting a non-arcane card.
Yep. And then paying 2, yeah. The additional empowerment is from the Tome of Sorcery. Doing some math here. There's a fireball in it. Yep, that is
Yep,
game.
there it is. That is it. We are
2.
going to a game 3 with hey, listen, these are the aggro decks at its core still, which they are just doing it in a little bit different way than what we're used to. What a
Yep.
crazy chain of events. That draw of the dungeon guide completely changed the routing of that hand and just turned a potentially play defensive turn into a never mind, let's go for it.
Yep, we're winning turn. It's pretty impressive what Rai can do if it gets the dungeon guide. However, a trend dear viewers might see is that whoever starts wins, and Shuzibro is going to be the one going first here, having the first materialization. So she is on. She's not on the back foot anymore. Master Hilo is. Would you play Ignideus in a Suzaku deck?
In a Suzaku deck?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's getting the extra turn isn't as useful just because you are going to be. I guess you could do an extra materialization. So, didn't they used to play Ignideus back in the day? Actually, I think about it.
I'm not 100% sure. I think so. But there have been so many fire aggro decks that use it. Like Fire Xander played it for a bit. Oh. Not 100% sure.
And going, no, I don't think any changes from either player here on sideboard. I think what is in is done what it needed to do. So now, at this point, we just say, all right, let's see who gets there first. Race against the clock, go.
Yeah. Just have 40 minutes to finish this round out. Shizubro doing some math. Oh, she does have a Pepper Trap in hand. But no Suzaku yet, so. Yeah, I feel that thinking. This is so hard because you lose out the value, lose out on the value from the Suzaku. However, now she still has to play something before she levels up.
At this point, just wait 10 to turn. I think is what's been the name of the game, and we're not. It doesn't look like we're changing any of that anytime soon.
Yeah, the first 2 turns are pass, draw, pass. Oh, Shuzi
Ooh,
Bro not having anything.
opting to not play anything yet.
And that might not have been a go to my turn yet. Might be a thinking.
Potentially saying maybe if the extra card is worth it or not. I'm thinking.
1, 2. Yeah, it's so much harder when you don't have Ignite Fate. Ignite Fate flip Suzaku swing, huh? It's unfortunate.
There we are. There we are. Now we're level 1. Now the game starts.
She can do whatever she wants. I believe ultimately deciding to play a fiery interference, realizing that Master Hilo can't really recover anyways. And then into a Vermilion Decree. Unfortunately, no allies on board for an additional quest counter. Instead opting to draw a card for both players. Oh, you can see poor Shuziro stressing because this is basically the win, and whoever loses this game loses out on the top 16 spot at this regional.
And is that a Fate Stone hitting the board, it looks like?
Which one?
I believe it's the coiled Fate Stone, right?
Yes, you're right. It is the snake. The sneaky snake.
Potentially chip in some extra damage here.
Yeah. Oh, Heated Vengeance going into graveyard. Not quite what you want to see. This is such a stressful game.
Oh, listen, especially when you're aggro, because essentially one misstep could essentially just spell the end very, very quickly.
Um, it's-
And they're really thinking about these turns too, because they know it all comes down to this.
yeah. Hate to see it. I would hate to be in this position as well.
Oh,
Oh,
no, we're going for the backup again.
Master,
Oh
you're
no!
having the backup treasure. That is such a sigh of relief, probably for Shizu Bro here, knowing
Oh,
that Master Yellow can't level up yet. That must be such a relief after thinking so hard and trying to figure out the best course of action here. Ooh.
playing the
Library
Library Witch.
Witch.
We don't have to worry, luckily, about the Impact Hammer. At least not the full Impact Hammer turn.
Shuzi Bro pay for the coiled face stone here for the one quest counter. That is the other hard part. That is the other layer in the Suzaku deck. Of not only do you have to calculate your damage, you have to calculate your quest counters.
End of turn, activating the Fate Stone, it looks like.
1 damage to each champion. Just 1 quest counter. The 1 age counter on the Coiled Fate Stone. You know, snakes take a bit of time to shed their skin.
Still going for the Impact Hammer.
And
Activating again.
5, okay. Boom. Oh, boom. There it is. Still, yeah, taking 3 from the Impact Hammers for an additional quest counter here. Boop, boop. Getting the quest counter, and in response here, let's see what Master Hilo is going to do.
Man, this is coming down to a nail biter here.
Yeah, he's only 6 damage away from death here. I wonder what he has in hand. He has a fireball, but that's not
Resolute, stand on the
Resolute,
Library Witch.
stand on the Library Witch. What is it? What is it? What is it?
I think it's a Blazing Throw.
I do think so as well. I do think that we're seeing a Blazing Throw. Throwing that to face. Now it's only 2 damage. 2 damage away. What does Shuzi Bro have? Yeah, Susanna's
Going for the unblockable. Go past it, that's it. That
there
wraps it up.
She's so happy. Honestly, I completely understand it. That was a nail biter.
Oh. Both games having to go back up on the instead of being the level was a make or break situation there, and I think Cheesy Bro took advantage of it so well. She knew exactly of like, you know what, this is the chance. If we are not going to be that 19 health here, I just have to get in this last bit of damage. And luckily, with both times that the instance was given to us, we had the right cards and we made it happen. What a crazy way to end this. And as well, congratulations to Shuzi Bro locking in that last spot into top 16 here.
Yeah, I do believe that locks her in. I am just refreshing standings here to make sure. Okay, so it seems that a couple people drew. Table 5 has finished out. Tempest Lorn unfortunately losing to Sano. So Sano going up to 13 points. Shuzi Bro is gonna be on 12 points. Oh, yeah, I think 12 still can get you in there.
Yeah, and it looks like with Fruitcake and Ollie was decided to play it out, so they are playing out for that first place slot.
Yeah, yep. Hey,
One
you
of
know,
wants it.
Jet and Sano played their game out earlier, so I think Jets just wants to have. It probably both players want to have the undefeated run. You know, want to prove themselves.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And as well as on Fruitcake, playing a list that we have not really seen before. With that Fire Astra Arasana. So it is I'll be fair, I'm rooting for him. Like the list is cool.
I'm 100% rooting for Fruitcake. I wasn't here to curse his stream game. He is wearing but I do want to shout him out because he's wearing my favorite online comics sweater, which is big win. So I really hope that he wins. Sorry, Jet, if you watch this back. Love you, man, but you know, gotta stand up for Fruitcake.
Just at that point, just quickly is like, hey, I like you, but sorry.
Yep. And now, Needful, for the real Grand Archive content. Let's see what these players have in their packs. While they're talking about it, I'm really curious. What do you think? What have you seen a CSR be open from an event pack yet?
Not yet.
It's very rare.
I have not. Well, I've seen it from other event packs, but not from this set.
Yeah, same. I have a pretty good record of event pack CSRs.
Sabella?
1, 2, 3.
Aw.
And I've unfortunate no, not even the cool RDO EVP arts for the cards.
The
But
slime
hey,
showing up to troll us like once again, just like, hey, what's up? Forgot I was in this
yeah,
set, didn't you?
haha, yeah, yeah.
And apparently from the table, not the eyebrows. The thickest eyebrows in all of Grand Archive.
Hey, I love it. Okay, don't hate on my man.
Oh, listen,
He's
it's a
great.
slime. I love it.
Exactly. You of all people should be on this live side. But
On
hey,
Team
I
Eyebrows.
also cool to see that Expel the Departed, a Guoja card opened by Shuzi Bro.
Like making sure we have that set. Listen, it is a very sought after card right now. It's very, very good for a lot of reasons. So it's not a bad hit. So well, hey, this has been absolutely a crazy day of Grand Archive. We've seen a lot of different deck lists today. Of course, we've seen some absolute insane new lists come out.
Mhm.
Of course, with the Fire Astra, we have seen the Wind Tenoris doing well on top of this. So it is crazy that we have gotten to see kind of a lot more flexibility come in and people kind of start testing with this meta. And we only have one Nationals left to go, I believe, correct?
Yes,
End of this month. So
Southeast Asian nationals are gonna be coming up, which is gonna be the last chance qualifier for everybody that hasn't made it yet, and also for the players that have qualified before to qualify, qualify in their home region, namely Apex. I am 100% thinking about Apex Players Guild because of the new rules. If they qualify in Southeast Asia, they have to, I believe, choose their home region to represent, which would mean that we have some players from North American nationals who barely didn't make it in, who may or may not be my good friend and who may or may not be playing, not have played Suzaku on stream and the North American nationals who would qualify directly into Worlds.
well, hey, we're right around the corner for this. So and this is gonna be man, this last national with this last nationals, I wonder if we're gonna see any shakeups to the meta, any potential proxy vault cards, potentially some bans, maybe an unban.
Hey, look, like I said, my birthday is June 29th. So if unbans go into effect on on my birthday on June 29th or any bans, I would be really happy. My favorite deck destroyed would be really sad.
Yeah,
These
announcement.
weeks,
We are banning strides, but we are unbanning Icebound Slam.
um, hmm, hmm, hmm. Have you noticed that it's always the water decks that are causing the biggest issue recently?
I mean, listen, a lot of it, I think just boils down to the control that they have. On top of just they have a lot of Fracture Ice is a very good card. Who would have thought?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look. Let's look at April 20th. Carpsong Coda, Dissonant Fractal, Icebound Slam, Lost in Thought, 4 water cards, Baby Green Korhazi Outlook, two wind cards, and 2 fire cards. There are twice as many
Water cards.
water cards than any other element. There's only 2 norm cards banned as well. So what's up with
I mean,
this?
I get it.
Why?
Yeah, let's just unban Outlook. Let's actually never do that. Nope, I don't want to bring that into this
Yeah,
world.
yeah. Arguably, some cards are less equal than others. To quote a wonderful book that I love. Um, and those cards are more deserving of ban. Like nobody wants to see a reckless conversion unbanned. Sword of Avarice,
Are you telling
but
me sort of average with Ayla wouldn't be a problem?
ugh, I forgot.
Oh, trust me, Pantheon has made me not forget that interaction could exist. Cool.
Oh, you're playing against some awful decks. I'm playing against Bratus, main deck 10, and two locals. And usually we have a Merlin. We have Bratus playing Byakko with Ayala with Cheerful Slime. Oh, there is nobody has crowd's favor. And then main deck then playing Mordred or Arisana. It's all
Oh
really fun.
no.
Yeah, and so I've been slowly editing my wholesome little I do what I want deck to be hateful. I had to put Ayala in recently. I put in Ravaging Tempest. I'm playing Calming Breeze now. I play Soothing Disillusion. I have to play Sacred Barrier because Polaris is a problem. One cost Polaris. Okay, I genuinely think that Polaris being one cost is a buff to Polaris.
Oh, listen, as somebody who's been on in our we have like I think 3 Arasana Pantheon players because we have Burgle. We now have 2 others that have at this point clung on to Arasana as one of their main decks. I have sat in a table with 2 of those Arasanas, and both of them had Polaris at the ready, and I'm like, I can't ever play a slime.
You can't. You have nothing that you didn't take care of it. Everything says zero cost destroy, zero cost Regalia. What am I going to do? I play Win the Slimes. I can take care of a lot of things. Not
That
Polaris.
oh, I'm in a worse boat. I play Norm Slimes. I gotta just stare at it.
Oh yeah, I play Spirit of Slime, but I play a Slime Eruption. That is my one card. Otherwise, I play. But my Spirit of Slime is foil, and it's really nice, and it's a gift from Tyler, so I can never ever not play Norm Slimes.
I mean, I got a foil lineage for slimes plus the CSR
Exactly.
Sylvie, so I'm like, I got to. Like, I can't not play Norm Norm slimes. It's,
No,
it's
I have to sit down and edit my deck and take out all the cards that bring me joy. I have to play Spell Shield Terra
oh,
in
no.
Pantheon.
I think what is the tech piece I'm running? I'm running the one where when if you're being attacked, you get a heal. You can heal the additional 3 for up to 2 attackers, heal 9. I'm playing that one, and then I'm playing the you heal equal to your levels. Or it's like I think it's like something like 3 plus your level or something like that. So it's like I'm healing with the boon that gives you levels per animal. I'm trying to heal like free 10. Yes, I am healing my opponents as well, but at least I'm not dying.
True. Oh, Banquet too. Gotta play Magnificent Banquet.
Oh, for sure, Banquet. I gotta have cards to preserve for Carl.
Yep. Yep.
My CSR Carl has to come into play sometimes. Just
Oh God.
well, hey, I think we've now gotten to the end of today's stream. I think we as well. We've had some crazy matches. We've had some really fun interactions seeing around the board. On top of this, we have gotten to see some new deck lists and potentially see a new deck list top a regional as well. So I don't think that result is in yet, but fingers crossed. I'm not saying I'm rooting for anybody in particular, but
Right, sir. All right.
but hey,
Non-biased.
maybe we do. Before we close out here, Clem, do you have anything to say to everybody at home, or anything you want to shout out?
I am glad we got a second Canadian Ascent. I am. Wait, it was last round was Guillermo Memocarp Guillermo versus Chotaro. Chotaro 1-2-0. That's crazy. Sorry. I'm glad we got a second Canadian Ascent regional. We have as many regionals this season as we had Ascent so far total in Canada, which is really nice. Um, good luck to everyone, and don't forget to drink water. Thanks.
Listen, could have said better myself. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thanks everybody for watching. Of course, thank you to Magic Stronghold for holding the second Canadian regional. It was an absolute blast to be able to cast this. And of course, thanks to all the players for coming out, supporting, and showing that, hey, we love Grand Archive. We love playing this game. And trust me, all around the world, people are loving this game. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. If you have not already, make sure you like and subscribe so you can be updated on any other events that are happening through Magic Stronghold. And of course, to show your support for more Grand Archive content. So again, thank you all so much, and everybody have a good night and a good rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Later, everyone.